This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
There are only 3 more days of competition left before playoffs. It's the final week of Stage 1. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. That's right, Elbow Room is at a premium today on this desk because we got a full house. This is Zoe, joined by Wyatt, Five and Silly, and Emily. And let's get the controversial question out of the way right away. Middle seat gets the armrest. Right.
I don't know. I don't work here. I don't work
dips.
here. So don't ask me for opinions
Middle
today.
seat has dips on armrest.
Yeah. Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
so hold on. Aisle seat is leaning towards this. Middle seat gets both?
Yeah, you get both.
I respect that. I respect
if
that.
you're at the window, you get
the wall. You can sleep on the wall.
To vibe
if I'm with Wyatt, let's just lift the middle armrest.
You just hold hands. That's the synergy we need on the desk here. That's right. We're just 6 days away from the Stage 1 playoffs, and our top 8 will be fighting to make it to Masters Toronto. Here are the standings, and while 7 out of our 8 teams have already locked a spot in the playoffs, well, seeding is still critical, of course, because if you get the number 1 slot, you do have to just win one single game in the playoffs, and you're guaranteed in Toronto. So honestly, there's a lot on the line in the matches this week.
100%. But the one that I'm focusing the most is trying to figure out who's going to be moving to the playoffs in that Group B, the Omega Group, between Leviathan and Energy on that 3rd day matchup. 2nd day. I mean, we're going to have to wait 3 days to see this matchup, but I'm looking forward to see who's going to make it through.
I love the script writers just went all out for this one.
They really
always super easy.
Yeah.
Yep. And today, C9, G2, seeding spot on the line for the first seed, and I mean C9 are like the dark horse team of this first stage against obviously the best team that we've got at the moment.
Are they still a dark horse team though?
I was going to say that.
I think they were up until maybe the MIBR game.
Yeah. That was a bit of a hiccup, but I think they could still bring it back in this game.
Yeah, they're not the dark horse anymore. They're like
but if it's
they're getting brighter in quantity now, but yeah, they look pretty good.
Because I was going to say, if it's not C9 as a dark horse, who it is now? Who is it now? I can't think of one.
I don't know. It's only them.
Exactly.
Honestly.
They're the only
players were so underrated, I think, coming into this year-end stage.
Yeah, well, but you know, they all popped off at the right time. They're looking good right now, and now they're fighting it out for the number 1 seats. And it's those kind of high-pressure situations where players really have to rely on their teammates to, you know, help win rounds. But who can they really trust when it counts? That's what we asked in this Profiles.
Pô, eu não tenho alguém que eu não escolheria. Acho que todo mundo, confio em todo mundo. The person I would less likely want an emergency contact is probably Zekin. He's just the youngest, less responsible. Probably not gonna like answer my call or the text, so definitely Zach.
Probably A-Star. That guy, I feel like he does not check his phone as often as he should. Yeah, sorry, Jake.
I think Leaf, only because I troll Leaf so much that like if I needed him, he wouldn't think I'm serious because I mess with him so much.
Eu acho que o Kalil, mas não é porque eu não sou próximo dele, porque ele é meio maluco da cabeça e se eu falar que tô precisando de ajuda, eu acho que ele vai rir e não vai me ajudar. Ele vai achar que é brincadeira.
Probably I'm not like want Verno with my emergency contact because he's kind of slow. He's like chilling and maybe, oh, am I getting dying? I need someone. Not Verno.
I don't even know. Everyone is pretty reliable. Vic helps me with a lot of things. He's like basically an adult. He does his own things. Mitch, that guy's living his life already. Jesus, this guy has a family and already, I guess. And then Eric, him too. He's super. Everyone's really like reliable.
Yo creo que todos los cabros como que tienen, obviamente, van a responder bien a la emergencia, van a estar atentos, pero yo diría Chai solo por el hecho de que es menor, es más chico y ha vivido menos cosas.
I think EU. If I really had to pick one, Dan would probably be the one, just because I know he's sleeping, he can't get to me, and I don't know if he knows CPR. So, I mean, if I wanted a model, I'd definitely call him over, but...
Probably Brock. I think he looks at his phone the least, because he's always just locked in.
Eu acho que o meu contato de emergência não seria o Spikezinho. Porque ele é muito criancinha e não sei se eu confiaria tanto nele assim.
Cara, acho que eu não chamaria o pancada para um contato de emergência, porque eu acho que ele é muito rabugento. É capaz dele me ver morto no chão e só sair andando.
Boosty. I would not want Boostio as my emergency contact. Boostio has he has this recognition on our team to where if you try to message Boostio, there's an 85% chance he'll get back to you 3 days later or something like that. Boostio is the worst emergency contact. I don't know what he does. Xander showed us his messages with Boostio, and it's literally just Xander 14 replying in a row, and Boosty didn't say a single word. So I'm not sure. I don't know what Boosty does in his free time, but as an emergency contact, Boosty's got to be one of the worst options ever.
Well, emergencies are usually made with a phone call, not with a text message, so maybe he's still an okay emergency contact to have, I don't know. But while these players are stuck with their teammates, we now have the lovely opportunity to put together our very own rosters, but on a budget. So let's make a deal in the night market. We split our big brains here into two teams. We have YB.
Yeah.
You said that with so much happiness and confidence. And we have Vansley. You guys have a budget of 1,200 credits, and you have to put together the best possible roster. The cost of the players we have on the board here are based on their ACS, so we didn't just randomly rank them. But yeah, that's the pool of players they have to put together, and of course we want the chat to get involved for this one as well. So make sure to vote which of these rosters you have more faith in, or just which one is a better vibe, whatever your metrics are, I don't care. So who's gonna go first?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Before we start this off, before we start this off, you're talking about us begging during rehearsals. You're like, oh, look at these guys planning the team and stuff like that. While this video is running, you guys are just like, oh, who are you gonna take? Who are you gonna take? You guys are fake. Also, you guys are fake for real. They're fake.
He did bribe me. He told me he's gonna buy me dinner if I let him go first.
This is so easy.
There may have been some bribery.
Already getting rid of Icebox, getting 500 points already. I think we gotta play smart. We gotta play smart. I think we still need a fragging IGL.
Fragging IGL?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who do you got? Who do you think we should have as a fragging
you guys
IGL?
you
guys are cooked. I thought you didn't.
Wrap it up.
What's up?
Okay.
You go.
Easiest value pick.
No, come on. You didn't do that at rehearsal.
For 100 insane.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, that's value. That's max value.
That's 600 points.
Kills, but who cares?
Yeah, we need an initiator to counter that as well.
What are you feeling?
I'm feeling Verno, 2BH.
Go for it.
Yeah, let's go with Verno here.
Drink him.
He's been popping off recently on a revenge tour. I'm down with Verno.
Oh, okay, we need an IGL now, huh?
Suck up.
I think I got this.
Okay. I trust you.
I'm gonna go.
They don't call us YB.
I've been a fan of how MIBR.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that
a lot.
I've been a fan, and we got the synergy already in here. So, and he speaks.
800 spent already for YB Vansley.
Flexes, IGLs.
Yes.
How much do you have?
I think we need a Sentinel player, right? We gotta get a Sentinel player.
Because
what are we at? We're at.
We can have a 3 and a 1 or what?
A 3 and a 1.
Running the numbers.
We're at 7.
400 left.
Can we do another 4?
Don't forget chat.
I'm not good at math. So you did for me.
No, we cannot do another 4.
Can I do another 4?
We're at 7.
Oh no! Okay. So we have to take net then. We need the deal.
net.
We need the deal. This is also a steal. If you guys have Jonah P for 100 credits, we get net for 100 credits. That's a dub. IGL calling on the defensive side. 100%.
All right, go.
No, we gotta take him. We gotta take him.
No, we won. We gotta
take him.
We won.
We're going with Trent.
Sorry.
We gotta take him.
Hey. Last time I did this, I couldn't count. Okay, now what do we have left? How many points do we have now?
And
now we're just 7
8.
So okay, so
adding
2 spots.
We can do 2 twos. Or a 1 and a 3.
I think
we gotta pick somebody from the bottom.
We need the other initiator then.
We
need Heat.
You want me to go for it?
I think we go for Heat here.
Okay.
Yeah, we need.
Oh no, you're right.
I think we just get prize. Smokes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys have eyes on the prize? I mean, this is dub for us.
We have to.
I think this is pretty good. I think this is pretty good.
I mean, you only have 100 left, so
600
it's not for prize.
What do I have left?
IGL, it's easy.
How many points do you have left?
We get a smokes play.
200 points?
I think we win.
Wait.
We have Brazilian synergy and
Four.
G2 synergy.
We have 200.
You have 200
You have 200 points?
200 left.
Okay. So, dude, I think it just makes sense for us to go with. Oh, wait, hold on. What are we missing?
You don't have a duelist, no?
Whoa. Oh my God, wait.
You guys can't even math. No, that's fine.
I guess Heat's playing duelist.
We're in, yeah, Heat's our duelist, and we still have a phenomenal player in Shannon.
Wow.
So this is how
He's ranking him 500.
yeah. He's worth 500. If anything, he's worth 500 over here.
All right.
What do we? Okay. Regardless, I mean.
This is complete chat.
That's pretty strong too. Like with heat on duelist, it kind of changes things up.
Yeah, that's not terrible, but see, we got the goat. We kind of have the goat.
Yeah.
In the G2 initiator.
We got Verno to stop
There's a lot of big
Icebox.
opinions on this side though, so I don't know.
We want chat ventilate.
Honestly,
go for ventilate, chat. Go for ventilate.
Let us know what you think about our two teams. Thank you guys so much for joining us here in the night market. Let's get into today's first matchup now, though, and talk about a player that costs a cool 400 credits. Here's what Zeppa had to say ahead of today's game. There we go.
We win. We win.
And Zeppa, thanks for joining me before the game today. Statistically, you're having one of the best stages of your career. Does it feel like that from your perspective, and kind of what are you attributing that to?
No, I feel like I've been doing the same thing I've been doing. Obviously, a couple lucky games, as people say, and myself. Hopefully we get a couple more live games going, and that's about it.
All right, good luck today.
And as we already alluded to, this is going to be a high-stakes matchup because the Omega Group's #1 seed is on the line here. The path for G2 is a lot more straightforward. They win and they lock that seat. Now for C9, there's a few more things that need to happen in order to grab that seat. I think they have to rely on MIBR to actually drop one of their map, and then they need to win 2-0. So that's a tall order, even though they're on an upward trajectory right now.
Wow, you like odds, right? So Cloud9 has to go 2-0 against G2, and MIBR have to lose a map against Furia today to get first place for Cloud9
and
in this group.
as long as MIBR just ban Lotus, they're probably going to win that game 2-0. So it's looking tough for C9. They could do a funny thing. They really could. But also C9 needs a 2-0 G2. We can't get over that part, which that's
If they did their homework, like G2, like they showed cracks in the armor. Like, they are obviously like the jar.
What cracks? They're 4-0.
Yeah, but they lost their top maps, though. They played it close here and there. I'm looking for cracks, not a leg off.
Yeah, okay.
We're starting slow. We're starting with little things they can take advantage of. No, but obviously G2, they won't be able to coast today. They have to lock in for this one and grab that #1 seat. We talked about just how important that is, Cloud9. We talked about them being on an upward trajectory. They're just coming off of a really dominant victory against Furia. Caveat, it was against Furia. Like they're gonna feel good. They're hitting their stride in stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, they may be coming off of a win here, but also if you look at G2, they're coming off of 4 weeks worth of wins versus just the one off of Cloud9.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but if we're talking like momentum-based, G2 definitely has a leg up on them.
And when Vic's playing like that, and at the same time they almost had a 13-0 until you listened to their comms, they kind of jinxed it. I think it was Net that jinxed it. We could 13-0, but they didn't. But they still had a very, very dominant game against Furia. That said, as you mentioned, so it's like, who doesn't have a hot start or a hot game against Furia? Unfortunately, this season.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they did have a slow start, and then they, climbed all the way back against Furia on their best map. And C9's Pearl is super impressive. I love watching them play on that map every single time. That would be one if they can get it in this map pool. I would maybe favor them against G2, but it would at least be super close.
Yeah, this one might come down to the wire. I'm super excited because we have so many sharpshooters in both of these teams. If we're looking at Cloud9, usually we'll be ranting about like Oxy just popping off. But honestly, Vic, he's been phenomenal last week.
Yeah, I genuinely came into this year as an unbelievably underrated player. This C9 team, they went down to challengers and they really got the sleeper build. Like they picked up the players that were dominating, but not driving a ton of community attention, like players like Redux, for instance. But these guys have shown that they more than deserve this spot, specifically Vic, who, I mean, this ace was actually ridiculous. The
and you just saw
was insane.
Those TPs that he was doing as well on Lotus. That's kind of like Flex Ninja 2020 when the game first came out and nobody really knew the tech around Omen or play around an Omen. And he's putting this in official games in 2025. So to be able to have the goals to do those plays, to get value out of those as well, to get your 1 and 2 before you actually drop, you're a pivotal player. And if you're looking at putting up against, for example, like Bang, Pancata, like Luis, like he has to be in that conversation as a top duelist in Americas.
Absolutely. Now, of course, Oxy, I just talked a little bit about Oxy Go Kill has been the strat for Cloud9 for quite a while. He's got a tall order today, though, Emily. He's got to keep Jogamo in check.
No, and I definitely think he has the potential to do it. You know, I would say on both teams, we've kind of been talking about how, you know, Vic's been performing really well, but we haven't really mentioned Oxy. And I think, yeah, Vic has been out fragging him and Oxy maybe on that duelist role, but he's still doing his job, especially in his first kills and first deaths. Like, he's still getting those like advantageous fights and being able to like set up these rounds for his team.
Exactly. It's kind of a nice thing when your star duelist doesn't have to like carry everybody every single time. Now you have like a good team around you to support at the same time. That's huge.
Yeah, I totally agree. In fact, I think that's a similarity for both of these duelists.
Yep.
Neither of them, for the most part, in 2025, have had to be the star on their team to get them over the finish line. It's more feels like an added bonus when one of them is going crazy, and then they just get an absolutely free stomp win, like we saw Jaw against NRG. We saw Oxy, in this Pearl game. So when they're firing on all cylinders and holistically, the entire roster is just so consistent. That's when they really go over the top.
And even John mentioned in a dub that they had last week, he's like, I wasn't playing my best, but thankfully I have my teammate to carry me over the finish line. And he has those moments where he doesn't need to pop off, as you've just mentioned here, Wyatt. They have so much throughout the roster for both of these teams between G2 and Cloud9. It's going to be an exciting game.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I'm very excited to see who's going to come out on top of this one. Now, Jogamo, just generally the addition to that team, which was already having a wealth of riches. Jogamo fit in so seamlessly, and he's firing on all cylinders. Are you guys surprised at that? Did you maybe expect a hiccup there, or just like maybe a warm-up period?
Honestly, I did at the beginning of the year, but I think they got over that if it existed. And it kind of did in the offseason because they weren't having a super consistent performance then. And that at this point feels like it was ages ago because it kind of was, to be honest. Like this entire year, they have been flowing so well. It feels like the team has met in the middle where they've integrated his style but still have that consistent slow G2 approach in their repertoire, and it's just made them more dynamic.
And if you need him to pop off or to be very, very quick, you do have somebody in Trent and Jonah P that can actually match in the pacing that Jogamo wants in the style. So if he's going to call something, I'm ready to go, the other two are already ready to support them with that util. Because without that util from both Jonah P and Trent, you're not going to see that space being taken by Jogamo. He's most likely going to lose those duels going in. So again, there's been a lot of practice that's been put around this roster since the very beginning when Jogamo joined, and it looks really good.
Yeah, and no other squad really managed to trip them up. Do you think Cloud9 is going to be the toughest opponent yet? Is that the real litmus test?
It's really hard to say. I think Cloud9 has the potential, kind of shake them up a bit, but I think really the stars will have to align. You want to see Oxley fragging and taking those first fights. You want to see him having success and being able to set his team up for the rest of the round while still having a person like Vic being able to back him up in those kills and be able to frag out as well.
Yeah. G2 as a team, like from game to game, they continue to look very good from top to bottom. Even if one player is a little bit slow, as a team, they're still very good. But if you look at Cloud9, for example, against the game versus MIBR, should have been potentially even a game that they could have closed out in a 2-0. But then we came down to that Haven game where, unfortunately, some shots weren't landing. You're losing a little bit of consistency. You saw some whiff shots coming in from Mitch.
And then they almost came back.
Exactly. But overall, you still need the whole roster to kind of like carry each other when one is not going to be able to pull through. And those moments kind of slipped. They had those moments where MIBR took advantage of, and they won that series. So if it continues on against a team like G2, this should be a G2 game no matter what.
I'm most interested in what we're going to see composition-wise here for both of these teams, whereas I feel like Cloud9, they showed us a lot of different compositions and different kind of ideas. G2 has been heavily relying on the Teo ever since Kickoff, and I mean, quite frankly, Trent just looks so good. Why would you move away from that?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this is the peak of his career, even. Like, this is the best Trent I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only other time really in history that he's peaked this hard is when the team debuted the guard a long time ago, where he was like clearly the standout player that everyone was hyping. And since then, he's been consistent. But yeah, this is the next big peak he's had in his career.
100%. And I had a conversation with even Josh RT when this agent first came out being Teo. He's like, yo, Teo is just too good, like, for us to pass up on him. So I think, again, it's just not only integration, what we just mentioned before from Jogamo, but just noticing and how good this agent is off the rip when it was first released, how the salvos were so strong, and how good it is at creating space and allowing somebody like Jogma to take that space off the salvos, pushing players away, then you have to take advantage of that. And Trent has molded quite well in like symbiosis, synergy with Teo.
Lots of big words here.
I've been reading a lot of books recently. I don't know.
I'm very impressed. Very impressive stuff here on the
Today's letter is A.
Oh, to have a toddler at home. Getting the entire ABCs by the end of the day, I'm pretty sure. Do you want G2 to play something different though? Like, do you feel like why fix it when it's not broken? Or,
yeah, I mean, I don't see. I have no problem with the like one trick. Like obviously, we've seen Jet run one tricks, we've seen Omen one tricks, and so far Teo, I have no complaints on the one trick, especially with Trent's performance on it. And his kit is just so strong, and they've proven that they can use it on so many different situations in so many different maps. So I see like why change it.
And in moments where when Teo first came out and they're like, man, the ult's not going to be the strongest ult with the Armageddon, but you see what he could do on Pearl when you have the Armageddon going towards the dugout, then the salvos towards that front. There's the front of the site. There's just so much util that doesn't allow for you to play sites. You have to play retake all the time, and that's a great strategy for G2.
Absolutely, and we know they have a lot of great strategies in their bag. So let's hear what the professor has to say ahead of today's matchup.
I am here with Jonah P. We're hanging out before the game. Quick question. Firstly, just feelings on the game today. What do you think about C9?
Feelings are pretty good overall on the team. I always said that Oxy needed help. Like the start when he joined the team and he was popping off and they were losing, I always said like he just needs somebody else to step up, and now they finally have people like Vic and Zeppa being that number 2. So that's a big reason why they're looking strong right now.
All right, and then before I let you go, I want to get your thoughts on 2G is, I don't know if you saw this, they use your name to play smart and play safe. I just want to get your thoughts.
I was actually sitting on my couch with my girlfriend watching, and I heard that, and like, that was the last thing I would expect, and it made me feel special. But I'm very curious, like, what made them choose my name. But I'm grateful because on my team, Josh always tells me like, you're my guy to make sure we keep the advantages and play smart. So it makes sense. But yeah, I'm curious to why they picked my name.
All right, just make sure you Jonah P in your games. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Man, shades in the club. The aura is on full display here. And speaking of aura, we've seen Jogama, Aspas, and other duelists utilize our new agent Waylay in some very creative ways thus far. And right now, we're going to show you a strat to use in your own games. What you got, guys?
Well, now it's time for another iteration of how they do that. Dude, I was just about to say, I was like, are you guys going to chime in with me?
I was going to let you hang
You
this
took a
on
risk and it paid off.
They would be the worst participants in the Price is Right if I'm not going to lie. But yeah, you guys all know like the old standard rush into tiles or the tiles crunch with the old bench comp and Ascent, right? With the double initiator when you have like the Sova and the KO, and then you get over to move. Let me try to get that video. There we go. We're good. So you have the double initiator with the Sova and the KO with the jet dash, right? But now that you're seeing like more iterations of this composition being like the Waylay in play, you could still do very similar things. So the idea around this is to show you, chat, that Premier with the Premier around the corner, and in your ranked games, you could still have 2 players as a dual queue and do a lot of power and do a lot of pressure towards the B-side crunch. That said, let's start off here with how G2 played against MIBR and how Jogimo takes advantage of the Waylay with the composition of the Omen thrown here by VALORANT to take control of tiles. So we start things off with the barriers about to come up. We have Jogimo getting set up towards what I like to call M1 or Kench Bench. Look at how he sets up the saturate, but also at the same time, he's going to be able to put a refract to make sure that he can TP towards that top. So when he does, the idea around that is that he's going to dash over and trying to find information. He's basically the Sova drone for the team. If he's not being pressured, he could stay on top of this wall, call out where the flashes could go. If there's actually pressure on this side, he could refract whenever he wants, so he could escape freely. And with that, when he finds the information, look at the paranoia that gets thrown at the same time here after from VALORANT. It actually goes towards main instead. You have the KO that's sorry, that's my jacket. You have the KO that's going to be able to throw flashes towards that front side, so you could actually really add that real pressure towards that B main and really fight against your opponents. So now we're going to try to demonstrate that with Emily playing as the Waylay, and we have Wyatt with a combined number of 14 minutes on an Omen before, so
maybe 15. me.
Yeah, so now we have, thank you, observers, as a free float. What we want here is to have the Omen actually, my jacket pisses me off. We want the Omen to throw a smoke right over here. The reason why you want this smoke is you prevent players from actually swinging out and getting rid of the waylay while she TPs across.
I messed up.
So the saturate missed, but it's okay. We'll pretend that that hit, and you make it on the top of this wall. And then after, you have the paranoia that comes across, and then you can start crunching in that spot.
There we go.
So it does take a little bit of practice, and there you go, second time.
Second time's a charm.
Exactly. So you make it through, you're able to find that information, and now as a group, you could push for the two-man push towards the B main, and most times it's maybe a Cypher or a KG playing alone, so you could crunch him, and take him down. Pretty simple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Yep.
Let's go. Right?
Easy.
Yep.
Easy.
Yep.
Easy.
Right on. Today I learned. Thank you guys so much. Speaking of learning, I feel like every time I watch someone like Valin on the server, I just am enriched afterwards and just somehow get smarter by association just to be in the same building as him. Because that man just has a read on the game like no other.
I just saw him in the hallway with White before. I was like, is this going to be an easy 5-0 for the group here for G2? He says it's the freest thing ever. So not only does he have the brains, but he exudes a lot of confidence, knowing, the background of how this team has been. They've been grinding it since Tier 2, since Ascension as the guard. They know what they can bring to the table. They know their potential, and they know they haven't reached the top yet. Especially when you made second place towards Bangkok, and this could have been your series to win and your first Masters to win. They know that they haven't reached the plateau yet.
No, definitely not. He's been one of the best fragging IGLs for years, easily, while also being one of the best callers. His team always gives him a lot of time to work.
I have to call you guys out now. Like, I'm done with the whole, one of the best. Like, that's the peak statement all of you always make on the desk. Like, he's one of the best fragging IGLs. So who is the best then?
I mean, it might be him. At different points I've said it's him.
Who's the best fragging
in
IGL?
NA, it is him.
Yeah, probably him.
Not probably.
Okay, it is him. It is him.
In NA, it's him.
Okay. He is him in NA.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I just wanted to lock that one in. I'm sure it's going to age really well. It probably will actually, because
it's like a fine wine. It's been aging for 3 years and remains to be the truth, I think. So
wine can go bad too. Just a heads up for everyone storing that at home.
Whatever, it's all tastes the same for me. That's always gonna be good.
I drink it for like $4 gas station wine, so I don't really care. I'm gonna be real.
No. Oh no. Well, no to that, but yes to today's match. I'm very excited to see what we're going to see from those two teams. Do you feel like the whole seeding thing is in the back of anyone's mind here, or is that just us hyping it up as something important?
Oh no, it is super important.
Yeah, but is it for them? Like, is that locked in the back of their minds heading into a match like that?
As a player, no. I don't think that they're really focused on that. I think they're just focused on trying to get the win today, no matter what the seeding would be. I mean, both of them are already doing so well in this tournament. The seeding, probably for G2, is it's just another match for them. They've been doing so well. Cloud9, maybe it's in the back of their mind, but I really think they're just fully focused on trying to get the win today, no matter what.
That makes me remember when we had a chance to talk to Leviathan after their win against Furia of all teams again, but they were like, who are we playing next week? I have no idea. So for players, it's just like they focus on the match in itself, and it doesn't really matter where they currently rank themselves. Especially for G2, when you know you've already qualified no matter what, they just want to make sure they have a 5-0. The social media has already tweeted out we're the best team so far in Americas, being undefeated so far at 4-0. They showed the screenshot in the standings behind, so you definitely know here that G2, they want to make this 5-0, not necessarily for just qualifying after one match, but just to be the best team here in Americas.
Absolutely. I mean, after coming home from Bangkok, it's good to make a statement like that. Just have that flawless run through stage one.
Yeah, because we've seen teams we always go back to talk about Sentinels after they won Madrid last year and then came back, and then they had a slump period, and then you're just automatically narrative storytelling, thinking, will this happen for G2? We did that whole thing.
That's a free talking point for us in the desk.
We're over it. It didn't happen. It doesn't matter. They're still the best team.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, before we're running out of time, predictions for this one? I feel like it should. Yeah, okay. Ooh. I would have been surprised.
I'm actually surprised nobody really went for Cloud9 out of all of us. No? We just mentioned Dark Horse.
Arya.
I felt like Riff would have been the person to do it.
Yeah, why is Riff not doing that?
I'm a little disappointed in Riff.
But MIBR and Furia, I'm less surprised. Unfortunately.
That would have been Oh well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's our predictions. Obviously, we're never wrong, so I'm not concerned. What's Sakurina about?
Famously. Famously, that's never.
I like to be proven wrong. That's all.
Okay, yeah. I'm down for that.
We're here for good games. That's what matters. So like, I don't need to be right if the game that I got to watch was good in the end. And the biggest surprise also means that we have more stuff to discuss here on the desk. So that's a win-win for literally everyone. Today, the Omega Group's #1 seed is on the line, and it will be very interesting to see which one is coming out on top. Again, seeding very, very important here, because if you're the #1 seed, you only need to win one singular match in the playoffs to punch your ticket to the next Masters. So that is a big, big deal, and we're about to kick things off here at VCT America. So buckle in, you're in for a wild ride here in the last week of the group stage. VCT America starts right now.
It's definitely a little weird to be like on the other side of the stage, not like in the same jersey as C9. We are just gonna keep an eye out for them because we know that what they're capable of, but we've always beat them, so there's always that.
Another tickle, another attempt. It's Trent here with the Hunters Fury to end the series.
I think we're really excited. It's a rematch since Kickoff. To be fair, we were a new team, but I think having this rematch, we have a lot more prep, a lot more experience under our belt.
Caught inside the grab well, and the end comes for us all. Prize able to find one, but fighting like a heli on this side. What an ace out of nowhere, Vic.
I don't think we're a dark horse anymore. After stage 1, at least, we've shown what we can do and how good we are. I think it's just us consistently proving what we can do and beating more tough opponents.
If there's one thing I could say to C9 and just my old teammates is that you guys have never beat us before in VCT.
He's a talker. He's a yapper. I think he's good. I think G2 is good, but I think this rematch will show we'll be different, and I think we'll come out swinging.
We love the confidence. The rematch will be different, is what he says. But yeah, the last time these two teams faced off against one another was in the Kickoff upper bracket quarterfinals, and G2 walked away with a convincing victory.
They definitely did. And going into today's lineup, I know they just said that they don't think that they're like the dark horse anymore, like they've proven themselves. I think this match will definitely ruin that title for them and wipe that away. I think going into it with Oxy and Vic as kind of like the star duo, they've been training the star player back and forth throughout this time in stage 1. I think if they're both on one today, we could really see an upset.
Yeah, and definitely when you're looking at this roster too, we talk always about Oxy's aura, but most recently with the resurgence of Net, being able to find that confidence, calling the defensive side, being very loud and prominent when they're having defensive, like just owning their teams on defensive side. So I love here how much they're owning together.
No, definitely agree. Cloud9 are looking good, but this G2 team.
That's why. I want to talk about C9 so much and try to hype them up, but here's G2. They just own.
Undefeated during Kickoff, undefeated in stage 1 thus far. They're basically America's final boss, and they want to end this flawless.
Yeah, because I'm looking at this matchup, and I feel like these are two of the most consistent teams that we've seen across this stage 1. But G2 are just consistently at a bit of a higher level. Like, they were able to get the win over MIBR, who are, I think, like pretty confidently, I'd say they're the second best team right now, who beat C9 by a bit. There's just a little bit of a tier gap right now, but maybe this is where C9 can close that gap. But I mean, damn, you're just looking at this team and it's 5 players that are goated on their balls.
They're really just a well-oiled machine. Like we kind of touched on it earlier. Like when one player is out, someone else steps up for them, and you can't really beat that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. Icebox picked here by G2, a map we haven't seen from either of the two.
For sure. I'm also just looking at the bans because I didn't like C9's map pick ban last week. This time, they make the best choice. They get rid of Lotus, which is G2's undefeated best map. G2, not great on Fracture, and that's the map where Zeppa always goes crazy, so they ban that out. So I think we're getting to some fairly even playing ground. And honestly, if we get to map 3, Pearl, C9 have a shot, for real.
Could this be where we see Trent ruins his Teo one-trick streak on Icebox?
Yeah, definitely could be.
I wouldn't be surprised, though, if they still have something definitely cooked up with the Tejo and Icebox. Again, maybe a Waylay Tejo could be something good for them as well. I mean, we haven't seen it so far in 2025 for either of these teams. The last time we've seen some Icebox coming out was back in 2024, champions for G2. Maybe I think week 4 split 2 for C9. But when they were playing that composition as well on Icebox, they were playing some very standard stuff that still works to this day. I'm talking about the double controller, Viper and Harbor on the side of G2, and then on the side of C9, it's the Gecko, which we also saw 100 Thieves pull out here this year in 2025. So there might be one of those matches where you're still going to see those compositions come out again. If not, again, maybe the Tejo would be the continuation of that story of Trent on that agent.
Emily, I'd love to get your thoughts here on the evolving meta on Icebox in the current meta, I guess, just to say it twice. What do you like to see on Icebox?
When it comes to Icebox, I definitely love the basics. I don't really like seeing anything like out of pocket or something new, which sounds bad. I'm very old-fashioned, I guess, when it comes to Icebox gameplay. So I'm hoping to see, some sort of maybe a slight variation with a Tejo of the OG comp.
Well,
Harbor in action.
Yeah, we're getting the Harbor comp from C9, which for me has been the most successful comp in stage 1. Just an old, reliable look that the Brazilian scene really brought into the fold a couple of years ago and just is still strong. It's not like Icebox has changed. There were no updates to that. So.
Hey, Tejo! But also the Harbor Viper. So
and the Gecko.
That's the crazy part.
Though.
Yeah, so
that's interesting. No duelist.
No duelist.
Jaw Gecko, huh?
I'm not surprised by that either. I feel like almost G2
You're
were
not surprised by the John Gecko?
Well, back in the guard days, they also had moments where they weren't playing duelists too, if I'm not mistaken. That was like one of the days where Jonah P was even playing Brimstone on this map, and they were playing a Viper as well. So this is very nice to watch from G2.
Well, it's time for the first pistol round of the weekend, so let's send it over to your casters. It's the duo of Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much to Zoe and the desk. We have a really great match on our hands, ending the season for two of our top teams in the group, and two teams that are very clearly at the pinnacle of Americas right now. G2 trying to clinch that #1 seed and end up just a game away from Toronto here.
Yeah, it would be so close. We're coming into a map of Icebox, which neither of these teams have played since last year.
Well, it's time for your Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs.
We're going to be jumping straight into things. G2, they're running basically exactly the same comp that they ran previously. The only change is going to be Trent switching off the Sova into the Tejo, and Jogamo is not going to be on the duelist. He's going to be on that Gecko, which Icy been playing all last year.
On the Icy duty for him, and it's a slower start for G2. Push wall over towards A, and a lean on the B side of the map.
Yeah, right now G2 playing a little bit more extremity control mid, outside of A space. It's really just Vic running into first the turret, now dodging away. Has the orb on site here to stall out the plant and call in the rotates from his team as well.
It's Harbor Viper mirror, so you'll see a lot of these teams trying to play into the retake, which is so strong with that agent.
Yeah, even just slamming the push wall here to be able to cross into yellow, push these players back off the site. It's a little split piece into B right now, but C9 were set up perfectly for it.
Vic is in a great position though. Hiding within the orb, that's one. How much more can he get from this position? Nothing else to be done. Another man has tried to slip by, but Mitch loses his opportunity, and it's a straight up 4v2 now for G2.
These harbor walls extending off one another, but now they come down. The fights start to open up, and Valen a little bit on a mission right now. Spotted out from up in heaven. That's going to cause Net to swing around the corner. The fights are a little bit all over the place, but C9 keep coming up on top.
Hello, Oxy goes dashing straight into Valen, but the trade is there in time. And C9 went out a cool little pistol round there to get their game started. G2, it's so rare that you actually see those mid-split plays work, but I feel like when you're going for it, playing the Harbor comp, trying it out on a pistol round is the time to do it. Just really unfortunate that they lose jaw like that.
And then also having Mitch up in kitchen there, being able to swing out, a little bit of an awkward angle. G2 thought, using that Dizzy to go through that space was going to be fine for them, but losing that first player to the spam kind of cooked that round. Now C9 with a monster buy coming into this round. Big guns, regen shield, so really trying to get the ball rolling here early in this half.
That's an approach we've seen all season for C9. They're one of the teams who's buying the most regen shields pretty much worldwide. And it's done very well for them. When they get the ball rolling like this, they're going to have money for days, guns, pretty much every round.
Seeing a little bit of the C9 power this comp too, with just all the walls. Right now, G2 disrespecting on just the pistols. Have the option to fight through here with the Dizzy. Although it's not really going to amount to much against the weaponry of C9.
Jog gets a plant though, and that in itself is a win for G2 as C9 cleans up flawlessly. They're going to have a super strong bonus round here now with 5 rifles surviving through.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to take a little bit of time and compare these comps because on paper they're fairly similar, right? The double smokes, the harbors coming into play. The big difference is going to be Gecko for the Jet. And while Jet is going to, especially on defense, be so powerful for Oxy, getting an operator in his hand, taking a lot of active fights, what we've seen now twice already is Jog using the Dizzy to fight pretty aggressively, even through C9's smoke utility.
What do you think about the Teo being picked in instead of the Sova? Sova's pretty much always had a near 100% pick rate on this map, and I think Teo's the first agent who we've really seen push him out.
Yeah, I mean, I still think the Sova is good, for sure. I think losing the Dart for early rounds is a little bit of a bummer, I think, for G2. But when it comes to post-plant utility, especially, the Teo's crazy.
Okay, getting a little aggro, but he'll fall back here and has an orb to keep himself safe.
I got you, I got you.
You saw at the beginning of the round there, the Teo missiles used there to control space in A main. Normally you'd have to commit shock darts, molly, some kind of util combo to take care of that. Teo does it on his own and has it back in 40 seconds.
Yeah, then you can use this push wall to try and scale on forward as well. That wall not going to quite clear all of top yellow, but Oxy didn't quite land the shot either. So I think for G2 it was just about grabbing an orb, now rotating back.
First time they'll head into A thus far this map.
Bye-bye, little guy. Always freaking out.
No.
It's all good. I mean, honestly, G2 moving back into this A site a little bit later into the round. There's still an alarm bot, double mollies. Vic's got plenty of gas, too.
And Mitch is here. An angle onto Trent. Doesn't find his mark in Trent. He only needed a sliver to get that kill onto Mitch, as this plant should come down basically uncontested.
Yeah, Jaw has to do it himself because he lost the wingman earlier into the round, but has the reclaim there. Still playing active back on yellow, but a dart's about to come in for C9's retake.
Such a well-timed cove. That'll give some safety to Jawjumo on the site. Can he navigate this? Try and find a kill amid the chaos? No. But his team does well to trade out, and the fight in from C9. They have to go deep here. Try and deal with these post-plant players, but G2's bringing the fight to them instead. And it puts it onto Vic. Has the wall, but the spam, the missiles, just too much.
Again, when it comes to post-plant utility, G2's comp is just about unmatched. They didn't even have the Gecko involved there, but you're going to have the mosh pit, the missiles, the nano swarms from the KJ2.
I do like that approach from C9. I think putting their emphasis on fighting forward, putting a deep harbor wall, getting in the face of these players trying to, crunch it out in the post-plant. It's kind of the only way to beat this comp.
Yeah, another way to win is just by spamming people through smokes the entire time, it seems. Pretty good strategy for G2 in that round.
Got their revenge for Jaw dying that way on the pistol.
Yeah. I do think there's something to be said when, you're seeing 4 smoke agents in a game like this.
Hold on, Oxy in the air. He wanted to disrespect that. And he might still make an attempt.
But look at G2's utility. The nano swarm there, the push wall, everything just sort of force Oxy off these early angles. And you've got to when you're dealing up against this Jet.
And that Dizzy, the missiles, they're all the more important when you don't have that Sova drone. Do still have the Teo drone, but it's a little bit more difficult to clear out the verticality.
Yeah, the range on that too, what you're actually going to be able to see, because it's a little bit nearsighted too. It can be harder on a wide open map like Icebox. You're clearing back Snowman, backside A, these types of things.
It's all the recyclable util for G2. Gonna have to wait for that to come back online before they commit a re-exec onto A.
Once again, G2 working down into these mid rounds, but really they've got missiles ready, the wall to come out, Dizzy up on top sees nothing, but C9 are ready to hear it flood out.
2 players already in front of the wall, ready to swing through. It's even trades to start, but Oxy can make a mark on this round. 2 kills for Oxy, but Fallon somehow fights something back, but he'll need more, and the IGL gets it done as Jonah, he's opened up B.
But it was all heard, right? Vic heard those footsteps going down. Both players shooting in the back of their heads, not finding kills. Now the spike is rotating out of that A space into B.
Jonah wants this fight, though. Puts more pressure onto Vic.
Wait, there's only 10 seconds,
the spike
Mimi.
is heading into Vic. Vic could end the round right here. Spike, oh my God, it nearly got away. 7 seconds, Jonah has to run. And Vic single-handedly puts a pin in that one.
Just a disaster there. I mean, G2 having to run back through mid because there's so little time left onto the clock. The fact that, well, yes, Vic missed the first shots and didn't get the kill. It wasn't traded out, means that he was still planted in mid to find those kills. There's great work from VALORANT in the round to get those two there, but again, just off of the audio, Vic knew exactly what was going down in the macro of G2's calling that round.
Nice, Vic! No, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? What are they doing?
And Vic has been such a big part of the kind of turnaround that C9 had. They made those controversial off-season moves that a lot of people questioned. Dropping Rossi, dropping Moose, even earlier making changes away from Vanity. But thus far, Vic, the later pickup in their offseason, has been absolutely incredible, especially these last few weeks to get big wins on the board for C9.
Yeah, I think pretty much everyone now has to agree it's sort of paid off for C9, right? They're 3-1 on the season, only losing to MIBR, and even then, the 2 maps they lost were separated by only 2 rounds.
Emmy reading from his special book, which is helpfully labeled.
Yeah, wait, you want to turn it the other way for us, Emmy? Give us a little insight into the madness. This is, again, C9's first time playing Icebox all year on the VCT stage.
But it's the same thing for G2. This is them debuting the map as well, and it is their time out here, down 3-1 to start.
I do want to say one of the things that C9 did in the last round, which was really nice, is they had 3 players on A site, and even as the harbor wall went up and Tejo missiles went into backside to stop the flood coming out from Raptors, they found these little pockets they were able to play in, where G2 didn't expect them to be able to actually be swinging them high-low from backside out of Raptors.
Jajima's first time on Gecko out of 461 games. Yeah, a little different for him.
I think C9 are going to continue to try and get in front of the utility. If you allow G2 to get these easy plants down with the wingman, using utility to force you off the angles, it's going to be hard. Good trade coming out from G2. 2 for 2 is not bad on an eco.
And that's 2 guns that can be picked up here. Jajima already has 1, but they slowed down for a moment thanks to the Killjoy Nano Swarms.
There's even a world where Jogamo could get into his ult this round after planting the spike. So yeah, Nat swinging out on this upper angle. He's getting cut down by the Mosh. He's alive somehow.
More fight to come. Nat was under a bit of pressure. G2 tucks away. John the swing though. Brings this one even, and that's the ult you were talking about, Christy. Will it catch anything? No! Vic in the air, up above, needs to find this second player as Leaf. Only a stinger, but he dances around, finds one. And now a 1 versus 1. The pistol is out! And Leaf, against his former teammates, comes up with the clutch.
Unbelievable. How is he winning that? First of all, G2, the eco round. Second, Leaf with a Red Bull clutch there. Just a little bit nutty.
I love the way C9 play in when they hear that ultimate use. Everyone's taking high ground, nullifying the impact, but still, just perfect awareness here.
Yeah, and also Oxy is on 1 HP with an outlaw. Like, I didn't see how he got chunked out backside, but it just all sort of fell apart from C9. There's no way those opening fights can be going 2 for 2 for C9 with the gun advantage there. They're going to be kicking themselves for that.
There's that util to clear up pipes this time. No one disrespecting it. Instead a walk up through B from Cloud9, and it looks like someone is currying it in spawn.
Yeah, Jonah P is a rat. There are about 4 people headed his direction. Was he seen? I don't think so.
No. How many can he get? No. Oh, Zeppa actually aware of it.
Zeppa's kind of nice with now G2's A players. They've got 2 guys trying to turn around, but so far they've only are aware of the 1 player on the flank, and C9 aren't even going to commit to it.
Jaw was in a position to try and flip the map there, but doesn't really have the soldiers to make it happen. Instead, he'll fight amid the ultimate, stunned up in a corner, and Zeppa will easily take him down. G2 have to hold the line on 2 fronts. And the pressure coming in from the flank, courtesy of Vic. That needs to be dealt with first. Leaf dances around. Time works in his favor, but he can't find the kill. Still, C9 need to speed this one up a little bit because Trent has all the util he could ever dream of. First half goes in. It's all Trent, but the Annihilation getting used. His missile's already gone. Is there even time in this one? Mitch has to hold, and he doesn't have it already, trying to stick his way through, but it's too far gone.
Oh no! G2 steal away that round, even though it was C9 coming in on the bad buy. And C9 spent everything on that. I think there was a Harbor ult, there was a Sov ult. They even had the numbers advantage, 5v4, finding the early pick. And yet it's G2 coming away with the round.
Trent did play this so well with the timing on the utility. But I think it all comes down to the stall on the players flanking there. G2 bit like 30 seconds of the spike timer away, just messing with the players on the flank, not giving them a fight. And by the time C9 even won out the duels, it was just too little too late.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it was C9 like playing with the flank so much as if it was just C9 giving up on the flank a bit. They left Vic to play on that angle while the other two players pushing through walked through mid, back over to the spike.
But they'd already committed so much time, but
exactly.
by the time they're coming back, there's just no time to win.
Exactly, the spike had already been planted. Jogmo was also playing like super aggressively. Like, when was the last time you saw a Gecko up in the top left corner rafter of sight on attack Icebox?
Both teams have really prioritized for C9 when they're holding the sites and G2 in the afterplan of being really disrespectful of the opponent's utility. I think you kind of need to with Harbor Viper. If you're letting that util cut you off, you are going to lose the objective every time. And both teams have a very clear understanding of that win condition. Unfortunately for C9, losing that eco and that key rifle round now means they are down to an eco of their own, and G2's taking control.
C9 on another bad buy. And it looks like G2, I mean, in terms of ultimates coming online as well, right? Jonah P, Leaf gonna have the pits potentially in this round if they need it. G2 also calling away from the early stack from C9. C9 want to do a little bit more active fighting towards the A site, which leaves Vic very islanded into B.
Is that a verb?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with it.
Islanded?
Islanded, yeah.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Another one of these flanks.
Flank, yeah.
But the thing is, G2 could potentially even try and take into Snowman control as well. Like, they've faced no resistance on the site. Now Leaf turning around to the flank.
1v3 for him. But Mitch is coming at this alone. That's an easy opener. Knows that there's more to come, and thankfully has some util to support.
1v3 for Leaf is another day at the office.
He does not mind those odds. Another good one onto Oxy, and that's the most dangerous weapon of this round taken care of. Zeppa looking the wrong way, and Leaf, easy 1v3 for the man to lock up this anti-eco.
Another day at the office is what I'm saying. Leaf, no problems there whatsoever. I also like G2's calling once Leaf is, you know, communicating, hey, there's a lot of players coming in on our flank. G2 quickly fight into Snowman. I'm not sure if they had the Dizzy for that or if they just faced it on their own, but either way, it solves the problem. Even if you do lose the player in B main, the spike is still very easily planted for you to play back Snow.
Okay, I think we have to look at this round from C9's perspective. This is their chance to reclaim control on the half. Because if they lose this, G2 starts to get a spiral of big ults, and this half slips away.
Yeah, well, what C9 are trying to do is they're going to use this harbor wall over towards A to pretend like they're doing a little bit more active fighting. As soon as you see Vic, though, I think G2 are going to know that this is the weaker site. And they're not even going to bother wasting any time. Now, the thing about Vic is he can get this ultimate down right at the end of the Killjoy lockdown and still not lose the gas on it by being forced away. He can get back into that very quickly and play to flood in.
You see it starting to decay down, and in goes Vic. So he has some space control on this site, but G2 have filled into every gap around the pit.
And G2 have to know that there's the option for him to be back here. They're leaving Jogmo to do a bit of hunting on top side too. But his feet are seen! Oh dear!
Now a 3v5, good position for C9. G2 are pushed all the way back by this utility. It might just come down to the spam. Mitch finally on the defuse. Teo missiles. The first line of defense, but you're right, gets it halfway. And that's pivotal to win this round. Stick coming through, no one there to stop it. C9 mop up the retake.
And that is the key to success for C9. You can't give G2 the free sight. You always have to have players coming in, slipping into back sight. Or the Viper ultimate there, a beautiful counter into the Killjoy.
And there's a proof in that round, right? You're able to give up the plant as long as you are quick enough on that flood to kill the plant or kill the players that are stuck on the site before they can escape and support the tail on the post plant.
Exactly. And you're going to continue seeing that even without the ultimates coming into play. C9 are always going to try and have players slipping into backside. Now this round, they've switched it up, so that active fight is going to be a look over towards B perhaps, but they show similar utility on A with the push wall.
New position for Mitch. Up top on Jen. And playing these high ground positions is so strong against the Thrash. Means that ult can't do anything, really.
Let's see if Net tries to get out here. I don't know if he's going to have the chance with his team flanking too. He's kind of got to be the guy to play it a little bit more slowly. Just casting the ultimate now to force the players back into the flank.
The flank calls away, though. C9 dip back through mid. The Viper's Pit should allow this plant to come down, but it's a game of spam. Zeppa has shock darts. He'll be arriving soon, and the longer G2 wait, the stronger the odds against them. That is if they even want to commit here.
Well, that's the thing. C9 have over-rotated into A, so now there's players going back into B. They don't have Killjoy utility to actually watch the B main play. So they've got to re-spread out onto the map. Well, where G2, they've just been waiting this whole time to use Thrash Wingman to get a cheap plant down once C9 are no longer stacking this site.
But C9 aren't sending too many bodies back.
Yeah, Molly coming in here. That would have broken the turret had there not been a player waiting. Now that they see a player gen, they accelerate.
Still, C9 on these high ground angles, they're immune to the Thrash. Spike is still not planted, 20 seconds. Could this become a bit of a risk? The little buddy needs some protection, he needs some help, and he's done his job well. G2, defend, and get the plant down. And now the task is tough for C9. They're retaking into heavy odds, and already taking casualties. A 4v2, I don't even know if they can go for this. Into a Viper's Pit.
It's not going to happen. Look where Vic is. He's trying to reset for the next round. He does not want to get involved in this whatsoever. But I think the thing for G2, even going down to 20 seconds on the clock there, C9 realistically should have been able to spam the wingman plant, but it was a weird plant spot from the wingman. C9 are kind of pinging it on their map now. You can see it on the mini-map. It's a bit of an off plant. And I don't know if the C9 players didn't hear exactly where it went down. There was a lot of utility or whatnot, but they were spamming over on the generator corner, which was just not even close.
Yeah, remember, when you're hearing all the bullets get spammed through, when you have the white noise in your headphones too, it can be hard to get that exactly right when it's a off-kilter plant spot. Was a very good decision, though, from Jaw to put it there from the first-time Gecko player.
Yeah, because if you don't get the spike down, like, G2 are pretty losing their... Like, there's
15 seconds. They would have lost the round, most likely.
And the Viper's Pit only goes a fraction into the actual plantable area, so you're not really getting many second chances.
He's terrible. I'm not even aiming at you, brother.
Oh.
I would have liked someone from C9 to try and get proactive into the pit and stop that, but G2 just had too many players in position that were ready to defend. We're into another, though, and at least saving some gun means C9 have money here.
Yeah, both teams kind of trying to show very similar utility, but finally we have a round where Oxy's able to sneak forward here. A bit odd. Oxy's never had money to buy an operator in this entire half of defense. And barring, I think, C9 winning the next 2 rounds pretty easily, I don't think he's going to be able to tap into that. There you go. That Molly just to break the opposing Molly on the other side. Maybe an alarm bot if it was there. C9 now call 3 players into the B site. Because they have this forward posting, it all comes down to Oxy and Zeppa on this early fight into A.
Oxy still with the dash to work with. Util heading his way. Procs it, but he can't find the mark. And now pushed back by the wall.
That might be enough pressure from C9, though, because, hey, there could be 3 players behind that wall now. G2 had to use the flash utility to get into that space. They're trying to go back towards the B site, where Leaf has stepped up. Maybe he heard a player rotate off the site, maybe not, but all things considered, it's now a mad dash into B for these teams.
Yeah, very good timing on the dart back into A. C9 practically guarantee that this is a commitment, and you see the rotates coming in. Detail mollies at a wall. Will allow the plant to be committed. Oh my.
Wow.
Vic nearly dies.
Trent had some spam up there too to try and catch the player retreating.
It's very thorough stuff. And now it's the round we've seen so many times before. Harbor Viper on both sides, a retake. An early tap. That's already Util coming in. But again, just spamming through these smokes. D2 finding success and an insurance policy ready. With that wingman heading towards the spike. Valen for another. C9 need to get on that spike now, but G2 just won't let them. Swings ready to come in from a net. Could be the salvation that Cloud9 needed. But it's the missiles finally arriving. He gets it halfway, but is it enough? Net, an impossible task in the 1v2, and G2 win another round off the post plant.
That post plant utility is just too nasty. And the fact, too, that they're using mollies and walls and smokes to stop C9 from getting early fights, too. It's not like C9 were late on that retake or anything like that. No, they just couldn't actually see any of the G2 players until it was effectively too late.
Oxy right now sitting at 3-9 on the scoreboard. And I don't want to say that that's because he's playing particularly badly. I think one of the biggest things is G2 is always putting tons of util at the beginning of these rounds to push him off the aggro lines that he loves to play. And that puts him in situations where he's playing into losing retakes round after round and failing to find his mark.
Yeah, the default utility G2 have been throwing into A with the nanoswarms. I mean, that's 2 nanoswarms used. Hold on, C9.
Trap play in mid. It's successful onto 1.
Get that gun. G2 have to accelerate into A side on the other swing of things, but C9 are going to be here on the retake. There's some options now, especially with Rifle in Oxy's hands.
Zeppa already out backside. They're committing an ult into this, but Zeppa's gone. So too is Mitch. I feel like they've seen this round a million times before where C9 look like they have a chance. They start to flood in. They lose the battle of attrition to G2 players holding the line. And it seems like it may be the same outcome again. Oxy the only one who can turn this around. 2v3. Util still available on the spike. He needs to kill Trent, but they're too good at protecting him. Now the missiles in Vic's face. And a 1v3 on the cards.
And that insult to injury, it's G2 with the top side plant. Basically every round they have the opportunity to do so.
It's so hard to win the retake against that plant. There's like 4 or 5 positions in main you can be tucked, ready with Viper Mullets, Teo missiles, and just a straight up swing and deny it.
Giving you all those high angles just makes it so much harder. It's one of the benefits, I think, of playing the Gecko here. Wingman having the ease of ability to plant up on that top site. Also just giving yourself another rifle to fight. If enemy team is trying to flood into you, there's no better agent to have, I think, than Gecko to be planting and have 5 players with rifles, guns out, Mosh to deny the flood as well.
Now roll over that.
And it'll finally be an Oxy op round.
In the last round of the game. And it's the same volley of util. As it's just a straight up thrash into B.
Yeah.
Hard hit over towards this side. They've circumvented this operator completely, and that's a tag. Is there a follow-up though?
There's no duelist. You can't go flying in there.
Yeah. So for the moment, the life stays back B. For at least 2 members of C9. But look how much space G2 get.
Yeah, C9 have no map control either. Like, their mid is kind of gapped right now, too. They're going to be worried about late flanks going in. They're dying back snow.
Every round, Jojimo is killing someone as the plant is coming down.
Man.
And it's another 4v5 retake for Cloud9. They have an ultimate, they have some chances, but they need to win these fights quickly. And Oxy, could he be the man to do it? Trades away the operator into the rifle, but he's traded out so swiftly. Now a lockdown into play. Mitch, desperation to try and hold on to this one, but there's Cove. He hops off it. Spam's good from Trent, and in the 1v1, the lockdown. Could it be good enough? Zeppa tucks away. Trent, a new weapon, but time so far gone. It's halfway. It's halfway. Trent needs the swing, and just in the nick of time, he gets it done.
For the first time seeing these 2 teams play Icebox all year, I'll tell you, G2 are looking real nice out there. Excellent in the post plans, calling around C9's game plan pretty nicely as well. It's just another one of these post plans that C9 have no real chance in. You said it. I mean, Jogamo, every single time the spike goes down, he has a kill.
It's literally infallible thus far from Jojimo. C9, only 4 rounds to their name. We'll see what they have prepared on their attack as we return.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Well, it's the first time both Cloud9 and G2 have played Icebox in 2025.
Mimi, is that the Lorax?
Yeah.
Hi, Lorax.
I like that there's just one light on the Lorax.
Yeah.
And they're the only member of the crowd we can really see.
Anyways, tell me a story, Mimi. You were saying it's like the first time these teams are playing Icebox, or?
I don't remember.
But you have to do it in rhyme.
I'm
like
thinking
the
about
Lorax.
I'm thinking about the trees.
I see. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? I mean, honestly, for me,
You
C9.
give me a story.
I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you the story about Oxy.
Okay.
Tough first half, not gonna lie. But now on the attacking side of things, the only duelist in the game. It's time for him to show up.
Well, C9, they start towards B.
Revealing area.
And no one really here to defend but that Viper. There will be quick rotates, though, from the 3 members of G2 in mid. And already they're working their way in. It's just a fight for Snowman.
Hey, we heard in the pre-show, Jonah P plays smart, plays safe, but now there's players running at him in snow. Got a teammate up heaven, he's swinging through the wall. Look at this guy go! 2 kills already, and the rest of G2. The cavalry's arrived.
It's not safe, but it's good from G2. This flood is so quick, and already C9 are gone. Good night, G2. Immediately reassert control of B.
That is crazy. Jonah P with the 2-piece right there. The rest of the team showing up in a big way too. And I don't know if you saw it, G2 bought 4 light armors headed into that round. 2 of the players didn't even take damage that had bought the armors. They're all getting big upgrades, saving on the creds as well, and just holding against this aggression quite nicely.
Remember, the first half was 8-4 despite G2 losing the pistol. Now in the second half, they get a pistol. This is likely going to be a 10-4 scoreline.
Easy orb pickup as well. Nice shots from Oxy, but Jaws here, not enough bullets. He's gonna switch over to the classic. That's no problem.
He's gonna keep fighting this guy.
Mimi, they just keep coming at him, and it's not working.
It's wild because this is the first time Jojimo has played an initiator this year. His first time playing.
He can play initiator. He can juggle. He can shoot. What can he do?
Doesn't seem to be anything.
Spike down, attacker
Vic.
spawn.
Okay, buddy, no spike for you. Maybe a free kill. Please, please finish the job. Oh, God.
Look away, look away.
It was just a classic, guys. Avert your eyes.
That wasn't the one we cared about. This next one, this is the big one. It's worth pointing out, too, I feel like. Haven's been a map that C9 have shied away from a little bit. If they can make it to map 3, Pearl, that's one G2 have lost a couple times in a row. C9 have been looking extremely hot on. Just think back to their match against Furia for sure. When I eye this series, I kind of need them to take Icebox. This was their pick coming into today. Just another map they're trying to add to their pool, but we'll see if B is a better look for them this time around.
ME wanted to show everything they have, try and know what's good heading into playoffs. That's why it's been a bit of a humbling coming from G2.
Poison's off.
C9 love buying their regen shields, but against the Outlaw, they've respected it. 3 members bought full shield here.
Yeah, G2 threw that wall up, and C9 actually not even waiting it out. They've gotten through the Viper Orb, gotten through the wall, now some spam, that's the Outlaw dealt with. And they can keep trying to push forward into this site space.
2 players just on the other side of the wall from G2.
Oxy. Oh, Oxy, he's getting
going
cute
for
with
it.
it.
Pushing in, util in hand for Jojimo. What timing does he pick? Here's the drone coming through, looking every which way. A dizzy in his face, a swing from John. It's over for young Oxy. 4v4 now. Zeppa stuck in a tough position here, but C9, they've bought a lot of time, and they'll fall back into deeper post-plant positions. But in comes the util. The forces from G2. Can C9 win out in the team fight? They need it now. The trades have to come through as Jaw begins to hold the Cove in play, and Valorant, he's holding it alone in net. Too late, too long gone. The defuse is in. G2, they win the bonus.
Oh dear, it's falling apart. I mean, Oxy is just getting owned by utility. He finds this timing up into heaven, and then it's the Teo drone that spots him out. Then Jogamo comes in, takes him down.
Stunned, slung by 2 players.
I mean, let's talk about the work that Jaw did in that round, because it's also Wingman defusing the spike. This late wrap doesn't work because G2 are able to get on the spike way faster than they'd be able to do with any other agents.
That combo, the Cove and the Wingman, put so much pressure on any team trying to hold down the spike, and you kind of, I think, saw the lack of that in the first half for C9. They never were able to have someone on the spike before they were already kind of deep in the brawls. Not the case for G2, at least in that round.
It's really interesting watching G2 play this map again, because I'm trying to remember like what this map actually looked like for them last year.
I mean, last time they played G2, they were blocking Reyna on Oxy.
Yeah, I mean, the C9 comp was wild back then, but G2 playing just a Teo instead of the Sova. But I feel like the way Jogmo has been playing has kind of changed how this comp operates for me. He's been super active on the attacking side. You saw that in all of their post-plant situations, but
Oxy played so safe when he was on the Gecko this map. Like, he was
Icy
full, yeah, sorry, Icy. The other three-letter young duelist player.
Oxy was the Reyna on C9. It's two-letter team name as well. There's too many of them. But all things considered, C9 now forced to buy down a few Guardians to work with. They were able to get the spike on the ground, and honestly, I think everything kind of worked. It was just their forward player getting taken down, also going through the late rewrap. Not sure if I'm such a fan of that versus the Wingman. Some slight adjustments could give C9 a shot, assuming they're able to turn this round into something.
KO drone spots out a couple players over towards B. That'll draw at least 2 more reinforcements headed this way.
I like having Trent in this position too. He can sort of take a shot, throw down the stun, have your teammate swing off from sight. But G2 quick to fall off the early angles. This is worth pointing out, C9, 4 light armors and Jogmo with an outlaw. So post-plant could be brutal for C9, or if they move back into Jaw in the mid-round.
Either way, though, if they hit back into A, it's Killjoy util, it's Jogmo holding that space. And no matter what happens here, VALORANT has an ultimate for the retake.
Oh, C9 are going to try and sell an A fake here. Making a lot of noise going through mid. Now they'll have the Harbor to maybe even throw the ultimate in here. Send Harbor and the Jet into the A site while they slip into B. But it activates too quickly.
And that re-clear is too perfect from Jonah. Now they're using the ult. Is this still a fake? The spike is practically alone back towards B. They're all the way into the site here.
Where are we
going?
I'm not quite sure, but Leaf got a kill with a Nano Swarm on A.
And C9 are now trying to amble into B with 20 seconds left.
Leaf hears all of this? Like, this round is just a disaster from Cloud9.
It's cooked. 10 seconds. 4 players here ready to stop the plant. You better save. Make the economic choice. They're doing it. G2 make it to 12.
I mean, look, Mimi, I don't hate the call for C9 to try and fake a site hit, especially when the original intent was to actually send the Jet in.
You need to know how someone died to the molly on A.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't want to know. My big gripe in that round is that your back yellow player can't be dying there. The B players from C9 had to be completely silent on that side of the map. Otherwise, it just falls apart, especially if you're dying. It's just not going to happen.
8 rounds in a row, unanswered for G2.
Let's choke them.
Okay.
Wasn't for you.
Interesting comms from Viper is all I'm going to say. C9 will be moving back towards A, where for a moment Jogmo was considering buying an operator. He ended up selling it. He's being a good little boy on the Gecko. Still, G2 have 4 players ready on the retake. They pushed Jonah P all the way through B. G2 have full knowledge of this site hit about to come in.
Jogmo falls away from the upper angle. And the cavalry is ready to go.
Oh,
full flood out from heaven with the Harbor ult.
The second the spike is planted, I think. Yep, there we go.
Missiles, ultimate, everything headed on in.
There's goop in everyone's eyes.
C9 don't even get to plant.
There's my buddy.
They don't even get to play Mimi, I don't think.
50 seconds already, and look where Jonah P is.
Yeah, he's been pushed up here the whole round, just waiting for C9 to get cold feet and rotate back into him. Now we've had the second Harbor wall come up. When that goes down, the gas is going to be able to go up again. C9 are not getting into sight unless they risk it all and push through.
30 seconds left.
Feels like we are just bowling towards a bit of a massacre on this
Not
site.
the goop again.
C9 get a lucky kill, net on the spam. Oxy trades positively, but Leaf, trying to hold the line, can't actually achieve his job. And suddenly, this round flipped on its head. A 1v2 for Jonah P.
Zeppa on 5 HP though. Mitch with a Bulldog.
They're not considering the flank just yet, finally. Mitch will turn back.
But they're separating.
On high, Jonah spotted. A reposition from Zeppa is good. And time. Not a lot of it left for Jonah. Spike not planted for them though. First tap, double swing, and the dink, not enough to win the round.
C9 have 6 HP across 2 players to win that round. But
Not
what
even
did they do?
close.
It was down to the wire. I think, yeah, that dart landing on Jogmo saved this round for Cloud9. Because I think the other 3 players from C9 had all been hit by the Dizzy. So if they're not able to scale up quickly on Jaw, Jaw brings in his teammates. The crossfires would have been too much. Now C9 finally stepping into a round with some heavy armors, with a couple of ultimates, but now it's time for Jogmo to pick up that off.
Get out of my way!
He's back Raptor with it for now.
Spotted one. And here's the operator on Jojimo as well.
Dude, how are we just always getting up into B main? G2 allowing Jonah P to get active so they can hard stack into A.
Jonah loves long walks on the B side.
Oh, Jaw. Are we really going for this?
He's sticking around. Runs away and actually knows the timing perfectly.
Not even close. I mean, still, C9 will be able to plant the spike. Even as G2 try to flood on in here. The missiles coming on through. Jaw, this Stark as well, not finding anything so far.
Net's in a devious spot. But G2 still have a lot of forces to win this retake. And Trent's already got the kill. Vic up top though. That's a great shot from him and time being bought. G2 though, arriving in force and trading out on this site. They leave it down to the IGL, but there's so much facing against him. And G2 back on Icebox for the first time this year. Sure up the map, 13-5.
Look at little bro defusing that thing, just too calm with it. Great opening map there from G2. Coming into this one undefeated and looking to go out of groups with a 5-0 record. 13-5 against C9 to kick it off on their map pick. Certainly the way to do it, Mimi.
It's nice to see Leaf back on this map. I feel like he's always been such a good player on Icebox.
On any map,
his
really,
defense.
but especially Icebox.
I would agree with that statement, but G2 looking strong here. For C9, that was their map choice. Puts him in a bit of a tough position for the rest of this series.
Just going back through some of these moments, I mean, G2 sort of had C9's number from the get-go. C9 kept trying to go on defense for these fast floods on out, but every single post plant was just going G2's way, fighting up really actively.
Yeah, Jojimo winning out in every one of these first engagements. G2, they look strong. It's 13-5 to start out this series, but there's more to come as G2 grab the ball on Haven. Up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
waiting for the first wave of util to flood back out, but Valorant's just ready!
Valen! Prize able to find one, but Vic fighting like a hellion on this side! What an ace out of nowhere, Vic!
I'm here with Josh RT before map 2. You bring out a new composition for Icebox, and it just looks like the team can play anything. Talk to me what that is like. What's that about?
It's honestly like a dream come true as a coach. Like, I demand flexibility from the players, and we got players that are flexible. They enjoy trying to play new comps and trying to like put the opponents on their like on the wrong read and just have them adapt to us. So it's nice to have a comp that just like surprises the other team.
Do you feel like you can put them on anything and they'll go out there and prosper?
Yeah, within reason. I think you still need a few scrims to get them like under control a little bit, but yeah.
Awesome insight. Thanks, Josh. Good luck in the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, this wasn't just the first time we've seen this composition on Icebox. This was the first time in competitive Valorant we got to see the composition G2 was playing. So obviously, Cloud9, they had to figure out what to do against it.
Yeah, and I think they did struggle in those first few rounds, especially, in the later half of the attack side. You know, playing against a comp like that where there is no duelist, they're going to be taking a bit slower, but they have so much util to be able to do that. In their execs, they constantly had like first wave, second wave into a post plant, which still had so much valuable util. You know, all the mollies. I think they had 4 mollies. Yeah. 4 mollies plus the tail utils, which is missiles, all things like that.
That's the thing, too. If you want to piggyback on the util, you look at this composition overall, and you're like, hey, they're not playing a Sova. How do you actually stop players at getting information on defense trying to push forward at that spot? Already with a Teo coming in, it replaces this recon dart, shock dart, and also Viper combination to stop player from moving towards the orb. So they have great phase 1, kind of like a cruise style, to take control of pipes at the very beginning. Then you have the good old classic G2 rounds where they're going to slow things down. They're going to try to find the information, manipulate the map, utilize Valen's big brain to really call out the second wave of how they want to re-hit, and they did that perfectly. Yes, it came like huge battles in between from like these retakes from C9, but overall still look pretty good on this new approach that we saw from G2.
No, for sure. And even like you could say that there's like a lack of the Sova, but the Teo replaces that.
Exactly, yeah.
You honestly don't need to know where they are if you're already canceling out all the positions that they could be in with the missiles, with the mollies, everything like that. Like every basic angle that, you know, you see normal like oppers peeking on defense Icebox was pushed out, mollied out, missiled out.
That's a great point. I feel that's something that was missing from C9. Maybe trying to get Oxy on that op line with the generator in the first place, right? And I felt like it was also a good job by G2 to keep that economy very low against Cloud9 when they took the attack side. And once you see this composition that comes out of G2 that has no duelists, it's because they have a Gecko. So you could just have your wingmen throw forward into a plant where they want it at a default spot or at the top of the A site. And you could have just players behind, guns out, getting ready to trade out against the wingman. And then all that post-plant utility that's still available, refreshable as well with the Teo. It's still very good on paper of what this composition could bring.
I want to talk more about the Teo because we were hitting on that obviously heading into this match that we've seen a trend exclusively playing Teo, and he's not stopping now, and he's still putting up those numbers even in a very unconventional composition.
Yeah, no, I guess Teo can really be used on every map, and I can't wait to go home and see Instalock Teos on every single map in ranked. It'll be so fun.
Yeah, we've seen it work for a couple of teams before in the past as well on this map. The MEA is using some Teo as well, but just Trent himself has been a saving grace also for G2. Maybe he's not going to be putting up those big numbers on this map, at least that we know Trent could usually do, especially when he plays a Sova. But there was 2 crucial rounds coming out from Trent that saved it over for the side of G2, simply because he stayed alive, simply because he had salvos up, simply because he even had Armageddon when it was like a 3 versus 1, and he delays enough to allow G2 to win off time and also break the economy of C9. I think that was around 7 or 8, something like that, when you tried to go for that retake on the side of C9. And Trent, again, just a thorn on the side of C9.
Absolutely. I'm excited though. I mean, obviously this Icebox was Cloud9's map pick. Now we're heading into Haven. We will be talking about that in just a little bit. But first, we're heading over back to Imi and Riff and hear what he has to say ahead of this next map.
I'm here with Imi ahead of map 2. You're going to G2's pick, but looking at Icebox, what was preventing the team from getting going there? And what would you like to see change the most going into game 2?
I mean, it's like the third time we played these now. It's the same story. G2 win games before the other team's even connected to the server because they just get so much respect. That's what I just told them. No matter what happens when we go into the next one, we don't show them respect. If they try to take somewhere, we fight them for it. And stop just giving them space for free.
All right, Imi, thanks for the insight. Good luck.
That was a little scary.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love that.
Confidence you have to have because we're heading to Haven. Haven, a map that G2 is still undefeated on. And Glad9 just recently lost it against MIBR.
Yeah, exactly. And for this map, Haven is a composition that's very standard as well for C9 unless they come up with something new. But a Breach Silva with a Jet, and that's perfect for them wanting to fight as much as they want against G2, hopefully following the game plan of Vimy here.
G2 has been playing exactly the same composition every time they went to Haven. You expect them to have a little bit of a switch up here too, or no more surprises?
I mean, they like I said, they're undefeated. I don't think they're going to switch anything up, but I think this could be a map where C9 could, bring themselves back into this if they follow what their coach is saying. Don't respect them at all. Take the space that you want. Take the fights that you want. I think, C9 could bring it through.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a lot of tape on G2 as they have been playing that map quite a lot, and they always play the same composition. So maybe they cooked something up to counter that. We'll find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Well, we're about to get into map 2 of this series. G2, they were dominant to start on Icebox, and it doesn't feel that different going into Haven, because this is a map that they are yet to lose this year, and we're C9. I mean, they've been good on it. They are coming off a loss, but it was against MIBR, who I think did beat G2 on this map as well.
I appreciate the things you're saying, right? They make
I'm saying a lot
logical
of
sense.
things,
They
yes.
make logical sense. But to me, it does feel different because Imi just rolled up on the stage after giving a pep talk to his team saying, don't respect G2 at all. So, okay, I want to see what C9 come in with here. Obviously, the comps, it's going to be the normal stuff. Nothing's going to change there. But an attitude shift from C9, I could certainly get behind.
Do you believe in the vibe shift? Will it work to just disrespect G2?
Whoa. I never said it was going to work, maybe. I never once claimed that. But it could.
It could.
And that's the beautiful thing.
A lot of things could work.
Right? Like eggs and mustard. Could that work?
Probably not.
I think that could work.
Probably not. Stick to Cholula, buddy.
The Lorax and VCT. It works.
That
it
one does
works.
work.
We've got the Lorax in the crowd.
They are here today. But no surprise to C9 go back to the default comp that they've been playing on this map. I want to see more from Oxy this game. He had a bit of a rough one on Icebox. He was getting kind of bullied by utility. When we switch to defense, I need to see an AWP in his hands early. That's such a win con for them when they play this map.
Yep. Abuse of verticality, abuse those lines. Big time. But we are going to be heading on into Haven here. Oxy's kicking things off with the Sheriff.
If G2 win this map, they're your #1 seed out of their group. They'd be just a match away from Toronto. And it's a fight in mid to start. Jaw, not fast enough to TP out, but the trade, it's good from Jonah P, and things stay even in the 4v4.
Seen G2 run rounds like this a few times. The buddy system now parallel backside, but already Leaf trying to assist out on this fight. C9 destroy G2 on the B site.
I mean, they took Imi's word for it. Straight up disrespecting to be on this pistol round. G2 might just do the same, flooding back through this smoke already, picking up 2 kills and evening out this round. They'll wrap around together. But Oxy, he's playing the same game of chicken. Net spotted out, shots whiffing, but Oxy, he's got his teammates back. And now it comes down to the Teo himself, a 1v2, but missiles. If he susses Net out in this corner, the missiles could be deadly.
he's a knower.
And it's perfect. Net, doesn't matter, amid the fire, still gets his kill.
I want to see the reaction on Net there. This guy has been popping off the last few weeks. Now going up against the team that dropped him a year ago. Kicking off Pistol in a big way. I mean, this round, you talk about no respect. No smoke on A-Link. We're jumping into backside. No problem from C9. Still, it's that there. Swinging through it.
Go, dude.
Getting the job done. Okay, a little bit more strained out of Net. Keeping it calm.
Let's go.
But he'll eat up. Don't you worry.
C9 won their pistol round in the first half of Icebox as well, so another good start at the beginning of a map.
Little 1-2 setup from G2 here. Jump on through.
I love how often Giacomo uses his TPs for scouting.
Giacomo as a Sova drone.
Poor drone is a little lower on health because of it. Exec is getting stalled for a moment. That should give some time for a couple players to flood in, and Noxy, okay. Running gun, double with the stinger. Not a care in the world.
I'm telling you, it's the vibe shift. The disrespect, full running gun, okay. We'll see if this maintains round 3, round 4.
Sure.
That's where, you know, things might level
tougher
out.
to just run it down every round.
For sure. I also want to see how G2 continue to play here. If it's going to be more of, you know, an A default setup. That round, they're using the stun and missile immediately into the lobby space. A lot of times, G2 will just elect to hold on to their breach stun, be able to run trap plays. If you ever try to speed up on them, either into the A side or into garage, and sort of position Jonah P.
I don't fear no man.
There you go. That's the aggression.
And it's going to be quick again. Ready for a pop towards C.
But G2 are just going to play full retake here. Again, Jonah P didn't actually use the stun into the A space. They're droning it now. G2 taking their sweet time, making sure there's not going to be any lurks coming in on that side of the map before gearing up for this C space.
C9 want to fight into garage. And they're successful for one, actually trading out favorably.
Very nice.
They won't hold on to the space for too long, instead getting back into the site, and the missiles in their face become a problem, but the flash to fight is good, and C9! Excellence in the brawl. A bonus round converted, and they are taking Imi's words to heart.
I love it. I love it. And look, that round, it's not even just like blatant disrespect, it's just realizing that G2, they're playing full retake, right? There's no pressure coming in from G2 once C9 get themselves on the site. So instead of falling back to playing offside, playing long, playing time, etc., no, they fight into the garage space. It's a great timing taken by Ned on the Cypher to pinch into garage.
Nice. Oh, bro, let's go.
Deal with that player and just sort of stop G2 before they can gear up for that 5-player retake.
G2 on an eco round.
Time to jump.
Jaw 0 for 3 to start this game, trying to make something happen with his signature bucket.
Make it sound like he struck out 3 times.
Could put it that way.
Having a tough one. But again, like G2, they're going to play the C retake. This is something that G2 will do a lot, I feel like, when they are playing much heavier over towards A, is that their weak side of the map just becomes a Vise util farm. Unless they start preempting the rotates with Yoru TPs, they're not going to be here to instantly snap on the retake.
I'm waiting for the team that comes up with like a shock dart lineup to deal with that thorn that G2 is always kind of putting up on the wall there towards the long.
Yeah, the boosted one is so cringe. Why does it work like that? No one really knows. There's the missile combo though.
Traded out nicely. G2, okay. Jojo gets one with the pistol. Could this get dangerous? Surely not. C9 spraying down. They'll hold the funnel strong. And only one member lost on their route to 4-0.
And look, C9, yeah, that's a anti-eco there coming in. But now they've got some serious ultimates, right? Breach ult to get into a site. Oxy has the knives if he wants as well. Not that G2 are so far behind, but C9 can keep this ball rolling. And I think if they realize that they're hitting into the weak side again for G2, there's options where they can just hold the breach ult for the post plant and keep fighting actively into garage and C-Link.
Similar setup to the pistol round for G2.
Yeah, pistol, it was 2 garage, 2B. This time 3B with that fault line setup on back site just to go off the contact. Can also respond to where Valen is in garage pretty quickly.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder, Valen cannot avoid that one. He's launched straight into the air. And it's easy pickings for Mitch. That's the ultimate.
The pinch though.
Oh,
look at this.
The util combo.
Yeah, G2 stepping out of front B, forcing the players into that line. Still a jet here, but Trent is here way quicker. There's no way Oxy is expecting it. Now G2 with numbers.
Still, the site will be taken for Cloud9, but G2, they're going to be really fast to work back through this. Smoke fading towards spawn, Leaf ready on the duel. And now C9 have to try and find some fight. Jajimo is teleported into the site. No one was looking at him, and Jajimo takes control. Hell of a TP to take from Jaw.
Okay, Jaw. Want to see that one more time? G2 had the numbers. And what a good call from them, again, by having 3 players in mid. See how much more responsive they are when the C hit comes in. Because it's the opening pick from Cloud9, but the blast coming into the Taeho ult into this. Flashing himself into the corner with his teammates coming on through too. That was nice from G2.
Lorax is loving that round. G2 finally on the board this game. And they're gonna have some ults to start to snowball this, but so too have Cloud9 earn theirs.
Nowhere to run.
Oh, the Sova ult.
Already. Pretty much blind, I think, just off a dart there, and it's not gonna find anything.
Uh-oh. Look at the player in the corner there. Oxy double! Not gonna go up into heaven, but still Leaf is waiting in the corner on short.
And he's gone already. Oxy spinning around again! Finds 3 kills this round! And as soon as you think that G2 are taking control, C9 answer back.
It's really nice calling from C9. Just the round before, they realized G2 had moved into a new default setup, which is going to be much more about playing for the mid space and responding across the map. So they don't even hesitate, even going into the Vise. Flying into this site, quick reactions from Oxy. I mean, it wouldn't work if Oxy wasn't hitting those shots, let's be clear.
Let's go, baby. No,
G2
man.
called their first stun out of this map. I think their first stun out of the series. To try and stem the bleeding here, now down 5-1.
I mean, look, G2, they've got 4 ultimates, but they've got absolutely no money. I still think G2 would be well served to continue playing around the mid space and responding into A. I think, honestly, they just had a tough round and got diffed a little bit by Oxy. Could maybe put a little bit more into the A lobby early on if they wanted to set up a Yoru teleport, so, you know, Jaw could actually play into A long with stun as an option and reset into mid faster, and that would sort of stall out C9 from going for these immediate A pops like last round.
One thing for G2 is, unlike other teams that play the Breach this map, they're oftentimes prioritizing saving Jonah's stun for later round Taeho missile combos instead of like using it off the rip to take a lobby like a lot of teams do. He's very disciplined about that, but because of that, I mean, C9 has managed to just kind of contact into a lobby in a lot of rounds here.
I think what G2 can do is have it out if someone is playing for A long and off contact with the stun, but coming in on the eco for G2, it will just be a full empty A site.
Yeah, and they're going back to the well on C. A lot of C9 fans here today.
Stun missiles out into this grass space. Almost got a stinger. And I mean, if he can cheese a kill.
I think he might just have a chance. Smoke out. Goodbye, Vic. Where's that? Phone going back towards spawn. But it's a fight on the site that's more important for the moment. An alt rip for Jonah.
What am I looking at?
Can't see a thing. He's stuck in the smoke, but his teammates are dying around him. And now another ultimate used. It's Jojimo. Clearing space back down long. He spots out 2. 1 flash in. A second. Ready to follow. Jojimo. A stinger in hand, but disciplined still. He doesn't overcommit this one. C9 look for a different option.
Yeah, I mean, if C9 were to sprint back to A, there's still a teleport back in spawn. The Taeho rotating over 2. So I like C9 slowing the round down and creeping back into mid. Realizing that might be where the gap is because they saw all the Vise util towards C. Vise is now dead, so B is the immediate answer for them.
And they've solved it correctly. But there's going to be a fight towards lane. Jaw walking in, back's turned, but the Sting is not the weapon for the job. Trent has to do it. Sheriff in hand! Oh, he almost had that! Now it's a 1v1. Breach against Breach.
The only advantage is going to be Mitch having the stun in the post plant. He can retreat to long or even use this to reposition. Now he can be anywhere in the mind of Jonah P.
Where does Jonah think to look? Slowly clearing out the site. Mitch is tucked all the way back in long. Jonah has his stun online, but time working against him. A stun in the corner. A push coming in. Jonah not gonna have the chance to even get a brawl here. Mitch is so far back in the time. Mitch has played it perfectly. Jonah, he'll find the kill, but he's not gonna win this round.
Wow, that was almost the chance for G2 to sneak back into the game.
And they used 2 ults to lose that round. Rolling Thunder, Yoru ult. The 2 best ults they have are gone.
Definitely the best 2 ults they had. That is unfortunate. Well played for Mitch there. You know, after 7 rounds of C9 playing super confident, you know, running, sprinting at the enemy, he's like, no, I'll play time. That's fine. That's fine by me. I'm here to win the round. Exactly what he did. Now it looks like G2 are going to be shifting back into that a lobby control breach setup for a fault line if they want. And actually, C9 once again moving back towards C.
A judge in the Blade Storm for Oxy.
There's a Vise wall here, though. C9 aren't playing a Yoru or anything like that, so they got to do a little bit more work to clear that out.
Still, Vic can always TP. Oxy has a dash as well.
True. A lot of times you'll just see Oxy send his way into the site anyways. They bank on him to find the opener. Buy time for the rest of the team to come in behind the wall.
Same here. Oxy's on his way, but the counter flash catches him. G2, escape, flooding back in. That's the Blade Storm gone, but Net on the lurk has a chance. He's successful with a kill onto Jonah, but the ult starts to fly, and G2 reassert control of backside, leaving Zeppa on an island, stuck with a shorty and a hand. Gets at least 1. And now a 3v3. It's a fight in Garage, and C9 have support available again.
Net's been on fire this round, but it all turns to Trent. The only player for G2 on site, not hit by the stun, but doesn't connect.
All missiles away.
Stalls out the plant with the missiles.
Really, he's just trying to buy time for Jog mode. Drone into Garage is going to let Jog creep in here. We're now down to 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Mitch has a fault line back, ready to go. Jaw finds the opener, it's 2-on-2.
Has a clone, sends it through Garage and regroups with his teammate. The clone, though, sticks, doesn't find its mark, and flooding through. Trent goes down, it's Jaw. We need all 3 kills to save this round. And it's a 1v1 against the rookie. Spots him, just on the edge, but Vic! He's so good in these late rounds.
Vic has been on fire this stage. Stepping up in a big way for Cloud9. And there, taking down G2 Star. It came again in one of these really chaotic rounds, right? Like C9 trying to get very aggro, G2 going for this late pinch into Garage. But I think for me, what's working for C9A this round, Net's lurk into mid. He saw the Vise utility, the Vise wall set up on C, so he takes that very quick timing, front B, to look for the lurk.
Let's go! Fucking dogs, let's go!
Okay!
Oxy's saying what he's feeling.
I respect that.
And you know what? That's the level of don't respect your enemies that I think Emmy intended when he gave them the pep talk between maps.
Here's the thing, you give carte blanche to Oxy and Vic, you know those guys are going to be popping off like that.
Carte blanche? I didn't know you could speak French.
Not quite.
She's fluent up here. Wow. I don't think anyone was expecting this.
In 1/2 for G2, how often do you see that?
On their defensive side, don't forget, like G2 is a team that is significantly better on defense than they are in attack. Like this is a team that just destroys you. It feels like you have no options really when you're trying to attack into them. Yet C9, consistently, apart from round 5, those C hits have been working. They've done a great job of eating up G2 ultimates as well. And yeah, chat seems to agree that Vic is the GOAT. True. I didn't know we had that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're in the future. G2 in a lobby fight. Haven't seen many of these. It's not going to be the brawl. Instead, they choose to play it more as a trap.
The spot from Jonah.
Oh, it's beautiful. They've caught on to 2. Xenon trying to work through the smoke with the pistols. They ring through. 4-2 is how it ends after the trades. And C9's still going to go for it. Zeppa!
Oh, man.
Deleted.
What a cool play, Vic. Paranoid out, trying to run to the site, but how often do you see a thrifty round like that where the low buy team wins in 20 seconds?
And they win every duel at range, literally.
Unreal. No, the difference there is Jonah P's position. It's very rare you'll see a breach actually sneak into that corner with fault line available. And it only works if G2 high roll. If it is going to be C9 moving into this long space.
I mean, that's a crazy read, because pretty much every round C9 is either opened like heavy mid or into these just like straight up C hits. They're never really going for A long plays, and G2 just had the right read.
G2 now leave that A side and play into their mid space early. Last time Jogamo went flying up into grass. How's the Stinger fought into spawn this time? Repositions on an off angle just outside double doors.
Does Drone catch him here? It will, and he's forced to TP away.
Looks to me like C9 want to accelerate into A, and this drone shouldn't find anyone. We're calming that we hear it. No, we're not. So we're showing that Vic's on that space, but it doesn't matter because Oxy's already in the site.
That he is, but he's stuck in the thorns in the ultimate. It doesn't matter.
Not
Okay,
again.
Oxy, through every piece of utility, he comes out the victor. Leaf, though, this is his site, and he's not gonna let any man have it. Oxy, maybe the only one to try and find a rebuttal, but he's gone too. And Net, it's a hopeless task. G2 back in this game.
That there might have been a round where C9's aggro bit them a little bit. Oxy goes flying into the site, finds that first kill, and G2's guy didn't even have a gun out in his hand, but the Heaven Smoke wasn't in just yet. I'm not sure if it was on cooldown or if Vic was just slow, because he also didn't have the CT smoke going down when Oxy was up there and fighting. Seems like it might have been just a little bit rushed from C9.
Amy's not happy about it. He's gonna immediately slam the timeout button.
It's like, respect them, guys, respect them. The immediate flip-flop. Maybe not. It's been working for C9. And again, if we could rewind and actually see the utility, maybe there's a more sensible explanation for what the delay on the smokes is gonna be. Oh wait, no! Did Vic actually get pinged? Because I know Vic got seen by the Tejo drone. He might have been
pinged by it.
I'm not sure.
He could have been suppressed.
If he was suppressed, then that makes the site hit even more surprising. All things considered, that would explain why he didn't press his abilities. I don't know. Someone out there knows already.
Some VOD Andy's already rewound.
Can we get Twitch chat back? Maybe they'll tell us. It's like screaming at us like it's so obvious. No rewind button up here.
7-3 now. C9 trying to wrangle back control of this half. The weaponry, not great in this one.
And G2 have those ultimates coming online. The ults they kind of wasted back on the pistol round. But we saw Trent with that ulti doing a brilliant util dump with the Breach Blast in Garage previously. Now C9 geared up to attack on the low buy into A once more.
Jaw finds an off angle in long.
Yeah, this will be a little annoying. So right now, C9 put down this top C smoke to try and threaten they could be creeping up behind it. This lurk smoke also allows them to cross into the space. But because G2 are playing actively around A,
Hold on, Lee gets caught out by the stun. Jojimo, he's going in, he's sending it forward, but runs out of bullets, it seems, doesn't have a chance to get that second kill. And C9 might have a chance to win an eco of their own.
Still, Trent does have that ultimate. Zeppa, the only one upgraded into a rifle so far.
Tripwire towards spawn. Interesting Astro Wall.
Just to cut up the site. Deal with these Hell players on their own.
Great util. So G2, they have the first half of space so long as they can kill Vic, and he's still causing problems. One kill found on the other side of the wall. Net's ready for Valorant, and he dips through to safety. Just on the other side. This round should be over. 1 versus 3. Jonah P, no chance. It's 8-3 C9.
Well,
win it on the Thrifty.
Well. We've had quite a few of these Thrifties. Or very near round stolen away. It feels like C9 aren't even choosing to play mid rounds. It's just full steam ahead. Heads more often than not. And you can see once you deal with those Hell players, that's where all of a sudden, oh, that Astro Wall a little bit harder to work back in. Didn't have all the utility they needed to get through those angles either.
Lots of ults for C9.
Glass op for Jaw.
I know
And it's gone already.
Just got destroyed.
There's the first one of those used. Full info going the way of Cloud9.
Jaw thinks he can do that because the last round, C9 had 5 players, and they took their sweet time lurking past the Cypher Cage. This time, Net just sent it.
Leaf has a nice reposition in this corner. A stun ready to support. Off his contact. used by both teams now.
We are breach stunning our lurk into the A site, pulling an ultimate while execing Z.
But Valen is still here. He's holding alone, not for long. Oxy shuts him out of this round. And now a 4v3, a kill in mid from C9. They have outplayed G2.
Oh man, now our breach becomes the mid lurk to find a kill. Leaf has pushed out A, so yeah, maybe he finds something, but the reposition for Mitch, as a matter of fact, is almost unclearable. C9 are ulting the enemy spawn, they're droning their own, yet somehow Leaf has snuck in this no, shut up.
Please no. Oh, he's got it down to 1. The ultimate popped, but where is Vic? He TP'd across, takes down Trent, and now it's only Leaf to make this happen, but this time it's gone. Seemed like there might have been shenanigans. Oh, doesn't matter in the end, and Vic finally wrangles the aim.
What a crazy round. Vic claims the Red Bull clutch, but that was just some wild macro out of C9. I love those looks where it's a fake hit, but you're actually sending someone in with the Cypher there. And by showing the body behind the stun, it pulls the breach ult, or the tail ult. They think everyone's in there.
This was just a round of weird fights. Yeah. Back and forth across the way, but that's 9-3 in the half. C9 looking dominant to start Haven.
How is this guy here? How is he right next to me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
G2 have only suffered 2 map losses this stage, but the road to a flawless group is never easy, and now facing down the barrel of a 9-3 half would have to pull off a massive comeback to end this without having to head to Pearl.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do here. Of course, you know, on defense, they didn't really get what they wanted. Those fast plays from C9 were certainly disruptive, but not as easy for C9 to replicate that success now, switching sides, and G2 with a Yoru to deal with, you know, send clones and deal with trips and stuff. G2 have a lot of options to play much slower rounds than we saw from C9 and still find success.
And it is a bit slower to start this one. Taking control in A lobby. Probably just looking to re-exec here.
Yeah, C9 playing pretty full retake over towards A. Can rotate over and flood in if they find the timing, which they should be able to. Hold on. Teleport in backside. Look at that spam from Zeppa.
Nearly kills Valen. Shock darts. Oxy into this site. Paranoid up. Blinded by every bit of utility, but his teammates do well to trade things back, and C9 looking perfect on this retake. Only one man left. Leaf. In what's become a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, 1v3, last map, that was another day at the office. 1v4, that's OT. I don't know. I don't know if he's got it.
Vic is low, but surely it should just be 4 members swinging him at once and putting an end to this one. That's 2, but the support's there. Don't get excited too soon.
I gotta commend C9 sort of flooding into the site there. Think back to Icebox. Every single round they're trying to flood back in on defense. They're just getting stuffed completely. But there, the follow-up behind Oxy was great. Yeah, he gets flashed out. He falls when he's dropping down into the site. But Vic and Mitch are swinging out behind him, cleaning up what he could.
Nice! Let's go, bro. Let's go. Let's go, man.
G2, they won a lot of ecos in the first half, and they're forcing into 4 Stingers and Ares as well to try and win this one. Make or break on Haven, and Oxy's already found the opening kill. He's just sending it. Oxy, no one's watching him. No one's stopping him. This round is already done. Leaf in another impossible situation, and Oxy's hungry. 4 kills. And C9, that might just lock up the map.
Yeah, Oxy means business up there. Just destroying him with the Guardian. There's light armors, that's double body shot kills on everyone. Yeah, easy one, double body shot.
It's rare you make Jojimo look silly. Told him out his flash in the corner.
Because there's 3 players in front of him that died. Just like, wait a second, I thought I had bodies in front of me. They're just all lying on the floor.
After a rough map 1, Oxy topping the server here on Haven.
Time to jump.
Another force from G2. Good missiles to push these players out of window, but it's really just about getting the insert now for Jaw. Dart doesn't see him, oh dear. Oh dear. Well, now the macro of the round could fall apart from C9. No Sova means no active information that they can gain. You also have the Vise that's been left as a garage insert. The G2, after showing the presence into A, are going to come back into it. It's all on Oxy with the C-long creep down that can sort of be the knife in the side of G2.
Okay, this is a little dangerous now. Oxy, good for it on C.
He's got to be good for more than that, though.
3 players facing him. That's 1, but no more to come for Oxy. At least he's put his team in a winnable position for the 2 versus 3.
Keep your eyes on, actually, Vic taking this timing into sight, but also Jaw going for the late wrap, a timing to be found, but I don't think he's favored on this one. Mitch, just don't start running. Don't start running and keep your gun out.
Vic, 1v3, reposition up top. But no tap, no one's gonna swing. Missiles, a pull, everything but the kitchen sink headed his way. And G2, this is their round.
Cutting through.
At least 4 in this game.
Right back into it. That's kind of like G2's signature move, I think, on the attack side of Haven as well, is that quick garage control, leave a player, maybe not always in window, but under window, right outside the doors, and then move back into the A space. That's how they make up for the fact they don't have the same explosivity of a jet dashing into a site. They try to punish you in this mid space when you overcommit on the rotates.
Jojimo has his ultimate up.
Beautiful.
Where is he headed here? Stinger in hand, starts towards mid.
Yeah, just ready if there is that early mid aggression to fight back into it.
Oh, this is a very good position from Oxy. Bladestorm up and down goes the most important man for G2 in this round. Oxy wants more though. This is one hungry boy. He's heading back in. No, Blades, no problem. He'll dip away. Does he even want to stick around for another chance? He doesn't care.
The spam from his B player, Mitch, both saves him and nets a kill. Now, yeah, sure, Leafs come into the site, but you see where Zeppa's playing. It's just full A contained. Flork isn't going to be able to go any deeper than it is now. Question is, do they clear this spot?
There. Mitch might just walk into him. It's all about the timing, and Mitch, he's so ready.
Yeah, pulls the stun out of Jonah P as well, so this round is slipping away from G2.
Yeah, Oxy's already up on the flank. 2 versus 5. Ooh, that was nearly a freebie, but the shoulder tucks in, and C9 flawlessly make their way to map point.
So he said that garage attack from G2 the previous round was their signature move. How do you beat that? Some mid aggro, right? You fight them before they get in that position. You blow up the round yourselves. It's exactly what C9 managed to do. I think it's only happened a couple of times this game, but when G2 sort of play this trump card against C9 that wins a round and breaks the macro plan of C9, C9 immediately going to the next round have the right reaction. We saw that on defense, now we're seeing it on the attack, or on the defense.
Nice play. Let's go.
Your sign's upside down, buddy.
Yeah.
Gotta flip that.
Someone in there should tell him.
Here's that your rule we talked about last round. This time used off the rip. It'll coincide with the Teo drone backside.
Oh, I don't like your odds here, Net, but he's trying to get back into it.
Flashed up, Jajima keeps the pressure on and keeps these players out of C for now. Thorns now placed down on the choke. That'll allow the plant.
And Leaf will have the ultimate in the post plant too, so options to rip that fight into C-Link now. Here we go.
It's the Stingers against what have just become pistols. Deep Thorns used. A shorty for Oxy. Just saying hello to old Jajimo as Valen takes his timing through Garage. And now finally C9 get to group up. They get to make a go of this retake in somewhat even ground, but Valen trying to hold on to this line, needs to help out his teammates, but everyone's blind. And C9, they'll get on this defuse, but the missiles are coming in. Half is denied, and there's time. Is it there? It absolutely is. C9, 13-4. A dominant reply here on Haven.
C9 just killed them on G2's map pick. Absolutely no fear in their eyes. You could see the mentality shift on full display right there. From the very first round, yelling, screaming, swinging absolutely everything. This C9 team is here to play.
Nearly 20 kills for Oxy in what was a very quick map. The key players for C9 fueled up. The calling from Mitch looking strong. This is a team that is now just one map away from issuing G2 their first loss of the stage.
And don't forget, the third and final map is Pearl. The last two teams you've seen G2 on that map have been defeats. That's going back to Bangkok even. They're gonna have to come up with something here if they want to stay on top of the group.
Just waiting for the first wave of Util to flood back out, but Valen's just ready!
Valen! Prize able to find one, but Vic fighting like a heli on the side! What an ace out of nowhere, Vic!
Welcome back, everyone. Amy giving Cloud9 a little talking to. More disrespect, I'm sure, is out here for the next match.
I think the talking to worked after map one.
He sounded so
Something changed.
aggressive between map
Yeah,
1
for real.
and 2. Like, I would have been scared as well as a player on that team.
As Brick would say in Anchorman, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I love Oxy. Oxy.
No,
I think
I love Oxy.
has anyone ever claimed not to love him?
I could have.
don't
Can
know.
we switch to a large? There's actually a large. We could do it a crop top if we want.
You wear it well. I think it's beautiful. Speaking of beautiful things, this was a dominant performance from Cloud9, and that is happening on G2's map pick.
Their attack side was pretty fantastic. I mean, it was nothing new. We were back to basics with this comp, but they really just executed things flawlessly in terms of the individuality. They turned things on specifically. You're looking at Oxy, top of the board, and then in addition to him, Net was playing very well. Vic had a very important 1v1 clutch. He was finding his moments
against
too.
Cha, yeah.
Just seems like genuinely they woke up. Like they completely woke up.
The team was on the same page. Mitch's calling was phenomenal as well. They had such a good read, knowing exactly when to do it, what to do.
Yeah, you bring up a great point in terms of calling with Mitch too, because it also looks like in the C9 game, they literally did what Emi was talking about. Show no respect to G2, fight them pound for pound, push them as much as we want to here on the attack side, and they did. But then you had at some point, Josh RT called the timeout, and he's like, you know what? Let's just fight them back. And then I just saw G2 just brawl it back against them until you had enough good conditioning on the side of Mitch that in round number 12, he had a perfect fake side with Net lurk on the towards the A side and to go for the full exec over on C. And then G2 was not ready for that. VALORANT was left by himself on that C site, and it couldn't work into the same type of like synergy and chemistry that G2 usually has.
Yeah, speaking of synergy and chemistry, Oxy and Net both had a really, really great match on this map.
Super impressed. Oxy had some insane snappy shots.
I love Oxy.
Great entry kills.
I love Oxy.
He was set up well.
I love Oxy.
On the other side, Net going up against his old team, putting on a show. I mean, can you love Net too? He did pretty good.
I actually do love that too.
Biased. Biased as hell. This is crazy.
But you bring up a great point, Wyatt. He'd actually had some pivotal rounds where he had great lurks around. He was able to cut rotates as well. And just
That's what he's been so good at.
Exactly.
That's what's really stood out to me for him in stage one is Net's ability to cut off rotators on the attack side when they're hitting sites.
The only one that I could think of was like old school Apoth over at EG most recently in terms of like players that can lurk very well. If not, I'm looking at the past, like even past years would probably like be somebody like Finesse or even Marv. That said though, Net, he's found his spot over at C9, being able to again do some good calling on the defensive side, but also being pivotal in terms of like being the one that's going to be able to call audibles in the mid round based on the information that he grabs here for C9.
He's also bringing a lot of excitement to the team. I think really adding to that feeling of, oh, we're capturing momentum and swinging back into this game after really just being blown out on all accords for map one. So impressed by what he was able to deliver overall for C9 to get back into this series.
Yeah.
And now we're heading to Pearl, which is a fantastic last map for them. They have a real shot at taking this series now.
Yeah, Cloud9 currently 3-0 on Pearl in this stage alone, whereas G2 has struggled on Pearl recently.
Yeah, I mean, Ender brought up a great point. They're 0-2 throughout this year. One that actually probably is a heartbreak for them too, because they lost that in the grand finals in Bangkok over to lose the whole series when they were dominant throughout the whole 3/4 of that map. And then you get to play against MIBR, you come back with a vengeance. You talked about slow starts for teams coming from internationals, but they looked pretty good until they played against MIBR, lost that in overtime. I feel like letting this map through for G2 is just kind of like, again, wanting to prove that it doesn't fluster them, that it doesn't matter that they play against a 3-0 team like C9, they could still come back and dominate, and that will be like a proving point for them going into the playoffs.
I do want to point out that at the beginning of the year, when they were running that double Senti comp where they had Leaf on the chamber in Kickoff, they were finding a lot of success. But the last time we saw them in that loss against MIBR, they pivoted to the Taeho comp look, right? And they're going up against a C9 who run that Yordu jet that is genuinely fantastic. They're my favorite Pearl team to watch at the moment.
Well, and we will be treated to Pearl in just a moment. But before we head into map number 3, let's hear what Leaf had to say about having to face off against his former teammates.
I love you, Oxy.
It's definitely a little weird to be like on the other side of the stage, not like in the same jersey as C9, you know, coming from Cloud9. And, you know, I've been teammates with Zeppa for almost half a decade at this point now, like since I was 16. And, you know, obviously I left last year, but still that's a lot of time, and it's definitely odd, but you kind of just know how each other think when you play with each other that much. And like, obviously like Mitch was kind of IGLing when I was on C9 in like 2022, but he's obviously like grown and improved way more since then. And I'm friends with all those people. It's just always fun to play against them, and always fun to just, you know, like talk backstage and stuff like that and just have fun with them.
Well, let's see how much fun can be had on Pearl. Wyatt, what do you want to see?
Well, wasn't Leaf also saying something before we started this game in one of the videos about how they never lose to C9, and now they just
might lose to
got
C9
rolled on Haven, and now they're playing on maybe C9's best map. So it's possible that he's maybe cursed himself a little bit today.
He may or may not have done that, but also if they win this one, curse broken, everything's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But at the same time, I think the scenarios are still quite good here for G2 to be able to top the group. But yeah, you definitely see two one-sided maps. They are able to trade maps as well, where G2 lost that map pick or their map on Haven. But I think a good thing about the video is he was praising on how Mitch was so good. And Mitch, when he got dropped from C9, he still kept grinding. He was grinding in the tier 2 scene, IGLing for Oxygen Esports. So he never really let the pedal off the gas. He's been learning months after months to be ready for this moment.
Well, we are ready for this moment as well, as the two teams are taking us all the way to map number 3. Pearl is coming up, and the Omega Group's #1 seed is on the line, so don't go anywhere. We love Oxy.
Well, each team had a dominant map to start this series, and now we're going all the way to Pearl. G2, they're yet to drop a series this stage, but they've been pushed to map 3 twice already. And C9, this is their chance to win this out, keep great chances of locking #1 seed alive, and really put this group into a crazy tie for the bye.
That's the thing, right? G2 win, stakes are simple. They're just the #1 team in Omega Group. You get the bye, it's all good. C9 win, and MIBR also win, which is expected against Furia.
Against Furia, yeah.
And then we've got a 3-way tie in first place between C9, MIBR, and
then it comes down
G2.
to like map differential first, because it's a
Exactly.
3-way tie, and it gets all messy.
So not only does C9 want to win this map, they want to kill G2 on this map.
Thus far, doing great. +1 round differential as they both trade out their stomps.
No big deal. Yeah, the real question is how MIBR would do in their series, but things are going as expected here.
This is an interesting map for C9. They're one of the few teams that is playing the double duelist, but locking the Jet into it. Most teams are going more T1's direction with stuff like the Neon. You'll even see some other experimentation there. But this is a very C9 comp, and it's a very Oxy-centric comp. We didn't get to see a lot of him opping on defense on either map, and I think this is his chance to really take over with that weapon.
You can already see G2 up on stage sweating, seeing the double duelist on the other side, getting flashbacks to the T1 nonsense they had to deal with. But I think on the two maps they've played most recently, when they played Pearl, it was against T1, it was MIBR, it was both losses. But in both of them, I feel like so many times in late round situations, they caught bad breaks that went the other way. I need to see a G2 that's looking a lot stronger in those late round situations.
C9 will fight for control of A main and succeed in taking that space.
I'm interested by Oxy's position over in Street. He was playing up a little bit more aggro towards double doors before getting called off that line just a little bit. So right now, there's not a lot of assistance for C9 to stall out against this hit, just the Astra Star and the one player rotating in with Oxy.
Vic spots out at least 2 or 3 players on this site. And Oxy's gonna go in, get proactive. He'll sit within the smoke. Wants to try and find a reposition because the Yoru's coming in to pinch him. Vic, unprepared, but Oxy still in position, not for long. Trent takes care of him, and G2 cleanly get a 5v3 in the post.
Yeah, Planter gets out no problem too. There's 3 players bundled up in backside. C9 needs someone to find some openers. That someone is not going to be that. It's all starting to fall apart for Cloud9 as they continue getting stalled. Now the crossfire's coming to play, and as C9 make quick work of this opening pistol.
G2, they've lost a lot of these opening pistol rounds. C9 in that last map won the bonus off of it, started, I think, 5-0 on the map. G2 doing a little bit better here.
Yeah, I do feel like Jaw got this timing teleporting into backside around the moment Oxy's getting pinged out by the Prowler, getting pulled away from that side, his teammate from backside 2 is rotating over to him. Just allowed G2 to pinch really nicely against C9.
We've seen a lot of teams move away from the Fade, trying out the Teo or the Sova, which has been around on this map for a while, but the Cats are so strong to combine with your side execs, clear everything out, and well, they're gonna have to clear a hell of a lot out here. That's 5 players ready to go on this brawl from C9. But G2, they're just holding strong for now. They're dealing with this one perfectly. Not a player lost, 5 kills in the feed. 07, C9.
Salute C9, they just ran to their deaths. Literally said, go next. Oh, wait a second. Who is that on G2 with the C9 Classic?
Tossing it off the map, I think.
Ooh, I like that. A little sacrifice to the Valorant gods.
I'm built for these rounds, let's go.
Yeah, bro, they've got classics.
Thumbs open.
God's strongest eco fragger.
He's got 2. He does not even top fragging. See if we can keep talking the big game after a round like this. Good utility. Reminds you of Icebox with Oxy just getting forced off of those high lines.
He didn't make the economic choices to get him an off this round. Instead, it is just going to be the rifle here.
But one too many Starbucks.
Those damn lattes.
And heavy armor, too? God, spending all his money on clothes. Well, this drone going over into A isn't going to do a great job of selling the fake, especially with Oxy still finding Valen over there, but that's the typical lurker. Hold on, nice kill from Leaf.
That is a tough one for Oxy to lose out on. And now this B site wide open. Thorns are going to mean a flood retake is nigh on impossible, and Jaw's already arrived. Net, you better get out of there while you still have a chance. Missiles coming in at his feet. He's somehow alive. Sneaks his way out of that one.
Standing ahead.
But can C9 make something of this retake? It seems unlikely to start in the bonus round. It starts to feel like it's falling away from them. Some sort of salvation in Halls. Vic.
Nice
so
TP
good
bait.
in rounds like this.
Wow.
Already on the spike, a spam for the headshot, but Leaf against his former team activates. 3 kills already. Knows exactly where Vic is, and he cannot find the shots in time. That's G2. 3-0 to start.
It was great baiting from G2, taking that fight down long, right? Because from back on sign, that's where Valen is first spotted. Now, that doesn't mean a side hit's coming in. That's usually, you know, your lurker on this side of the map. But there's no way Oxy was ready for Leaf to be pushed all the way onto Pillar to swing off and take that line. He's also the guy finding 2 kills, even once the retake looks like it might swing back somehow to C9. It's a beautiful round now from Leaf there.
And G2 are happy what they've found on the B site. Compared to the T1 comp that has Xeneon, I think it's actually a lot harder to anchor on B. That the stun does so much to help hold space there and reposition while you're on the site. Unless you have the operator, it's actually pretty difficult to hold on to this site if you're C9.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of teams anchoring more around like back hall, around actual Pillar on site. That off angle can be pretty annoying to deal with, but
especially when you're against the Vice, you normally want to flood retake into a setup like this. That's a bit more difficult. G2 instead have plenty of time to make their preparations and fortifications on this B site. As finally this retake is beginning, but with the lesser weaponry and the time already bought, G2 are in a great position. Jajimo lines them up, nearly flicks onto the 4th, and puts to bed this anti-eco.
Hold on, I thought Jonah P was built for these rounds. Why wasn't he finding any of the kills? G2's entry's not letting him have any fun.
That's tough.
You hate to be in a spot like that, but now's kind of where C9 have to get the ball rolling back themselves. That is rough, what we just witnessed.
Yeah, quick report card check. C9 thus far has 1 kill for every round of the game. Total across the team.
Usually you want to get 5 kills. That's typically
for every round.
For every round
so
you want
like
to win.
20 right now.
Yeah, so right now they haven't even done 1 round worth of kills.
Well, Imi's not happy about that.
Right.
Maybe some other reasons too, is he's going to call a timeout, and I think this all comes down to solving the way they play B. This time, they do have money to get Oxy the op, though.
That's a big deal, right? Of course, as soon as you can like start fighting with the Jet, even solo down B, that's going to be good. I think the other thing a lot of teams would do, I mean, especially like a team like T1, they would often pair their two duelists together to take early fights, and then the Yoru can very quickly teleport away to the other side of the map. So if they wanted to do some more aggro looks, down B long even, you could put the Jet and Yoru next to each other, post Jet forward on that line, then TP the Yoru out, but you can do that kind of anywhere you want around the map. It's one of the things that's even, I think, better, I think, about running the Jet next to the Yoru, defensively primarily, is that it's a little bit more effective to, you know, take those sort of contact fights that you so often want to do as that duo.
This goes here.
G2 have some fans in the crowd, and instead of heading back to the well on B, they're instead gonna look over towards A and work on this brawl in A main.
Yeah, gonna get really invested here. 4 stars across the two teams. Look at Valen sending it. His team's not even behind him, but Valen's running forward, trying to get pinged. Really trying to sell presence here.
Well, that's happening. Oxy has worked his way up through long, but they're not heading back there. Instead, they're setting this to a split.
Yeah, the C's hitting all 3 players, full def in C9, so they have to bundle up in main. They're really concerned about the mid space. Their only real protection is going to be the Cypher camera they've got over on street. So the concern for Cloud9 now would be that pinch coming back into A. That's why the rotate's coming in, so Net's going to cover into their spawn. If G2 can call their way into B, they'd have a great chance, but as it stands, they might be headed to the wrong direction.
This is where C9, like you said, starting to get nervous. Just a lot of pressure in mid. There's a lot of space that they're unaware of.
I like that G2 are regrouping to re-clear A main.
It's going to be a big fight here. Likely decider of the round. Zeppa with a clone ready. Through the util, he fights forward, and the trade's favorable for C9 to start. Stun onto Valen, and Mitch mops it up, leaving only Leaf on the lurk, who's already caught off guard. And C9 back in action here. Lock down A main and win the round because of it.
I really liked how Vic sort of baited out a lot of those shots first, right? He's the guy being seen initially, so if G2 are walking to that space, they see that shoulder peek, it's like, oh, maybe it's just the Aster here. Then there's a clone on the right side, or Yoru swinging on the left. There's a Sova Dart pinging out as well. C9 were very quick to spring that trap.
Nice, guys. They're overthinking it. They're
And through all that, they didn't actually find out about Oxy's operator. I'm sure they have their suspicions and have quite a bit of utility to deal with it.
There's those missiles that they're always sending when G2 want to scale up into this B-long space. That's also an attacking Aster smoke to block off the lines from the ground. Sure, it gives Oxy a way to reposition, but it also threatens that G2 could be pushed up all the way right behind it. That's why actually the Cypher cam or the trip is a little bit useful, because it still denies that quick pop out into the site behind their own star.
Cat's going back into mid. It's a very slow round for G2. Oxy's reposted on this angle.
Now a drone over into A main. Again, it's always Valen trying to take the first contact and bait it, but unfortunately Zeppa was seen. Maybe it's actually intended, because the stack from C9 is actually more towards B. Sova, last round was in the A main space. This time, it's tag teamed ready to pinch and take this fight.
Net tucks away, so Mitch is on an island, but no one's looking at him. Mitch controls the spray, and he's rewarded with a double. And now you have to turn face to Oxy. Has a couple angles to worry about here. The player through street, the two still in long, but a dash popped in a perfect position for Oxy to go mad. Not time on the re-rack of the bolt, but his team has got his back, and Trent, just not enough HP to try and make that one happen.
Good cover from Net, protecting his op there, getting all the trades down. And I genuinely think Zeppa intentionally got pinged by the drone. Yeah, he might have been trying to cross over, but it did exactly what C9 wanted G2 to do, which was to pivot back into B, do what G2 should have actually done on the last round. Except this time, C9 with the slight adjustment of moving their Sova's position, completely catches G2 off guard. Bro, get off your phone!
Nice, baby.
Guys gotta lock in.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Didn't mean to yell. Get back on your phone. It's a timeout. It actually really doesn't matter. No, you're totally fine.
It does matter for G2, though, because they've lost 2 rounds in a row now. And I think both of them have just come down to kind of tough calls in the mid-round. In that first one, calling back into the A main space, losing the brawl there. Here, coming out unfavorable of the push into street.
Yeah, I'd say C9 have just been one step ahead on those two moments. I also think that C9 counter to, you know, the rounds they were losing earlier over on the B site. You see Net in a round like that last one, finding that little angle, playing around sort of the curvature of that one-way smoke, still being able to trade at his teammate. It's an annoying spot to have to play, and you are a little bit exposed, but he knows exactly how much room he has to work with.
And C9 have some of the best combo ults you could with this comp. Astra Wall, Sovalt, Yoru ult, all online. A lot of options you can cook up here. Super strong retakes as well.
Looks like C9 coming out of the timeout do want to do that little B-long setup that Yoru Jet playing together. Expect to see Jet left on her own and then a teleport over. G2 could punish this though by just ripping it into A.
Yeah, G2 have done this A main fight a couple times. They've never hit the site off of it.
This is also the first time they've actually gotten this far forward so quickly, I think. But as I was saying, right, like these rotates come in real swiftly off of the B site because of where Jet has been able to make it down B long. The question is, will this split be able to pay off? Because right now, C9 with those two players in back site, they're going to look to throw down some anchor smokes with the Cypher cages and flood on in. Deny any chance for G2 to get a quick plant down.
You want to fight it! Astra Wall from the attack. C9, the three players ready to work through. That cage is perfect to play.
Look at that go!
It's not going to do anything, really. Sovalt now coming in, but G2, they open this round. Past the wall, though. C9 have a bit of an island. But on the other side, that'll allow the plant to come down from G2. That's unless someone has something to say about that one. The ult's used. Spam trying to come through. It's pandemonium on both sides. But G2 call a bit of an armistice, a bit of time to hold towards Art.
Yeah, G2 just have to pause, wait for these ultimates to time on out.
30 seconds
Now they can
left.
reset for the fight if they want. They have the option. They want to threaten it, so they make a little bit of noise, but it's only 25 seconds left down onto the clock, Mimi.
4 players here. Or 3, that is ready to hold strong. And Vic, he's made Eclipse happen in this position before. A chance to do the same. G2, 10 seconds. That spike needs to come down. Josh trying to do the job, and his teammates, they need to protect. Ult's coming in. C9 holding. And it's a 2 versus 3. Jonah, amid it all, finds a kill. Oxy's arriving very late, but he finds the shot true. A 1v2. Jonah in an off angle, but he swings straight into the operator.
Finally, Oxy has a chance to play around out, and he locks it up for C9. I mean, that stall was beautiful. You could see it unfolding. G2 had good positioning on the map, but C9 didn't give any early fights over. They throw down a combination piece of both those Cypher cages initially to keep G2 slowed down, and then the Astra Wall comboed with the Yoru ult. G2 just ran themselves out of the clock.
And at the most basic macro level, the last 2 rounds, Oxy has been able to walk up almost at the beginning of the round, deep into B main, full contain that space.
That's what you... Yes, move, you
and allow his team to basically 4-stack heavy on the A side of the map and play these really quick floods.
Looks like G2 want to stop that from happening. Not necessarily even aware of that walk down the previous round, but opening up stronger into B. And even when they have opened here, Oxy has never found an early kill with the off. He's always fallen back. He found 1 backside. That's it previously.
Here.
Calls in that quick Yoru teleport.
Oxy popping the blades. Nearly found a piece of Jonah. Giotimo, okay, just within the flashes, the cage is everything. Oxy, that's only 1 from him. You would have thought he might have found that adjustment. G2 get the plant down. And Giotimo towards Spawn, pushing into them. Vic, he was prepared, he was ready, but it wasn't enough when you're facing the dog. 3v2, John's going for more! 20 health on that kill! And Trent ends it with a sheriff shot. G2, what a way to fire back!
We're just winning half buys like that, I guess. Giotimo just went flying into backside. I think that was a net anchoring from C9. I have no idea what happened to him. But him falling and Jaw getting to pinch back in. Oh, he just flashed himself in through Net's own Cypher cage. And then even on 20 HP, he's winning these fights back spawn. C9 can't be letting that happen.
They're going back to it, this time with a Yoru ult.
This time Oxy's playing up. He wants the early pick.
But he already takes one shot. Has to get away, but he still has his dash. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him. Has to dash all the way back. Missiles at the feet of Net. Jojimo out into the halls again. But the operator, it's down 2. Very good from Trent and Jonah to hold. That's a tripwire kill! A trip kill in the midst of a round like this. That grants Net a Thorns kill! What the hell is going on?
It's just a utility fiesta on the B-bomb site. Cloud9 and Mitch now with the operator in hand has crept back into the site. The drone is going to see him, but not see that he clicked over into the op. Now, though, the stall is being working down. Mitch has to be able to find an opener. G2 are just going to be able to win out on time, and they will. Vic is here. Maybe even looking for a half stick. The spam coming in. Hold on. No, not again. Not again. The missiles to pull him away. And now another chance. Smoke in 3 seconds. He'll have just enough time to go for it if he needs. Not if he gets pushed, though. No, he's going down. Trent wins the round for G2 after all that.
A trip kill and a Thorns kill in the same round. I've never seen that before.
And people complain about Tejo? Like, I'm kidding, I swear. Oh my word, I mean.
Cypher Trip is just way too powerful. I thought they said abilities don't kill.
You're killing me, Mimi. You're killing me. Glad to see Josh is having as much fun as we are. Yeah. Completely somber out there.
Well, Cloud9, unfortunately, a bit worse for wear this round. Economy is broken, and they stacked towards A.
Yeah, Net not even gonna overcommit to that fight. I'm curious, because Vic's got a Bulldog. He's gonna be able to do anything over on this side of the map. Because right now you can sort of see there's a bit of a mid walk up from Cloud9 right now, seeing if they can maybe catch this rotator working back through mid. Shots aren't gonna quite be there though.
Leaf spots out one.
Look at A main too. We're all the way up from Vic. Oh, no one is ready for him, and he has the Bulldog, but he can't get, wow. C9 have had 3 chances, they've just narrowly missed.
Yeah, G2 is looking, and the opportunity slips by. 50 seconds, a gap in the smoke. That was another chance, but Net can't find it either. Mitch out on the site. Oh my God! That's a collateral on the Sheriff, but doesn't matter. Maybe not. G2 have traded this even in a 2v2, but Oxy still has a Sheriff in hand! And you know he's good for it. Valen's low. 1v2. A peek onto Oxy, but Oxy! He is so good for it! An eco round win for C9.
These rounds are just crazy. I mean, what is Mitch on that he's getting 2 kills there?
Oh, he didn't see either of them. Just running through the smoke. Jonah perfectly walks into the bullet.
And then Oxy swinging back for the second fight there too. Man.
Cutting through. Another fight for A main. Oxy, within his own cloud burst, is dealt with, but Mitch, again, finding his impact. Trades are through, and G2, this time successful. There's still 1 player left, though. That's Net. And a smoke to help him hold.
G2 are going to freeze the round because somehow Leaf has made it past the Cypher camera in street, and they know that because the whole time Net was fighting, he couldn't click into the camera. Now this position is unexpected, and it's possible Leaf even heard the rotate in through spawn.
This is a
He has no
perfect
idea.
call.
He has no idea.
Leaf has made it into B scot-free.
So let's think about the post plant then, because Valorant's going to have the ultimate. Trent is going to plant the spike, which then gives him his own Tejo ulti. On top of the missiles, on top of a drone in post plant, G2 have beautiful utility to just stall this out permanently. You're even going to have Sucks on the bomb from the Astra.
And while you're waiting for all of that, Leaf is just going to be there to fight and buy time. The util players fall back to long.
Leaf has a flash setup on these players coming out from CT. So as soon as the smoke goes down, I think he can use that to get the ping. He doesn't see anything. They're not playing the round. And it makes sense. You think about it, right? 2 players in the next round would not have been able to buy guns. So they need to keep these 2 online. Oxy will have enough for an operator. That's going to be C9's hope of keeping things within 2 rounds going into the second half.
What a timing for Leaf to take.
And
Sneaks past the camera.
Yes. It's so good, too, because you probably don't go for a timing like that unless you know that the Cypher is in the midst of a fight. He doesn't have the moment to check the cam. That's the weakness of doing a cam in Street as opposed to just a regular old tripwire.
G2 up 7-4 now.
Uh-oh, Mimi, I'm seeing 2 nice ultimates from Cloud9. Yoru Sova ult. That is very commonly good for a kill. Use that Yoru ult to body block and set up for the Sova to ping twice.
Trent still has Armageddon, so getting into a post plant would be big. Reclearance mid for C9.
It's a very early drone out of Mitch.
I think they did that off the buys flash. A cat as well, but G2 aren't able to actually get inroads towards Street.
Not sure what that wall did to Jaw. Jaw certainly got the upper hand. There we go, tag team setup. The 2 duelists of C9. Only Zeppa seen so far, and that's going to buy time for Oxy to creep on forward. C9 want to take this fight in main.
You cannot have Zeppa die here. He has the Yoru ult. They might just use it early.
Oh, and the Sova ult positioning is really nice here.
He spots out 1. Mitch pops the ultimate. How many can he tag here? I think that's a double to start. How much more? Oxy's down, and the Sova ult doesn't get a kill. Zeppa's out of the ult, straight to his death. And it's a cataclysmic round for Cloud9.
On paper, that was beautiful, and now the tripwire. Mitch is going to be able to punish. This art fight could be everything. Great timing seized by Cloud9. 2-on-3 now.
And guns picked up, but they're ulted off. No noise.
2-on-2
for Mitch, as Valen is very low, but it's a plant for backside.
Spike planted.
1 cage on net.
Mitch has some shocks here, too. Valen is so
the cage,
low.
Though. Trent's already working a rewrap. Missiles in 10 seconds. Another tap. There's the kill for Trent. But down goes Valen. Mitch trying to win this one out, and the damage is good. But Trent's running for the hills. He'll tuck, hide, the shock dart. Could it do it? Not quite. Trent again, elusive in this round. The shocks again. Could this be the one? Not again. Mitch holding, trying to get this one halfway, and he gets the kill. The time, it's close.
He's got it.
Mitch down to the wire, and he's done it. C9 rally back to 5-7 off of a beautiful clutch from their leader.
That is crazy. I mean, Mitch, so close with the ult, so close with both shock darts. It's his rifle that gets the job done in the end. Topping the charts with the Red Bull clutch. And keeping it competitive. The second half is going to be close.
We're into the final half of the regular season for two of our top teams in Americas. C9 and G2, they're both vying for the #1 seed out of this group. And as a reminder, that means they would be just a match away in playoffs from qualifying to Toronto.
Yeah, everyone stop what you're doing. Look at the bottom of the screen right now. It's very simple. G2 win, they're our #1 seed. No ifs, ands, or buts. But because C9 lost the map, even if they win this series, even if they win this game, they still require MIBR dropping a map to Furia.
Dropping the game, that is.
Yeah.
If MIBR just drop a map, then it's G2 who takes that bye.
Exactly.
MIBR, their fate would stay in their own hands.
But
all they have
that's
to
the
do
thing.
is stomp Furia.
That's the thing. The third and fourth are pretty unlikely if you consider the state of the league right now. MIBR are looking quite hot, so.
And Furia is winless.
Exactly. So MIBR are C9's biggest fans heading into the second half.
G2, they want to make it simple though. Win this one out, get the bye, make it to Toronto, and try and win the league again.
Yeah, that'd be great for G2.
Just a dream.
If only C9 weren't putting up a fight.
If only they had gotten this done in 2, but they've got a real close opponent here in C9. Well, they've got themselves the A site.
C9 have played very active in their post plants ever since that second map of Haven. Doesn't look to be slowing down anytime soon. Oxy getting inside the smoke.
Smoke fades. Oxy and Zeppa, the two-man team. A drone, spots them both out.
Nice cover.
Good night. What an adjustment from Zeppa. He's gonna go for more. Spam through. He'll have to TP away. And now 2 more players ready to overwhelm him. Net.
Hold on, Net's on the wrap. Net finds the first, and now the players turn around. G2 still up.
But there's still players tucked on this side, and no one's looking at Mitch. But the trades from G2 again. Every player routed, every member dealt with. And Vic down to 13 health. He's gone to G2. 8th round, just in the nick of time.
Good responses from G2. It felt like C9 got like 3 kills that round where the G2 guy was looking the complete opposite direction. But every time that happened, G2 had a second, third player ready to trade them out. That's what kept it together for G2, the fundamentals. Even in that 2-on-1 there at the end.
Vic, swing there, brother. Good What do you mean?
Well, C9 not going to be going for a force like we saw G2 do.
They've got a couple more rounds to play with than G2 did.
I do like, though, on a eco like this, C9 trying to work the map a little bit, see where that Vise utility is going to be defaulting, try and pick up on the info G2 are giving you. And what have they learned so far? Well, not much of a fight down into B, but that Fade is prowling out in Art. Seems like pretty likely G2 are leaning towards the A side of the map. C9 are going to log that away from future use.
Judgment with the Marshall. Clean opener. He won't get greedy.
Look at the flash and haunt combo there, pinging 3 players. No one can shoot it. So full info gain for G2. Just realizing that Net is the unseen player, and doesn't look like Trent is going to be fooled by that.
Nah, he's ready for it.
All missiles away.
Yeah, he knew, because it's like, wait a second, Cypher wasn't seen A main. I've got a guy over in Street that hasn't seen anything. This guy has to be coming into me, or he's baiting in spawn. And yeah, he wasn't baiting in spawn. He's dead on the floor in Art.
Two players left for C9, and
okay.
Okay. I mean, a little dramatic with the spam through the smoke. That's 9 rounds to G2's name, though.
If I'm up there, I've never muted so quickly. Just spamming that Marshall. Do want to see what the approach is for C9 here. You know, because last round their info tells them that it's the active scouting utility of a Fade, of a Teho playing towards Art. So maybe there's opportunities for solo lurkers to find timings in mid. Because where's the Vise utility at?
Yo, this guy has max ammo glitch on his Marshall. What is
Seemed that way. So G2, they're going to fight for space in A main. Their defense is going to be a lot less reliant on these forward walk-ups on B, whereas C9 was fighting for both extremities pretty much every round, they can fall back and play up that Vice util a lot more often.
I think what C9 want to be able to threaten is A, for sending this clone down to be able to break the wall, but it gets spammed away. Nicely done. I believe that was actually Trent shooting that one from back CT, so the Vise wall is still intact. And that sort of removes the threat of C9 pop execing into B from behind a smoke. Makes this A finish all the more likely.
And look at the forward lines. Jajimo walked up A main. Jonah P walked up in Art. Oh, Jonah, they're very close to him. And he's not long for this world. Let's see if Joe can get anything. Maybe a shot with the Marshall, not today. C9's duelists get entry into A.
Yeah, you turned on the infinite ammo glitch. You forgot to turn on the actual aim assist. Not going to be too much use for him on that one. C9 clearing away things pretty calmly in this round, apart from Valen slipping on through.
Seemingly always going to get one with the Stinger. He has a gun. And honestly, some damage wouldn't hurt.
Look at all the
angles.
angles. All the angles C9 have in the post.
Well, they know where he is. If he had gotten that kill on Mitch, maybe you start to believe, but no. C9, they'll lock this one up and lower that gap down to 3.
Mitch is having a great game. This guy is topping the charts for Cloud9 at the moment.
And the last 2 maps has been calling really well, too. He's that guy that was pretty controversial for C9 to bring back. Obviously, played well at the Red Bull Homeground qualifier when he was just a substitute for the roster and was solid for them years ago. Back when Leaf was on the team.
Yeah, back when Net was on the guard, which was G2. And then, yeah, they did the whole merry-go-round siege changing between these two teams. Let's all come together. That's a Yoru ult into A.
But he has a TP ready to go back into B. So he pressures A, and now he's going to clear out the B site. And he's going to spot out the operator.
Hello. Peekaboo.
A flash. Jaw is forced to use his TP. That's very nice to fake out with the Yoru ult there.
Yeah, and seeing there's no Vise utility, so C9 can get quickly into the site. G2 ready to flood.
That they are. Haunt, flash, all going in. That's a scan, but no kill. Plant committed. G2 were considering the flood, but can't go for it. Instead, just have to play kind of a set retake now. Smoke's still up in their face.
It's out, scouting to see a couple. Now the pin, now we're going back into sight. G2 trading out evenly to start things off, but just like that, it's all Trent, all on his own. Spike not planted for C9.
He has the ultimate, though. And in the 1v2, that could be big. No, there's a gap. Vic, though, just pushing, running, and winning amid the artillery. That is impressive out of C9's rookie.
Not just to win that round there, but, you know, using the Oral, baiting out the Tejo from the other side. I like that pathing, like you were saying, because as soon as that Yoru is ulting into A, well, maybe people start shifting their feet a little bit, start preempting that rotate.
I love
that snap TP is great.
Another thing from that round is Mitch immediately popping the Sovault as the flood is coming in and just sending the pulses in. Even though he only got 1 kill, he was putting so much pressure on those retaking players.
Dude, his whole team on 8 kills, he's up on 17.
Doing good for himself. G2 on an eco here.
Again, C9 just trying to show a little bit of presence into A lobby, rotate back out of that space. And with G2 playing sort of 4 players into mid, their idea is to be able to pretty quickly react to what C9 are doing. They're not going to let C9 get the plant down without G2 putting up a fight this time around.
Cutting through.
I'm looking at is C9's entry here. A lot of times you'll see Jet sort of dash up and over, combo with the teleport into backside, but not going to be an option this time, I don't think.
Clone gets broken this time. Double dive in. G2 pushing through. Jaw finds it with the classic, and Zeppa, he's alone, walled off from the rest of the team. And C9, for what could have been a beautiful double dive play, instead it's all going so wrong. Ping pong, they swing in and start to fall. Mitch, he's been electric this game, and Vic as well, there to help. They bailed their team out of this, but Trent still potent in a 1v2.
Seriously, deep breath for Cloud9. Back with the advantage. Now these players are a bit low. Single shot to the head is a kill. Just trying to bait out, and now the position is known, even with 20 seconds. Trent shouldn't be able to get out of this choke point. He's gonna have to take the timing on the next tap. Are you kidding? Are you joking?
It's just a stinger.
He's
Vic
waiting
is
for it to stick.
sticking the plant, the
Oh
swing,
my!
the stinger! Trent! Oh my! How has he pulled that round out of absolutely nowhere?
That is just ridiculous. For Trent to catch a break in that situation, a Red Bull clutch.
The stinger has 20 bullets. It is out of ammo in half a second. How does he get a spam kill?
Unreal. And Vic just going for the stick there. With so little time, it's so hard to play that round.
And just a smile on his face after winning that Red Bull clutch.
I honestly, I can't believe it. I can't remember the last time G2 caught a break on this map in a late round.
Yeah.
Like even the last round of the half, Trent's in that 1v1 and he ends up falling. Like this map has been so brutal for them in the one-on-ones, the two-on-ones, all those moments. But that might have been what pushes G2 over the edge to a first place finish in the group. Checking out the money right now, C9 could buy 3 rifles if they wanted to, but it's a bit grim. Oxy's one off knives, so it might not be the worst purchase. I could see a world where C9 choose to force up into this. And looking at the last few seconds here, it seems like that's going to be the case. My biggest concern for them, I think, is they're sort of banking the entire series. They're banking their placement in the group stage on this round because they're forcing up, they're not going to have money next round, and G2 have some killer ultimates they're going to be able to tap into. C9 are facing against brutal odds this time.
Keep up. It all comes down to this round for Cloud9. G2, a Yoru ult to work with. And the Vise this time again set up towards B.
And look at the positioning of Leaf too, right? If he thinks it's going to be a hit, he can pop that ultimate and just immediately stall out what C9 are trying to do. The only thing is Oxy's knives would still be online.
Visewall wasn't here this round. Just the Thorns. And the Thorns, they'll try and stall out. Oxy into back hall. Can he find a fight here? Valen around the corner. He was stunned, and he still gets that kill.
Oh my, look at C9 leaving. They can't even fight the map.
It's the exact ult you were talking about. Leaf pops it. They only have pistols. Oxy dies, and now they're in a straight up 4v5.
4v5, but it's only 3 rifles. That has a stinger. And again, Jogamo, if he wants to, can pop this ulti. The positions that G2 also have, sort of entrenched backside, very annoying. Playing on the bottom of pillar, playing in backside, can fight off each other nicely. And now that there's not a jet to dash smoke, sort of clear both those angles as she goes in,
30 seconds left.
C9 are going to have to be perfect on the approach.
It's into Leaf and Valen. Dart catches onto him. That's a very good start. And Valen, amid the pull, is taken down as well.
One
so it's
dart.
Even 3v3, but that's the ultimate use. Jaw spots out too. Where's that third player? Hiding in back hall. It's perfect info for G2. Can they win it still? Vic, that's a very good kill to find. A second from C9. They're making something of this round. Somehow pull it off in the 3v3. Yoru won't be damned.
C9 had no business winning that one. But really, it was just Mitch's dart, I think, that ruined this round. Not sure if Leaf couldn't see it or what actually happened, but Dart goes unbroken. He's taken down. And then everyone can swing. 180 degrees, deal with Vic, no problem.
He used his own Vise flash up high behind him, so I think he had to turn to look away from that. And as he was turning back, he almost unintentionally flashed Dart combo. He didn't get blinded, but he had to turn for just long enough to not break it.
That is, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. That's levels of tragedy.
It's the tiniest things in Valorant, though. G2 still have a lead by 2.
Yeah, but now they're the ones without a buy in this round. So that's going to start slipping. Zepp was 1 away from the ultimate. Like, the fact that C9 only really used an Astral Wall a round ago means that now they're the ones that are starting to cycle up into some of these ultimates. And what really shocks me is that C9 have managed to win now 3 out of the last 4 without really doing anything in mid. Like, they've just done a lot of like B to A, back and forth, execing into the B site, and haven't really had to do any of the slower macro rounds that G2 were trying to run with the pinches into Art and all these things.
This one could just be a split towards A. 2 players posted in mid. 3 ready to take the fight A main. But what is C9 cooking? All 5 members of their team are primed in middle.
Oxy could be walking into a pretty brutal trap. But C9 are going completely quiet into the space. I think Zeppa used a flash in main. There's some stars, that was about it.
Yeah, G2 call away from their stack. Instead, they're all gonna group towards A, which is still a great call. But they won't be rewarded for the play towards mid.
Yeah, now that re-clear into A main, but spotting nothing because C9 have done nothing. So far, C9 have really good info though, because the camera in mid and Oxy there says there was no fight into that space. They've just seen 3 players of G2 fight into A and put this drone down. So they show 1 player, the Yoru. That's it, and now C9 are gonna re-hit with the expectation that G2 have rotated away.
And they have, but there's still players close by.
Wow, the Prowler through Art gives G2 false info as well. They might feel even safer over towards A now.
With that jet smoke spotted though, that's gonna be the cue to rotate back towards A, and this is very slow. A C's used in main from G2. This fake still being sold on B, but G2 is not biting on it. In the corner, Jonah stunned. I don't think the Yoru saw him. There's missiles at his feet, that's 1, the classic for 2! Jonah does well. But can the team win the round off of
20 seconds left and Arsova is lurking through B. The spike is still back in main. C9 are winning the fights, but they still got to get that spike down.
Oxy, that's the kill he needed. The spike somehow fords the river.
10 seconds left.
And Valen, from what really could have been a G2 round, is now in a 1v3. Could he make something of this? The first kill already taken. A tap on the spike. Darts going in. An Astral use, he believes in this clutch.
Okay.
He swings for the fight, but Zeppa's holding it.
At the risk of sounding mean, I believe that round was a good example of failing upwards from Cloud9. That was crazy. Like, going into this A site, 2 players die, their Sova's lurking into A. But then this fight back into spawn, right? Oxy and Zeppa choosing to get active. It salvages what was almost a disaster.
Let's go, hey, that's all you. Let's go, baby.
If they lose that fight to the player rotating into Art, they just lose the round.
Exactly.
Spike's on the floor.
Uh-huh.
But 2 rounds now where it comes down to a second of difference, and C9 comes out the better of it.
And C9's pivot out of the timeouts has been these 3-2 openers, right? Oxy moving with net to get into street, early cam to see the Vise jump spotting down on B. And actually even Vic is going to be joining the party. C9 want to play a slow macro round. And I think that's going to suit them. The Prowler didn't see Vic.
Jonah on the jiggle, Vic holding for it. Can he dodge the haunt? No, caught by it.
Just half a second off, less than that. And
where did Leaf get that kill?
Be long?
Just swings into it and finds an opener here. Trent was way far up on A main. He'll be shoot away.
Yeah, by the way, Spike still very much back in spawn. So while Oxy's doing walkabouts in mid, C9 have to recover that. And yet if C9 pinch into A, they could, first of all, get onto the site. Second, if they kill Jonah P, they take a huge ultimate out of the retake equation.
These missiles could be perfect. That they are. What a stall. 30 seconds. A stun going in as well. C9 have to get a move on. Spike still not even making it onto the site. 20 seconds. A flash ready to go. G2. It's Operation Stop the Spike for the end round. Is the haunt. It's just perfect. Dodgeable for a kill, but the plant goes down successfully. But it's still a 5v3. And G2 are patient. They're spamming away at Vic.
Waiting on Leaf to lurk into Art, but he takes those shots. Now C9's attention turns.
But that'll let his teammates out onto the site. They've killed the anchor. And now it's only a game about Art. Spam through the smoke for 2. Net! Has he done that? C9, are they pulling this back? Surely not. Surely Mitch can't pull this one off. The stick to half. The shorty in hand, a jump around the corner, but G2 lock up the round and make their way to 11.
Nearly got away with them with the spam kills through the smoke. But that was an excellent hold coming through from Trent and Jonah P. The ultimate with the sun just completely stonewalled that exec.
And that's the opener.
Even forgot about the hunt too, leading to a kill. Kind of just a util diff out of Jonah P that round, I'm gonna be honest.
C9 full buying into this round. Money's gonna be rough if they lose it.
We haven't seen a lot of Vi setups on A from G2. Pivoting here with that wall in art. Let's see what C9 choose to do if they want to accelerate into the thorns or move back into net.
Cutting through.
They might just go. Thorns finally used, and that will stall the exec.
I mean, 20 seconds into the round, we're getting double thorns. I'm pretty happy if I'm C9, but again, the main thing is seeing that the passive info of the Vise is on A.
Hunter's Fury, there's still a TP for Zeppa. He's here.
We TP'd with that?
Yes, arrives on the site. Net for a kill onto Jojimo off the lurk, but they're sticking to their guns, holding strong in A, and Trent, 1 HP.
Beautiful.
Net on the other side with the follow-up, but the Flood is here, a little quicker than Vic may have expected. Still, C9 have established a good post plan.
Wait, they're stuck behind the wall. They can tap.
They can, and C9, they're gonna feel rushed to make this fight happen. And updraft, forward, Valen, too many angles. C9 win it.
Net with 4 on the round. I can sort of see it unfolding. C9 didn't want to immediately go for the exec. First, they wanted to bait out the utility. But then because they see Vise on A side, it opens up the opportunity to lurk into mid. Net finding that timing, then being there to play off his teammate, fighting into art.
Let's go, bro.
And be the hype man for the squad.
And we talked about the money for C9. It's G2 instead, who is destitute this round.
I'll find them.
C9 can close this out. We're looking at a tie game.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of ecos in this series, but this time only one stinger, only one share for G2. Really trying to make sure they can have heavy armor going into round 23.
My ult's ready.
2 ults now for Cloud9.
Over the wall they go. And goodbye to the Vise.
Look at Oxy's passing too, up into heaven, coming back with the, oh my word!
He's just spamming every smoke. No respect left in the tank for Oxy. There's a shorty, but it won't matter. Okay, Oxy. The double duelist makes some noise, and this game is tied.
Remember, a win here for C9 keeps them in the race. The top Omega group in first, reliant on that series between MIBR and Furia. G2 winning, that's 5-0, that's them guaranteeing the bye. But it's all gonna come down to these next 2 rounds.
This is where you can't help but think about that final back in Bangkok. Had a close game on Pearl. Made it almost all the way back. Lost out. And dropped their trophy.
Hold on, Jogma bought an operator. He's up on pillar, just gonna break the drone. And now, Zeppa coming in will scout him out. You gotta teleport out of this. You surely can't stick around and fight that. That would be crazy.
He's gone indeed. And so too is any hope of G2 controlling this B site. Look how deep C9 already is on this post plant.
They want to fight forward because G2 have Yoru, Taeho, and Vizolt on the retake this lurk in mid. Net is going to find Leaf, and that disrupts everything from G2.
G2 are still going in with the ultimates. Jojimo, Yoru ult spots out one. Armageddon is being used, but no one is going to get caught in that whatsoever. The C's, no audio. That'll get 1 kill for Jaws. Shona trades back as well. But look at the map. C9 is everywhere.
C9 are lurking back in spawn in street. Mitch has to find some kills. He's been so good for C9 today, but he falls. And now G2 an option to get back onto the spike. Vic doesn't have the utility left anymore. It's being stuck on through. Vic in a 1-on-3 takes the first, but the stick goes on in. G2 have the round. G2 are 1 away.
What a recovery in that round for G2. And C9, you can't help but feel like that one slipped just out of their hands. They had control of it. They had the post plant, and they wanted to play off site. But so many of the players end up too far forward and just flood in one at a time, facing into 2v1s.
They got the opening pick. It's a 5-on-4, but they played the round as if it was a 3v4, as if they were the one down numbers because of all those lurks. G2 still have 3 monster retake ultimates heading into the final round of the regulation.
Jonah's been caught on this angle before.
Oh, he saw foot.
Sees in. Doesn't catch on to anyone.
He just wants players to move back into Jaw on double doors. That's where our ops posted.
Cutting through.
Jaw sets up his second final teleport of the round.
They're heading towards him. Jajimo. Do they give him a chance? Do they give him an opportunity?
Net's been such a problem for G2 in this game. His lurks, blown up rounds.
But he's always picked his timings right. His team applying pressure towards A. Still, he's holding position. As his team gets stalled out, no one wants to be the first to make a mistake. It's a standoff in A. One player holding in main. Jajimo falls off the angle, and now it's about the anchors. It's about G2 holding this site and locking it down. Finally, the payoff. It's Net to die, and it's C9 an inch away. So close to overtime.
There's no time, Mimi.
20 seconds, the op again. Jajimo, he's ringing true. And the bell, it's ringing for Vic. Ja! The one to end it. They couldn't do it back in Bangkok on this map, but this time, in a close affair, they keep their streak. G2 undefeated in Americas and the first seed from their group.
G2 staying strong here. And look, it was entertaining. Those maps back and forth, stomps 1 and 2. But Pearl was right down to the wire.
They're one game away from Toronto now. For Jonah P, one of the Canadian players in this league, I'm sure it would mean a lot to make it to that event, to try and redeem themselves for the loss in Masters 1.
I'm just thinking about all those moments where G2 were able to show up in that final map.
C9, they were this close to taking down America's best team. And you know they're going to be a beast in the playoffs. But today, it's G2 making it through again.
Gotta shout out what Trent was able to do on that final map. I mean, he was shooting out there, so clutch in those late round moments as well, getting the breaks that G2 have been looking for consistently. That was the difference maker in this one. Trent.
Damn good from him. Leaf as well, finding a lot of impact, and just that final round from Jajimo, the 3K with the op to close it out. It is some fantastic stuff.
It's kind of a info initiator masterclass, this map as well, because Mitch on the other side of things was a beast for C9. Winning out that clutch going into the end of the first half made you feel like C9 was going to have what it took to get back into it.
And now it feels like a narrative we've seen so many times before. C9.
This round.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. But they're this team that you always think is great in groups. They show it again. They're so close to being the best out of Omega. But now they have to show up in playoffs. We cannot have another C9 playoff choke. That's what their focus turns to now, is their group stage ends. And G2, it's their moment. The #1 seed out of Omega group, that bye in the playoffs secured, and I think more than the bye, more than the #1 seed, proving that they are the best, that no one is going to beat them in this group stage. They took down the 2 contenders, MIBR, C9, both close games.
Oh yeah.
And they did it both times.
Teams have certainly got closer since kickoff, but no one's topping them just yet.
Well, that wraps up this series. Let's send it down to the stage. Rivington with Jajimo for your Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, Mimi and Ender. I am joined by G2's Jogamo. The dog is here. They get first seed, and they are in playoffs with that bye. Honestly, I think teams are happy they don't have to play you right away, but they still are going to have to face G2, the Kings, right now. Talk to me about what that first seed means. I mean, you were just saying, I don't know, I'm just winning games. We're first seed? How's it feel, though?
I mean, it's definitely a blur that we got first seed because, you know, these games are, we're 5-0 right now, right? So that's a big blessing that we got there. I think now we have more people that we can watch now, make our game stronger, make it to Toronto, and then, that's our goal right now, so yeah.
What helped to turn it around and make this team strong today? Because Haven seemed like a little bit of a fall away on your map pick. What was the discussion?
It's the pressure, we need pressure to perform sometimes, if it's too easy, we shrug it off, but when we have that pressure, we understand the game, we build and we fix it, and that's basically it every time.
I mean, the pressure's always there. Teams are looking at you guys. You're undefeated in the group. What's the formula to keep everybody playing at the top of their game? So a 5-0 is a possibility.
You just got to be confident. Confidence is key now.
As you bringing out Deadlock a little bit of ways back on Icebox, bringing back the Gecko, how versatile or how important is it for a duelist to be able to bring out that variety and be able to play a lot more, be flexible?
I definitely think you need to have a lot of duelists or characters you can play under your belt, because if you don't have it, then like, what are you only good for? You know, you got to figure out what else can you be good for you know, your future, now, the team, whatever the meta, whatever the case is, and that's how you got to perform like that.
Awesome. And you guys are always living life. Your vibes out there, getting to 5-0. What is the identity as you guys most likely move into playoffs? Look at Toronto. What would you pin G2's identity right now?
I mean, we're undefeated for a reason, right? So I think we're just the big dogs, so yeah.
All right, the big dogs, very good. All right, Jog, thank you so much. G2, first seed going into playoffs. They take the win. Congratulations to Jogamo and the rest of the team with a huge stage 1. Don't go anywhere. We got MIBR versus Furia next. There's much more games to go. We'll see you there.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Que a gente tá numa fase difícil aqui na Fúria, mas eu confio muito nos meninos, a gente tem trabalhado assim pra tentar melhorar. Não sei, pra gente se conhecer, assim, é uma partida que a gente gosta muito de jogar contra times brasileiros. Tô confiante.
Tá sendo um negócio pra entender. Vamos, Rafão. Vai aparecer o pezinho. Mais uma dele. Vai, Rafão.
I think we've really been improving as a team, like week by week. R has been really good, like strategically.
Pô, acho que esse embate de GL aí é um pouco diferente pra mim. O Artzinho, acho que ele começou a ser GL essa temporada. É muito bom de mira, inteligente, então acho que ele tá numa função boa. Ele é um cara que joga bastante pro time, então cai muito nessa função do GL.
Um veneninho pra cima do Artzinho, mas sobe parede, ele se protege. 12 segundos agora. Artzinho pode marotar demais. Vamos ver o time, escapa da bang. Artzinho leva 3 jogadores aí.
Vai ser uma partida legal, acho que é um confronto de gerações aí.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match of this beautiful Friday. It's a battle of Brazil. It's one of them. It's
You sold that. You sold that. I'm convinced.
I thought I can. I generally thought I can make it 5 minutes without going shape. Alas, here we are. It's not happening. But yeah, two very different sides of the spectrum when we're looking at standings here for Furia and MIBR. But speaking of standings, let's quickly take a look because with the victory of G2 over Cloud9, they have officially secured themselves the top seed. MIBR is in the second, and the third is Cloud9.
Yeah, this group is way too stacked. I mean, it's definitely a bit top-heavy, but crazy stacked at the top. Like, you could definitely argue that those are 3 of the 4 best teams at the moment.
I gotta say,
and they're playing each other so close.
Yeah.
Like, that C9, they almost just won. I mean,
but even on the other side, for like Energy and Leviathan, there's at least for Leviathan's side, they're turning it around, and then who knows what's gonna happen in that split too for that Omega group. So I think it's stacked even from top to bottom.
Well, maybe
up to 5.
What did everyone's stage 1 predictions?
Sorry?
Do you remember your stage 1 predictions? How did they age?
I can't remember.
Yeah, no.
I don't work here.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we just move on, and you're just part of it, I guess.
Yeah.
That's all right. We'll set the stage. We're going to be low-key about this one because there is a very important thing that we had to follow up on. Yeah, that's right. Before we get into all the nitty-gritty of this matchup, we do have to make a check-in with a member of MIBR's roster. Riff is standing by with a very important update, actually.
Here with Cortezia before today's game. I got to ask you, I know it's been a week, but the mustache is coming back with a beard. Are we going to get a beard before the mustache?
Yeah. I'm trying to let the beard grow into these playoffs. Let's see. If it's not working, I just cut again and let only the mustache. Yeah.
Perfect. And that's my second question for you, really. How is the team feeling going into playoffs? You're looking great throughout the stage, but how's the team feeling now?
We're pretty good. I hope we won today and we go to the playoffs even better. So that's all. Yeah.
All right. Awesome, Cortezia. Thank you so much. Good luck.
So modest. So modest. We hope to win.
The actual PR answer of all time. Why not? Well, facial hair or not, MIBR are shooting on literally every single front.
Yep. Front, beginning, top, bottom, left, right, anywhere, uppercut, hook, jab. They have it all. And it also starts with the Verno coming back into this team, or coming into this team and actually completing how now the rookies around Shenam and Cortezia, then you have the veterancy and the duelist star player of Icebox. They definitely look good. But all that being said, there's still fraud at the helm, building up this team, building up the strats. And again, I think you've mentioned it Wyatt before. On the side of MIBR, it's very close to G2 in terms of who could maybe be that top seed. Now it's confirmed with G2's record, but at least MIBR is very, very close.
Yeah, and they played pretty early in the season. I feel like MIBR, compared to G2, had a lot more upwards trajectory, still to hit at this point. Just on account of the roster being newer, players being newer to playing at the level of VCT, having that pressure. So honestly, I don't think they're anywhere near the peak that they could actually reach.
Yeah, and I mean, they made significant changes, right, already, like very early into the season. Now, Verno, the newest addition. We have questions. We're not doubting that Verno can shoot. Like, we know Verno is a great player, but we were questioning, will there potentially be, like, communication issues here, Emily?
It's really hard to say. Like, I was trying to look back at MIBR's record, and yeah, they did play G2 pretty early, but they were able to take a map off of them. And honestly, what team hasn't lost to G2 at this point? Like, that's the common denominator, and they're still 3-1 in the league. And so going into this head-off against Furia have nothing to lose. You know, one of the ways that I could see them actually like winning this best of 3 is if MIBR going with too much confidence.
Yeah.
But I don't know, based off that interview, he sounds pretty humble.
100%. And when you were talking about the language barriers, I don't think it's really an issue. I forgot with who that he talked about, with being Icebox, but like they were just saying that they usually play together, Verno and Icebox, and they just communicate in English. And also when it comes down to those moments where they might switch to Portuguese and they might do these calls, it's still something that Verno already knows before they actually do the call out or before Icebox needs to translate it. So when it comes down to team synergy, that they're able to do that without having to verbally communicate it, I mean, imagine when he's going to be able to speak Portuguese. They're going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else really to add. Like, Verno, what we were talking about, like, Cortazir was being humble. I mean, Verno wasn't last week. He wasn't being particularly humble.
What do you mean? He was.
I respect it.
He was so humble.
Yeah, which point? When he was screaming, when he said after the game that he wished they didn't roll them as hard so he had more time to scream at them. I don't think that was very humble.
I mean, so you've got to keep it factual. That was factual. May not sound humble to you, but that's okay. But listen, if you're playing as good as that team, you can brag a little bit. I feel like you've deserved it. You've earned it. And one player who definitely earned it is Icebox. And he's not missing a beat. Like, he's just as good as ever.
Yeah, he's been really solid. Honestly, what stood out to me for this year is that he hasn't needed to be the GOAT Icebox. Like, the team coming into last week, they actually, compared to all of the other top teams, had like the tightest distribution in player statistics. Everyone was very close in comparison to the competition, which is just a testament to how great everyone has been. But then, yeah, you get over to a map like Icebox and this dude's just going to take over.
Any map. I mean, he's already dropped the record, so he could just relax.
Yeah, and I think that's huge that he doesn't really have to be like the solo carry anymore. Like, they're getting to a point where they are evening out, which is great for him, especially when he performs like he normally does.
Yeah.
And it like becomes that star duelist.
You're actually usually asking for a star duelist like Icebox to just continue to carry when you have 2 new players in Cortazir and Shenam. But when those 2 are definitely playing like veterans, Icebox doesn't need to do all that carry.
Yeah, so the back is not hurting quite as much as it did in the past.
All straight. They all have good posture around the roster, beginning to the end.
Yep, facts. That's facts. And now, guys, it's that time of the day. We do have to move on and talk about Furia. But listen. Yeah, they had a rough go. Like, you can't really like beat around the bush here. They had a rough go. They only won 1 map, I believe, this entire stage. Yep. And yeah, they have the worst round differential in the league as well, so it's been a struggle.
Yeah, it has been poor round differential on account of, well, they are definitely incredible on Lotus. We've seen that.
Yep.
They're struggling, and, well, here's the other map, and, well, they got 1 round. So it's pretty tough for the differential statistics if you really break it down.
1 round, 4 rounds, 7 rounds. I don't know what's behind us over here. Map win rate, not the best. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. I'm not going to read it through because everybody can read, right? Yeah. But it's definitely been a tough start. I think the best thing you can think about Furia right now is that you're hoping that, you know, with, again, nothing to lose, with that storyline, you can basically maybe get some sort of upset. You're playing against a Brazilian roster. You're playing against a Brazilian team. You already know how that team works because you played against them in the past before we actually had this whole partnership program going. So hopefully there's that, and then you get that 1 single victory that gets you that 1 singular championship point, and that's going to start getting you going for split 2.
That's right. That's when the big comeback is starting. But okay,
has to start somewhere.
It has to. That's right. And the place where it could be starting is Lotus. Thank you. It's been the map for them, and there have been teams just last week who made the crucial mistake of letting it go through. Yeah. And it was a heartbreaker because Furia was so close to actually winning it. At the very end, they were a match point. They let Cloud9 get back into it, but it's just factual. It's their best map.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge error. I think that C9 let it through. I think Furia should have won that game. Havoc was incredible on the attack side.
Yeah.
He left that game, I think, with 11 first bloods. Was genuinely diffing Oxy for most of that game. Still wasn't enough, but hey, you know, they kept it close against one of the best teams we have in the league. They kept it close against G2 on that map, and they beat NRG. So they just simply need it in the pool and to win.
I really just want to know what it is specifically about Lotus, this three bomb site map that just brings all of them alive. Like when I'm watching them play on Lotus, it's a completely different team, and I'm not 100% sure why anymore. It's just like they're whole new players.
Yeah, but you're right to talk about Havoc. I think even 8 of those kills were just opening on the attack side as well. Because at first when they were playing on defense, it's like, okay, well, they're just crosshair placement. People are just running to the crosshair. Havoc's landing shots, things are looking pretty good. But then you starting to see the synergy of how they work on the attack side as well and how they're able to operate as a unit to allow Havoc to get these type of entries, to open it up here and give a chance for Furia to actually get another map win for this split. But unfortunately, it wasn't a story. And then when that doesn't happen and you go to any other map, then that's just, I'm going to skip that. I'm going to skip that storyline.
That's all right. I'll take it from here, man. So don't worry about it. I mean, another player that we should highlight who had a great Lotus performance as well was Khalil. He's definitely been hitting some numbers there.
I'm trying to keep a serious face, but it's hard because he actually did play a good amount of kills, but unfortunately a lot of these, especially like a 4K for example, happened when like the round was over. So it was like kind of like stats padding at the same time, and yes, at least it's right here. Yeah, it's over. You know, they already diffused it. but
if you don't give that context though.
That's true. That's true. Sorry. Let's just hash that little comment towards the end. My bad, Khalil. But honestly, like if this type of Khalil shows up, and like the small flashes that we've seen where Furia had good moments was also when Khalil was having good numbers, good performances. So if that's going to be the case and they can actually put this within the rounds, then maybe they could get a map again.
Yeah, he does seem to randomly decide like 1 or 2 weeks a year he's going to look like he's walking
This
on
one's
water.
the one.
Okay, is it this one?
1 week has to be the week. It'll be this one. Well, let's hear it from them. How about that? Let's hear what their coach had to say ahead of today's matchup.
I am here with Peu before the match. Coming into your last match, probably headed against the hardest team of the group. What are you telling the team to end this one on a high note?
Independente se já é jogo que a gente já esteja eliminado ou eles classificados, eu acho que é jogo pra gente dar o nosso melhor e tentar pelo menos mostrar pela última vez nesse split o que o nosso time poderia ter feito. E eu acho que também é pra gente conseguir mostrar seriedade até pra dar continuidade pro segundo split, independente do que vai acontecer ou não.
Regardless of being like we don't have any more chances and they're already classified for playoffs, we still like taking this with very seriously. We want to win and prepare ourselves for the next stage. Please do.
Thank you. Good luck today.
And there you have it. Obviously, MIBR is the heavy favorite coming into this. But what we just heard in that interview, that's an important thing to note. You still want to end on a high note. You still want to treat every single match. That's your CV.
Yeah.
Like this is your future job opportunities. Like that could be the match one other team is watching, and that's why you got picked up. So like every player has everything on the line in every match they play.
100%. I think at this point you're definitely trying to perform at your best to make sure that going into split 2, no surprises happen to you as a player. Unfortunately, well, you might have to rotate some players in and out. So I definitely do agree with what Theo was saying. They're going to have to take this game seriously. And again, hopefully, even if they lose, hopefully they can lose as a team and still have a decent performance.
Yeah. In the seriousness, however, I would like to see them sort of reminiscent of the first time that 2G were playing with PXS. They really loosened up. They were taking more risks, and I need to see that from Furia today.
I saw them backstage. They looked of good spirits. Yeah, it was springing their step. Well, might be ad-libbing that part into it. They were just standing around. There was no stepping. But the smiles were on their faces, and they're taken to the stage, obviously wanting to end this one on a high note. Now, speaking of a high note, though, MIBR, they're on a 2-game winning streak right now, only dropping 1 match this stage, which was a close affair against G2. They're looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, top to bottom, this roster has shooters, even their IGL, Ardzin, who on the swap to IGL was when this team really started to come to life in Kickoff. And since then, they've really never looked back. Since then, they've been able to find their place within the meta. Their rookies are looking better. Cortezia is just truly phenomenal and looks, again, week by week, making more and more good decisions, more and more impact each game.
Definitely. I think Cortezia, for me, is somebody that's definitely growing on to me as a player. As a rookie, to have this type of, like, cool vibes going into the interviews and also just fragging in and out of the server. It's just nice to see how MIBR has been built up.
Speaking of good vibes, Furia taking to the stage, loving their track here. But yeah, already eliminated. As you said, Emily, like, they have nothing to lose. That could be
terrifying.
Yeah, that could be terrifying to go up against.
MIBR has no idea, well, I guess, what to really expect because they could do anything here.
Yeah, maybe different maps, different compositions, different roles, who knows? But if anything, like, you still have Mr. Consistency in Heat overall in this roster. And if you have now Heat continuing this type of performances, and then also you see the flash of Havoc from last week, I think this is going to be a nice little duo that could go. I mean, you're probably going to have to play a type of playstyle that double teams Icebox, and it'll be nice to have those two guys to be at the forefront of that.
Yeah, would love to see Havoc playing a bit more Neon. That would be nice.
You know what would be nice?
Lotus?
What? Excuse me?
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
so
wait.
why is Lotus not actually banned first by MIBR? Of course, well, they haven't been playing so well on Fracture,
but perma.
Yeah.
And then
Why wasn't it picked?
that's the thing. That's the thing.
Well, they're currently 0-2, and I think if only Max got 7 rounds on one of those maps.
This is actually baffling is the right word here to use. Yeah, MIBR, they're having an 0-4 record on Lotus. Like, MIBR is not good.
They barely beat C9 on it, who also just went to OT with Furia. That really doesn't make sense. I'm going to be real. We haven't seen Furia on Icebox. Maybe that's a sleeper map for them, guys.
They played Tejo Breach on the side of MIBR doing Kickoff. I think they got 4-13, if I'm not mistaken, against 100 Thieves. If not, they tried so many different compositions, including double duelists on Raze and Jet on Lotus, and still lost that. So despite them only getting 1 dub in split 1, the history around that map could have given a good chance here for Furia to actually pull that map again. But Icebox, maybe the reason why they're going to let that through or not pick a set instead is just because they have a good game plan against what you could bring out here from MIBR. MIBR is playing this double controller. They've won 8 rounds in a row in attack, not giving too many chances here for teams to play against them on the double controller on that map. So hopefully Furia comes in with some sort of plan for that.
Well, they better. Yeah, this is like their one win con out of the window here. Icebox, as you said, MIBR. We've seen them already on this map, but we don't know what Furia can bring to the table.
Yeah, maybe Icebox is just 10 times better than their Lotus. Maybe Icebox is their one map that they.
Maybe Icebox is their new Lotus.
Yeah, we don't know.
New week, new me. This is fine.
But now,
this is the level of cope that we're
exactly. I'm just mad coping. Mad coping. But you were just saying here why you wanted to see maps where potentially we could see some Neon out of Havoc. I don't think you're going to see too much Neon out of Havoc on Icebox.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting that one.
It might have to be a Jet versus Jet at this point between him and Aspas, and how do you actually enable him across that, right? So it's the rest of Furia, what Heat's going to bring, maybe playing some Sova, maybe the most standard comp as possible for Icebox, because we know that standard could still be tried and true, and it still works here in today's Icebox because, again, not many changes came into this map.
Yeah, I mean, you said a mention of multiple players needing to guard Aspas, be on Aspas.
Yeah.
This is his home map. He's been goated on Icebox 4 years, and that is why any team he's on, Lev last year, always picking into Icebox. MIBR this year, Icebox is back, but they're picking into it. It's just his bread and butter.
Well, it's a Jet playground, really. So I'm really just trying to see what they're gonna bring out against that to counter Icebox.
We're not seeing the vision just yet, but that's okay. We're not in the servers. They surely
I'm trying to get
will
close
be.
to like really inspect.
Okay, we got a KJ.
On.
That's a start. No, but overall, I want to see maybe like I don't know Heat on I don't know Rada.
I want to see Heat smile. That's what I want to see. I keep seeing there's like the Heat on Crew versus Heat on Furia. Every picture before he played with Crew, he has the biggest smile. It's just...
All right, yeah, MIBR keeping it standard. Yep. Same picks as we've seen thus far from them on Icebox.
Very, very tough to deal with for sure. They have good. Again, we talked about these phases of how you could scale with the double controller, and MIBR does that very well, especially on their air side hits. And now that we're looking on the other side, though, the tail comes back, which I kind of like. I was going to mention, if something that could stop maybe that double controller play is what we saw from G2 earlier on, just getting a lot of util to not allow the players to get forward positions behind harbor walls. And like we mentioned, we wanted to see them cook something up, and they did.
Yeah, with the solo controller, though, I don't know how confident I feel in that.
It's Icebox, so it's not too bad, right?
I'm with you. I just think the Harbor is so dominant in the meta right now that I'm lacking in belief at the moment. I'm gonna be real.
Well, yeah, okay, yes, but also for our Furia side, it's like, who can we actually see play that Harbor to help out on this double controller play? I think now you're able to add a lot of utility around, like, just a simple pull up your iPad, drop the missiles, and then gain some space. We talked about how we wanted to find ways to activate your star duelist being Havoc, finding good positions to get around the map. And that Teo is definitely going to help things out here and ease the game plan maybe that Furia has to try to deal with this double controller play from MIBR.
What have they been looking best on, just composition-wise?
Neon.
Clove and a neon.
Right, okay, so that one's out for this one.
Which they could have picked.
On this map, actually. It is one of the maps where we've seen it a bit. Like last year, some of the teams from China were running that. I think it was like FPX, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
so
was it like 3 controllers too?
Yeah, so it's not unheard of, but it's not particularly common.
Again, they got nothing to lose. So this is the moment where you bust that stuff out.
Just go crazy with it. But no, they just have the incredible post-plant spam comp. Like, get the spike down and go hide and
100%
win by throwing mollies at the spike.
Yeah, mollies, fragments, salvos. Like, the game plan around that is just how do you get on sites as fast as possible. And again, I think that Teo is going to help enable that. And then when you're going to try to fight against like the section double controller setup that MIBR has, well, that's why you have that KO in there. Try to pop flash through, get your Havoc in, and then hopefully even gain more space because of those salvos. So I think on paper, not gonna lie, no cap. This is actually not bad here from the side of Furia.
And this isn't Cope.
All right, so you're predicting them to win this map?
I predict that they're going to have more than 9 rounds on this map.
We're gonna let this one sit for a little bit. We're experiencing a few little tech issues on the stage. They're working on it, and we're gonna head into a very quick break, and then we should be right back with all the action.
Acho que é totalmente sobre isso, né? Sobre motivações pessoais e coletivas do time também, porque a gente não tem mais chance de classificar, mas a gente não conseguiu jogar bem o campeonato por si só que a gente sabe do nosso valor, a gente sabe que a gente trabalhou muito nesse primeiro split, nessa primeira começo de ano. A gente ainda não conseguiu ter uma partida boa, ter uma vitória assim, então tem muita coisa pessoal assim de nós mesmos envolvidos, e a gente quer muito provar para nós mesmos que a gente consegue jogar no nível aqui, a gente consegue fazer boas partidas, consegue representar a camiseta da Fúria da melhor forma.
I believe we are a couple of moments from getting this thing started. Again, if you are just joining us, it is MIBR versus Furia, the Titan up against a team that has unfortunately failed to meet the expectations that they had all year. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre, and I do want to talk about not the Sprout. That's it's not what I want to talk about at first. I do want to talk about the picks and bans, because the Deaths touched on it a little bit. The success that they have on Lotus, didn't touch on it very much, but it was something that was open. Furia decided to float it. They don't pick into it. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's going to be rough, because on every other map other than Lotus, they haven't gotten double digits. It's been under 10 rounds on every single one, most of them being blowouts, and it's just going to be an uphill battle, I feel like. But when you reach this point where so much has gone wrong, it's kind of okay to just throw a wrench out there. Maybe you can get something going. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's Cope.
Maybe.
Hope.
I think another interesting thing is we do turn our attention over to Icebox. The first map in what possibly may be a best of 3 is the fact that Furia is not running the double wall comp. I think we're starting to see a resurgence of Harbor Viper, but not the case.
Yeah, and I think it's something that Sean was talking about a lot, that he likes the Harbor because it's so tough now for these KOs to want to do these pop flash plays. It almost feels like you should be doing those, but you get punished for it.
Furia is on the attack. Icebox will be the first one to get tested, and already besting the duelist on the opposing side.
Yeah, the king of Icebox strikes first. Vintage, and now it's all left to Cortesia here, and he's just going to play a retake style. Everyone's going to flood in from the side of MIBR. Furia do have some good post-plant utility, though, if they can actually get the spike planted.
Part of the issue is the timing on it, too, right? They do have some of that utility, but it's not currently up. I mean, Prize doesn't have missiles. Rafa doesn't have knife. They do manage to get the spike down. Now we're going to see the flood out from the defensive side. MIBR with the numbers advantage, looking to push the pace a little bit more. Spotting a scalp. It's labored, but it's better late than never. The pistol, the way of MIBR.
Yeah, looking a little bit too easy for MIBR, a little bit too comfortable. I think if I'm Furia right now, I'm a little worried because, yeah, we got that spike down, but when it came to that firepower exchange, I mean, MIBR just cleaned up house right here on this retake, and that's not a good sign for Furia. Khalil was talking about in interviews how Furia has a hard time stopping snowballs, and this is just not the start you want, especially because Icebox is going to get closer to that operator online. We saw the damage he was able to inflict upon NRG with that. The first bloods.
Can I defuse or?
I defuse.
Just alphaing his way through who defuses on the team.
Let's talk about the vibes, though, a little bit, Doug. I mean, they're so chill. They're so lax.
Yeah, and I mean, all right, let's call a spade here, right? I think the record at the top of the screen tells you everything you need to know about the expectations between these two teams. MIBR should be able to best Furia pretty handily. Now, you know, any dog can have its day, but I do think you're right. For MIBR, they understand that they are the stronger team in really every way you could possibly imagine. And it should be relatively pedestrian, but again, this is why you play the game.
Yeah, gonna have to go through those motions. Furia actually got a big pick right there onto Artsy, and that was a Vandal that just got juggled back by Verno, but that was with Classics, so a little bit of progress on this round for the side of Eco.
Icebox connecting onto one, a little bit of utility joining in on the fun. 3 remaining on both sides. Verno opts to take a step back. Rafa finding success on getting a spike down for 2 rounds in a row now.
Let's see what the Classics can do in these close angles. Icebox with that outlaw, though. He knows someone's here.
Yeah. It's going to be a pretty easy cleanup on that kill. Heat feeling the walls closing in. Getting surrounded left in 1v3. The spike ticks away little by little, but it's Aspas who gets his third. MIBR gets his second. And Aspas gets a little bit closer to having those blades in play.
Yeah. All things considered for the side of Furia, though, Spike was planted 2 times in a row at that A site. If they can actually keep getting into these sites and use their composition to their advantage, we might be able to see some post-plant wins. I mean, it's a stat that was popped up earlier. They have a lot of success on post-plants. I mean, it's one of the areas where they actually do find success, right? So maybe that could be an opportunity to bring back this half, maybe put up a little bit of a fight against the stacked MIBR roster.
You do wonder, as the timer is not moving, you do wonder how much of the conversation around the post-plant success is, you know, maybe we're beating a dead horse here a little bit, but you do wonder how much of that is due to the fact that it was Lotus where they found a lot of those successes, and you know, maybe having success on post-plants, particularly given on that map, it does tend to lend itself a little bit more to that.
Yeah, I think Icebox is a really good post-plant map as well, though. I mean, when you look at this composition from Furia, there's a lot of stuff that can counter, you know, the scalability on the retake for MIBR. But they have to play out. If you play in against that harbor wall or the cascades where it can isolate those 1v1s, that's where stuff gets difficult for you. But if you can actually get into sight without using all your mollies and maybe still have that second round of Teo missiles up after pushing back, you know, an Opera or Outlaw of Aspas, that is the recipe for success from the side of Furia. I mean, you're going to have to do that. That's what your composition is made for. Otherwise, I mean, you don't have that Sova drone, you don't have the dart to really get that secured info. And yeah, KO Dagger, it can be just so so fake at times. I mean, yeah, you get a tag on one person, but you don't know exactly where he's at.
Right. As you guys likely saw there on your screen, all of you detectives that are watching here in the venue and at home, there was a PC crash issue, and it was Heat. He was the culprit. At least his computer was. It certainly wasn't him. And it seems like we are just a couple of moments from getting that fixed. He is loaded back into the game, so I imagine ready checks are just around the corner. And we will be continuing our venture and our foray into Icebox. Again, MIBR up early 2-0. Icebox has already gotten online. I believe he's 5-0 already with the Outlaw.
Yes.
You imagine, Dre, the op is inevitable.
Oh, it's next for sure. But Furia did do some good damage. I mean, even in that last round, getting what, 2 guns out of the hands of MIBR. So economy should be shifting in their favor. If they can win this next round, not get bonused, maybe they can get stuff going. I mean, yeah, look at the economy right now from MIBR. They only have 2 Vandals with light armor and that Outlaw with full armor, but Icebox is getting close to those knives.
Look at how aggro they are in main right now. There was a Dart, there was a Cascade. Icebox is already up.
Yeah, all this info gathered from the side of MIBR. You're 100% correct, and that's a great entry from Havoc.
Yep, and a great response from Khalil, too. You mentioned that it really felt like they needed to avoid getting bonused, and so far, it seems like that will be the case. Big numbers advantage away the attack. The spike has been planted, and it's only going from really bad to worse for MIBR.
Yeah, and fundamentally, I like the way that Furia are approaching this round. Havoc, it's kind of Havoc go kill, you know, in that post-plant scenario because they got the first bloods. And that's what you want. Everybody else is playing util. I mean, now they're kind of hunting a bit, but maybe a little unnecessary. I say that as he, you know, still ends up getting that kill, but
yeah, that is an interesting conversation to have, though, because you look at situations like this and you go, okay, you have the advantage, you know, you don't really want to lose it, you kind of want to play it smart as the follow-up round goes through for Furia and they're on the board. But I do think for a team like Furia, who has literally nothing to fight for other than pride throughout the rest of this stage against what is considered to be one of the behemoths of Valorant across any region, yeah, I mean, push the pace a little bit. Yeah, swing that a little bit more aggro than you normally would and let confidence get going.
Yeah, but you just got to be careful because, like you said, with a decorated team, I mean, this MIBR roster, one of the best we've seen out of that organization. If you give them that time of day and it actually doesn't go your way, all of a sudden your economy's bad. Now MIBR is snowballing you. Here's that operator from Icebox, though.
Gonna get challenged early on, as will Shenum. Will fall, the op does not connect. Forced to take a step back, thrown in reverse. And he's gonna have to continue backing up.
Yeah, blistering pace. I mean, if Furia can get this spike planted unscathed. Ooh.
Oops, my ult's ready.
Icebox connecting on the one.
Spike planted.
Just narrowly missing the second. Again, the aggressive swing out from Heat. It's proving to be a little bit too much for Icebox here. Now you take a look at the economy for Verno. You got 100 credits for Cortesia, 400. You're not fighting this anymore.
Get that operator getting taken out so early. I wonder if Furia are going to try to pick that one up, put it in their own hands, and maybe hold on their next default. But so far, you're right. Furia do not care whatsoever. They're swinging into Icebox's operator. I mean, he taking that 1v1. It almost felt like he should have dropped there, but all that pressure, sometimes even players like Icebox are going to succumb to it. And that's big. That's massive for Furia to fight back into this. They're building up their own economy right now. I mean, in the last 2 rounds, the last 2 gun rounds they've had, only dropping 1 rifle, and that was Havoc, who's gotten multiple entries.
Yeah, that's not too shabby. You're right. You take a look at the right side of your screen there. There's money blooming. It does not look like they're going to opt into grabbing the op from the previous round or investing in one of their own, which honestly, given the pace that they've approached the attack side with, I'm all for it. Right? Yeah. Continue to push it. You're just forced into more of a passive situation if you're carrying an attack side up.
Yeah, and it's going to be an A default this time around, trying to spot out where these jet knives are going to be. Specifically, Khalil and Heat are going to have to be careful for Icebox trying to do some type of aggressive play on this B side of the map. If he gets that first blood, it's a way into this round. Yeah, I say that as Verno just takes the head off of Havoc. He's having none of that.
Icebox did pop his blades. You heard those at the beginning of the round. I thought Rafa might try to be a little bit investigative with his utility and try to catch Icebox with the knife at the beginning of the round, but I guess 115 is a little bit better. So now they know at least where that threat is.
Yeah, they have info that there's a lot of weaponry here, and they're still opting to go for this. It's going to be a brawl, though.
Icebox procs the dash, gets a little bit more high ground. Doesn't connect on the first blade. Still plenty more where that came from those. You see the spit hitting up back towards heaven. A little bit closer is Furia. Inch further up into the site. They managed to get the spike down. Now we're going to see how they deal with this double wall utility. And the Prize's ult. This situation just got harder. I don't know that there's a way in. If they're going to flood, they have to do so very soon. And the clock is ticking. Prize again, 11 HP. Icebox looking to be the tip of the spear. This Verno's the first to fall. No, real room, no. Angle found. Very well handled by Furia. Artine and Shenum, 2 remaining with the gun.
Player standing.
Immediately falls. Shenum left in a 1v2. Again, Prize weak. Heat not much better off, but there's just not enough time.
Wow, what a great comeback to the round from Furia, being down one. It got a little bit dicey there, but speaking of trying to handle that Harbor utility, that Teo ultimate maybe would have liked to save that, but a win is a win. That delayed the retake. MIBR couldn't run in, and when the time is that low, you make a bunch of mistakes clearing out certain angles. Heat picks up 3 into that round. He's feeling himself a little bit here. And I feel like he's been a player for Furia that needed to step up in previous matches. It's nice to see him here sitting at the top of the scoreboard for his team. We know how talented he can be mechanically, just hasn't really been able to show it.
Yeah, I know Vansili's grinning from ear to ear right now.
Yeah.
Watching Heat find some success. As Verno again, dying early.
Gets his get back onto Verno.
Traded right back though. I mean, Furia, you gotta give it to them. They're finding success on these aggro takes.
And a lot of that is off the back of Havoc.
Yeah.
I say that, of course, the curse.
But you are right. Reckoning now invested, gonna flush him out a little bit further. Force them further back to their side of the map. Shoving the line of scrimmage. As Rafa falls, our team's gotten the defuse to half. Pushed off the spit. Now a second set of Harbor utility that they're gonna have to dance with and try to reckon around. Wow. 2 kills found from Prize. It's gonna be down to Icebox. Switches to a different weapon, 5 HP, pushing through the wall, 1 kill found. And now the smoke to buy a little bit of time. Doesn't even threaten it. He's gotta win this fight out. A tap is there. Khalil forced into the swing. And of course, it's Icebox that hits the shot. The Red Bull clutch for MIBR.
0.87 seconds left on that. The pre-fire 1 taps coming through for Icebox. He is 9-3 right now. And a bit of a blunder for Furia after Prize got that 2K spam through the smoke. I thought it was wraps. Those Teo missiles were about to come back up. Certainly.
That was filth.
Yeah, but amongst the chaos in this situation, just jumping the gun a little bit too early.
Nice, let's go, boys, let's
was
go.
Prize. Now MIBR, they answer back after 3 rounds won by Furia. And another operator online for Icebox. He's got that A line, but everybody on the side of Furia is doing the B default. And you look at that mini-map, everybody's shifting over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same flavor, but it's just on the opposite side of the map. This time they have the lockdown they can play around. That'll buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, creates a bunch of space as well, but this spike not being planted so far.
Havoc might have bit off a bit more than he could chew. Scales past safety and pays for it with his life. Now Cortesia has an ult of his own that he can counter with. And you imagine MIBR are going to try to fill in the space. Here in just a moment, Furia forced to sit back and watch and find any semblance of safety to play from behind. Excuse me.
He got pre-fired.
Verno on a heater. Numbers, again, the way of the defense. Prize and Khalil forced to try to take back some of this space and secure this spike.
1 enemy remaining.
That's real tough, man. The MIBR retake there was pretty.
Yeah, a lot was riding on the shoulders of Heat in that moment. But Verno understanding that the only gap of that Killjoy ultimate is the back of Yellow.
Right.
And he pre-fired Heat. That was just so fast. He'd had no time to react whatsoever. And it's this duo of Icebox and Verno in tandem that clean up that retake. Oh, he saw him on the jiggle. That's what it was.
I do think, though, you were right. That's one of the only places somebody could be back Yellow around it and be safe.
And it was this half-in, half-out approach from Furia that kind of led to their demise. I mean, 2 players pushing into Snowman right there, just getting completely punished. This time.
Different look from the attack here, yeah.
Yeah, they're going towards A. It's been an A-B. I feel like it's really readable from the side of MIBR. They should know. But there's a ton of players here. The KO is kind of making it obvious. Hopefully, Furia understand that and start throwing some feints with that utility. Make the players of MIBR second guess where the attack is going to be headed from. Maybe that freeze the round will do just that, but that turret being broken denies some of that late round aggression.
Knife out, drone out. And again, they've taken the space behind it. Price is going to get a little bit closer to bringing that ult online. Armageddon in play now. They're just waiting for the flood to come back out. Note that Verno has his ult, Shenum has his too.
Cortesia heard all these footsteps from Havoc as well.
Our team, the first to fall. There was just Cortesia, as you were mentioning, trying to spam through the wall, gets the best of Havoc. He's got a timing, he's got some space. And he's just made the map a little bit smaller. Now the defense with full eyes, focus forward, prize. Yeah, you know you have to tap that ult out and bait it out. That's exactly what they do. Now the real game is afoot. Can they flood him behind it and try to get a little bit more space? That's a big ult invested, man, with no value behind it.
From the ropes. Also a Viper's Pit invested too. But Cortesia, he just spams him. And that's it. I mean, Khalil, it's just unfortunate. Very unfortunate. So MIBR getting some momentum back in their favor. I wonder if we're going to see a timeout from the side of Furia.
There was the spam through the pit that you were mentioning. Because you're right, they dropped the Viper's Pit in there. They put the, sorry, not the Sova ult. What's the other one that they invested? Prizes ult, thank you, yes.
Yeah. Armageddon.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 big ultimates invested with no outcome for the side of Furia. And now, there's the timeout now. All things considered, not too bad of a half from this attacking side. I feel like they did a good job of stopping a snowball, but now these post plants have not gone in their favor.
Well, I think
and they've tried a lot of different things, Doug. They've tried being aggressive. They've tried playing actual utility. I think Furia need to use their composition, use their mollies to like infinite delay the taps of the spike. And obviously easier said than done. But especially towards this A side of the map, MIBR have been giving that for free off of like 1 KO dagger.
Yeah, I worry though. You know, you were mentioning Furia, decent half so far. They stopped the first snowball. It feels like they managed to get past the first snowball, but now there's an avalanche coming.
Yeah.
I mean, they have not had any success the last couple of rounds. MIBR has been able to effectively fight through these retakes and get defuses, and yes, some were closer than others, but they seem to have figured something out.
And now you look at this buy from the side of Furia, and it's worrisome. I mean, light armor across the board. You have a player with a bulldog. This is going to be a rough one.
That is interesting because it's not like they don't have the money. They're choosing not to invest into it, presumably to get a couple more chances at gun rounds in this half.
But Rafa's not even going to have a rifle in the next round.
Yeah.
Icebox is going to have to deal with all this utility. Furia have done a good job of not getting picked by the operator in the first, 15, 30 seconds of the round. It's been in the mid-round on the actual site hits where Icebox has been getting a lot of the kills.
I can't believe they're still checking this. And they got a kill on Artine. Icebox threatened to leave. Procs the dash, puts a bullet between Havoc's eyes, and then gets out.
He's trying to, at least.
Blades in play, too.
Look at the respect given. Furia have to freeze, use those knives, find out where Icebox is, but he dodges. Now he's able to reposition with that operator, and yeah, Furia want none of this. They're leaving.
The problem is they don't have any space A. I mean, they have some presence mid with heat, and they've got the turret to make sure there's nothing kind of going on behind it, but you have no idea if someone's scaled past 410. You don't know if someone's up. And now they've got the pit that they're going to have to deal with, too.
Yeah, nicely timed pit from Shenum right there. But look at this little gap in mid.
Left.
He's found an opening.
Recalling my bot.
It's a game of who's going to turn around first, is it?
Headshot.
Yeah.
Nice reaction, nice flick.
Crispy out from heat, Cortesia falls, and Verno's going to return the favor. Now 10 seconds left, the spike's still not planted, they still have to get through the
10
pit.
seconds left.
Committing to it now, Rafa
Spike
will
planted.
succeed as Shenum does not choose to push the pace.
And you still have KO Molly, you still have the Teo missiles online.
Remember, Icebox with an op here and still has the blades from the beginning of the round. Shenum, this is a big kill. You know, he was waiting for it just on the other side. Oh. Not connecting. I mean, where did the pellets go? Meanwhile, Icebox from on high gets his 3. Shenum gets the last, and that's another retake success for MIBR.
Yeah, just gonna see the infinite diffuse bug right here when we see the scoreline pop up. But yeah, Icebox with those knives. I mean, the double dip, by the way, on yellow, just full confidence, taking out Havoc, who, by the way, Havoc got the first blood onto Artine.
Yeah.
And it was clean. But I'm surprised there's no punish right after this. I mean, Icebox is stuck here. And yeah, he's got 2 smokes to work with, but the fact that he's not traded allows for this to happen, and that post-plant utility doesn't come into play at all. No KO molly. The Teo missiles do come through, but the timing's just not there.
Full steam ahead for MIBR. 4 rounds in a row.
4 defuses in a row as well.
And this time, our team returning the favor. Getting the best of Havoc at the beginning of the round. Must be an interesting spot here for Icebox. Still has the op, but he does have the wall from Artine to be able to play a little bit more safely.
Yeah, this is a wall that we saw G2 throwing out as well to delay all that B space. Allows you to slowly creep back in to this yellow area and take another angle. Icebox is so good in these moments as well.
I think it was Wyatt who was talking about it on the desk, how it hasn't felt like Icebox has needed to be Icebox.
Yeah.
He's currently 14-4, so he's certainly putting on a performance. Is dead this round though. As Furia pushes a little bit further up. Khalil is so far ahead of everything right now.
Great molly though to delay that spike being planted. You have to freeze again, and that time is running lower and lower and lower.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no idea if somebody, you have the turret that's back garage, but you're running the danger of getting wrapped here.
30 seconds left.
What does work into their favor is this KO knife. You could use it on the site.
Yeah.
Yeah, no more mollies to delay you here. But at some point, I mean, you got to stick this plant.
They're certainly patient with it. Rafa hitting down onto it now as Cortesia is not able to connect on the shots. Swing out from the Viper, and it's a lethal one at that. As again, another defuse for MIBR, another retake for MIBR, and another round win for MIBR.
It's getting out of hand right now. And Furia, it's what I was talking about earlier in those post plants. It's half in, half out. I mean, we had, I believe it was Rafa planting the spike and then running all the way back to yellow, while Khalil is running up the rope, giving a 1v1, and then he is left on site to try to trade, balance the score, and it's just not on the same page.
Yep. Nice. Okay, guys, we need to move. We need to move faster. They're standing still. We're standing still, and that's why these rounds are getting close. We need.
Yeah. So I mean, there's that mid-round communication. Verno saying we need to be a little bit more proactive. Yeah, we're on the defensive side, but.
There's a little proactivity for you. Aspa taking the aggro line with the op connecting.
Jeez. Another first blood for Icebox. 15 kills. This operator, I mean, in NRG's nightmares, now in Furia's nightmares. Something different, though, is the first time that Heat has taken space in this mid-tube. He's going to get cleared out, though. What a great drone from Verno. Oh, my goodness.
Dude, part of the issue for Furia, you were mentioning it's nightmares from Icebox is off. The problem for them is it's been nightmares for 5 weeks now.
Yeah. It's been extremely rough going.
Icebox proving that he's human. I mean, if you slow down here, if you're Furia, Havoc is currently playing B by himself, and maybe you can manipulate rotations a little bit, but the problem is when you're in a 3v5 like that, it's not like you have the numbers advantage to help spread the map out.
It's a great entry, though. It allows you to get that Armageddon online, and there's a lot of players in this backside area. Icebox needs to be a little bit careful here. He's good. He dodges that.
30 seconds left.
Ult invested, high ground taken, and now they can flood in behind it. And once again, we're finding ourselves in what could be a diffuse situation. Yep, Khalil takes one to the back of the head, assassination style. Icebox gets another, and Havoc, who, if you remember, was on the opposite side of the map, is now left on the outside looking in once more.
And that was the call. I'm assuming Verno made that call as well. I mean, we heard him do that little insert in that last round, the end of the last round. He was proactive. He was the one that used that drone to clear out all of mid, take out the lurk of Heat, and he was probably the one that called to speed up because everyone saw Havoc on the minimap towards that B side of the map. It's a 4v2 on the actual A site. Numbers advantage, easy. I mean, just completely smothered. Nowhere to play if you're Furia. And we're already on the last round of this half of Icebox, Doug.
MIBR with 6 rounds in a row. Cortesia's ult and Artine's ult to play with. Not to mention Verno, not too far off of his. If need be, again, an aggressive line. He's so far up already.
Just so disrespectful.
And the thing is, because of where the knife lands, you don't really know. He could be playing behind 410 where Verno's playing now, or he could be up in your lap like this.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to that KO knife information. It's not clear. I mean, look at the drone difference, right? It just sets Icebox up for free kills.
Right there.
Artsy took a little bit of damage due to an earlier scuffle at the beginning of the round. Khalil has as well.
This is going to get shut down. Shenum is waiting right outside of the smoke.
Just enough HP.
Bot coming back. Recalling my
And
bot.
if you're MIBR right now, what are the odds they're alone? I mean, no one from the side of MIBR is at this A site. It's so obvious that it's a B hit.
17. He's got the dash procced. Oh no!
Remaining.
Stuck.
Spike down B.
Heat's now left alone in a 1v4.
Yeah,
final round of the half, doesn't have the spike. Now they know where he is. Does he die to Icebox? Of course he does.
Yeah.
A 9-3 half for MIBR. It was competitive at the beginning, and we talked a lot about how the pace that Furia were injecting into the rounds were, you know, kind of being a little problematic for MIBR, but they settle the ship and they rattle off, what is that, eight rounds in a row, 7 rounds in a row to close the half?
And so many defuses. Their retakes were on point. Furia could not win a post plant. This is the problem with running no clear information in your composition on a map like this, especially against a player like Icebox.
The double wall comp on the retakes proved to be too much. We're going to throw it to a quick break. The second half of Icebox when we return.
Oh. Huh? Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Well, it was close until it wasn't, at least for the first half of Icebox, as MIBR was able to run away with it and build a 6-round lead. Now it's going to be on Furia to try to balance this thing back and try to get back into this on the defensive side. I'm Doug, with me is Dre on the call, and it's been all Icebox that entire half, 19-4, and some of that was individual playmaking, some of that was just him teeing off, and I do, very quickly, we called him on the camera there for just a second, gotta give Prod his credit, because he had a really good game plan coming into this, and yes, they should be besting Furia, but man, they look good doing it.
Yeah, it shows a lot about a team that's confident in their ability to retake. Now they're on the attacking side and ready for pushes as well.
Brother, what sort of confidence was that? He was up by himself with the frenzy. Like, you know what? That's fine.
It's just textbook from MIBR right now. I mean, not really needing to do anything, and Rafa just catches a stray. Poor guy. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you're in a ranked game, that happens to you. I'm tilted.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you play Valorant, sometimes Valorant plays you, and that's been the case for Furia for the last 5 weeks. And it doesn't seem like it's going to get any better.
That's brutal.
What is this freeze from MIBR? Has something bad happened? Like, has the
they're-
mouse disconnected?
They're playing a fundamentally sound way. I mean, they're waiting for any type of re-aggression from Furia. They understand that Furia, on the attacking side, were basically running it down on those post plants. So now just playing really methodically, trying to bait out any more
30
pushes,
seconds
seeing if
left.
there's any more mistakes that Furia are going to make.
I think as you think about MIBR, they are in a 5v3. They managed to get the spike down. We'll continue this here in just a moment. Havoc's position been given away, and his life has been taken at the hands of who else?
Last player standing.
Heat will join him, and Rafa's 13 HP surely will not be enough to stand the test in a 1v5. I think when we think about teams that we expect to compete on the international level, and not just compete to qualify, but compete for hardware, right?
Yeah.
Compete for championships.
Yeah.
You want to see them dispose of teams that are on paper less than they are, and they should be able to get through these games pretty easily, right?
Yeah.
So you take a look at some matchups like this, and even, you know, to draw back to the first series, Jogamo talked about it. If there's no pressure, they can be a little sluggish.
Yeah, yeah.
Perhaps, but for MIBR, that has not been the case today.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're on top of it, and
yeah.
I think that just shows the discipline that they have as a roster. Right? And it's really important though, because we have to keep in mind this is a new team. We got rookies on here. Yeah, they play like veterans. Yeah, whatever. But still, the fact that they could just be holding W probably and take this victory on the attack after they got those 2 picks and the dink on Rafa, but they instead decide to hold, I think says a lot about their approach and how they're taking every team serious.
yeah. Including Furia in this situation. You're absolutely right. Take a look at the buy for the attack. Classic FPX. 3 rifles, 2 ghosts to carry into the next. And again, another testament to how they're playing the game as cleanly and as perfectly as you would expect them to, as you would expect any team to.
Yeah, just a basic 4-1 contact approach. So good with that Harbor. Everything at B site cleared. This A stack has been sniffed out. And now with that spike being planted, it's going to make it nearly impossible for Furia to retake into this. The recyclable utility. Walls on walls. And then you have Icebox sitting on top yellow, just hunting. Maybe everybody from Furia going to just drop to that spike, not build up any of those ultimates on the side of MIBR. Artson, the closest one to that. He has 3 orbs gained. Maybe he'll go hunting. Yeah, there it is. Drops his Guardian. He's going to hunt with the Ghost. As many as he can get here. Even if he falls, it's all good.
He might. No, he gets nothing.
Deleted. Heard some yelling in the arena after that one. Yeah. Yeah, man.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to take the bait. I'm not going to be mean. MIBR get up to 11. Furia now with guns to respond, though, including heavy armor on 3 players.
Let's see if Furia try to play into that contact style that MIBR just did towards that B side of the map. It looks like Havoc is going to have to deal with that if that comes. It's probably the player you want there, too. That Jet, pop the dash. You could disrespect the Harbor wall if it's there.
Yeah, I mean, he had some good moments in the first half, too, sure.
Turrets destroyed.
It's a good dagger to delay, but this is the vintage, actual vintage Icebox dashing on the top 2, getting so much info for his team.
Rafa's just decapitated. Cortesia gets another.
Icebox is still in mid. He knows Heat's here.
Night, night.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, with surgical precision.
It's sickening. It's just sickening.
11-3 right now. 12-3. An inevitability.
Wait, the spike got stuck here at the A site.
Hang on. Hang on.
1 enemy remaining.
Never mind. He's still alive.
40 HP. Surely. Surely he gets it, right?
Yeah.
And he does.
Yeah, 12 for MIBR. Aspas has
Match point.
an obscenely high amount of kills in a very small amount of rounds played.
I think he's trying to compete with Cryo in the plus and minus at this point. Yeah, what entries? I mean, what do you do? What do you do?
Yeah, and I think, again, I don't know. I want to draw attention more to the fact that this feels like an MIBR that's hitting their peak at just the right time, heading into playoffs. We got to talk about the MIBR of old to the MIBR of now. At the beginning of the year, we talked about this, Trey. I remember having this conversation with you. They're changing the mindset around MIBR. They're changing the way people talk about them. They're changing the way people think about them. this is a team that can be competing for hardware in Toronto.
Yeah, actually.
Enemy killed.
Especially when Icebox is hitting shots like that. Prize getting absolutely instud. And now the pace, it's being put on Furia at this A site.
That alarm bot's still up, but it seems like Shenna might be able to get past it and take up 2. Meanwhile, Khalid getting 2 kills on site, making things competitive. The response instantly through. Havoc now falls. All attention can be turned towards the site. Khalil never really had a chance. 13-3 for MIBR. It was a slaughter. I mean, it was 3-3, and then it turned into 13-3.
Yeah, letting Icebox through against Icebox, I mean, it's tough. It's always going to be tough. He has the kill record on this map.
25-5.
It's his. I mean, this is his map of all time.
Yeah, and so now as we take a little bit of a moment to think about what the next map will hold for us, we've got to go back to the conversation we were having earlier. They had the opportunity to go to Lotus. Furia did. They chose not to, and they opted to go to Ascent instead, where, I mean, just like every other map in the pool, they haven't won a map yet, but it's not like their maps have been close.
Yeah, especially on Ascent. I think their last game on Ascent was 13-7. It was a loss.
And I think that's the most competitive map they've had. On most competitive score they've had on that map, excuse me. It doesn't bode well at all. I think for MIBR, they look really clean. The GOAT popped off, as you would expect him to, and I don't know. Maybe they have something prepped on Ascent. I don't know, Dre.
I was impressed with the discipline that we saw out of the MIBR roster because, like I said, it could have gotten really silly, right?
Yep.
But the fact that they're still doing their due diligence, they're still doing the little things, I think that goes a long way, especially when you're going into a playoff.
They look really good. Just have to get through this last map, and then they can set their eyes on the greater prize. 13-3, the way of MIBR. Map was map 1. That was Icebox. Ascent on the other side of this. We'll be right back.
Tentar passar o dedo, mas o Havok na bala, levou a melhor. Havok! 4K maravilhoso!
Muito miado, Madden. Pode cair cedo. Xenon, muita mira. Leva 2. 4 kills pro Xenon.
I'm here with Fraud ahead of map 2, and I know we asked this before, but I got to ask it since we hear Verno talking so much at the end of the rounds. How beneficial has it to be in having him on the team, and is it mid-round as well, or is he just pumping up the team and recapping at the end there?
No, he's not really like the recap kind of guy or hype kind of guy, even though he does get hype sometimes. He's really just tactically focused and focused on adaptions and micro plays within the mid-round. So I think he's a crucial pickup for our team because that was something that we were lacking when we made the IGL change. So having someone who is very proactive and giving us some really good stuff is huge for our team. And that's exactly what happened today, where we ended up losing a few rounds in a row because we weren't following some mid-round rotations, and we kind of, took advantage of some of those rounds and fixed that up. And Verno was really helpful and vocal in our turning the half around.
All right. Thanks for the info. Good luck in the series.
All right. Listen, I'm here with one of the GOATs of the game. What's up, Saucy? It's good to see you. I miss that beautiful face in the studio. First of all, what are the stress levels at for you now that you're just watching these games, when you're watching the Brazilian teams, compared to when you were competing?
I mean, all the Brazilian teams right now are in a bad spot, right? So only MIBR is safe.
Yeah,
just because of it. I mean, we have Icebox, now we got Verno, thank God NRG kicked to him, so we got him now, and we are playing actually a good VALORANT, and the other teams, Loud need to get their shit together. I don't know. Furia is bad.
wait. Okay, hold on. We gotta go down the list. Since Furia are playing, excuse me, what is General Manager Saucy fixing with Furia? If you're stepping in right now, Coach Saucy, what are you telling them before this next map?
Oh, bro, I would change everything, honestly. For the next map, I don't know. It's done. Okay. Honestly, I think it's done. But I would change the whole thing, not the roster itself, but how they practice and how to play VALORANT, because I don't think they're playing the actual, the true VALORANT, So it's kind of weird to see them playing right now.
Got you. Okay. On the flip side, on the positive, happy note, MIBR, they are the torch bearers for Brazil right now. They're playing super well. What was your first reaction when they got Verno? Were you thinking that it was going to work?
I mean, I was actually scared because people were telling that he doesn't watch VODs. So I was like, what? What are we doing? And then I talked to Aspa, and he's like, no, Verno's pretty good. He's really smart. His mid round is perfect. So I think oh yeah, that's what Aspas need, a guy that can play well as Aspas does, and kind of manage him through the mid round. So I think he's perfect for MIBR.
Gotcha. Do you think MIBR with Verno and then also the excellent performances from all the Brazilian Challengers players that they brought up, do you think they have potential to beat G2, that they could get to that level?
They have the potential, yeah. It might be soon. I mean, we kind of we almost beat them, right? So the potential is there, it exists. So I think right now we just need to think that the goal is to qualify to Toronto first, get the experience to with the team to go to the international tournament, baby steps, just chill, just wait a little bit.
Got you. Okay, and then I'll pivot to Loud, your old team. Your boy Pancata is still with them. What are you telling him to do? They have a match this weekend against EG, the last chance to get a win. What are you telling them to do? How do they get fixed?
Bro, sometimes I talk to Brian, and I told Brian, you are the only guy that in your team that knows more about VALORANT than the other guys. So it makes sense that you got to do the IGL function, but please just get the win, just for the glory, just for the honor. You guys need the win, and then focus on the second split and try to get a spot to champions. That's it. That's their goal.
You think he's got the chops to be a good IGL? Because people were speculating about that, if he could fit into that role.
I mean, Brian doesn't have a choice, to be honest. Right now in Brazil, he's one of the guys that knows more about VALORANT than any other Brazilian players. So it's time for him to be mature and realize, oh, I don't think there is anyone in Brazil right now that can do a better job than myself. So I think that's the mentality, the mindset for him.
Gotcha. Well, listen, I miss you. Thank you for joining us. It's been a while. And enjoy co-streaming, man. And thank you for the insight on the scene. But we're going to head over to the second coach interview and then get right back into the game after a little segment.
I do have Peu here before the second map of the series. How are you feeling about the team heading into Ascent, your map, and what were you discussing between maps there?
Para esse mapa, eu acho que é um mapa que a gente está tentando jogar um pouco mais num modo padrão do mapa assim. A MIBR também tem uma composição que é um pouco mais padrão e a gente escolheu para jogar para eles para tentar simplificar mais o jogo. E eu acho que a gente precisa acertar como lidar com o plano de jogo deles, pra gente não tomar tanto retake, igual a gente tomou nesse mapa, pós-plant, e conseguir desenvolver o mapa, porque passou na nossa mão vários rounds, mas a gente não conseguiu lidar com o que eles faziam.
Yeah, for this map, we try to play simple. You know, just do the patterns. Like they do it. They also play very simple. So we're trying to simplify this. And you know, we've talked about you know, how to actually get the map right, like the rounds, because we had the rounds a few times there and we let it slip. So just fix those and play simple.
All right, Pegu, thank you. Hope to see you map 3.
Okay, it's back to the basics for Furia to bring this one home. It is their map pick, a surprising one, because we wanted to see them on Lotus. It's their best map. It's also arguably MIBR's worst map. So, yeah, taking us to Ascent, a map that they are currently 0-2 on. Question mark?
It is puzzling. They've been happy to try and, I believe, pick into it in the past maybe once, but they've definitely been floating it at the very least. Going to Ascent, you know, haven't had the best results yet. How do they turn this around, Emily? Let me put the pressure on you. I have nothing to say.
Yeah, no, I've really been trying to rack my brain on how they could turn this around too. And I don't know if there's a way that they can, especially, like, did you see Icebox performing there in Icebox?
Yeah, they just dropped like 50 kills.
Yeah, like, I don't understand.
Even if you're a functioning team, that's a difficult one to deal with. I mean, Sassy's advice was just, they fundamentally don't play Valorant, apparently. Any other words of advice in Visum?
Maybe have fun.
Just have fun with
That's
it.
what you can do at this point, is have fun, try to have fun.
It is a have fun kind of game. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, just run around, try to get some kills, that kind of
just
thing.
full
Play
send.
loose,
A last map potentially of the stage, you know, that's where all the fun will be had. After a short break, so don't go anywhere, as we're back with all the action in just a little bit.
So Icebox unfortunately happened for Furia fans and for Furia themselves, but now we can turn our attention over to Ascent and hopefully it will tell us a different story. There's a lot of conversation to be had around compositions and what they decide to put into this map. Dre, as we've seen the meta evolve on Ascent, we're talking about double Sent decons, we're talking about a little bit of everything. Are you expecting something interesting?
Well, the last time that MIBR played this map was against G2, and they just ran like the default comp, you know, the Cypher, KO, Sova, and like, yeah, it didn't look bad per se, but it kind of did look like they got comped by G2. Sure. So I'm wondering if they changed anything here. And on the other end, I mean, Furia, they've been running like Teo Sova on here. I'm wondering if they're going to try to switch things up as well. I think the Yoru for them wasn't really getting as much value. Oh, and here we go. So here is the change from Furia. So no more Yoru, no more Tejo, but we're keeping the Vice. I kind of like Vice on this map now. I think it's really good in this current meta. The wall gets so much value. Those Thorns are like infinite delay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the Vice on this map, and I think for the side of MIBR, it is old, tried, and true, the vanilla comp on Ascent. We'll see how it fares. MIBR starting on the defensive side for Furia. You've got to start hard. You've got to start hot. Excuse me. You've got to be able to win the pistol, and you've got to convert that into something. But that's especially tough, given that you're on the attacking side and given that you're playing against a vanilla comp.
Yeah, 100%. Especially with the way that MIBR have been playing fundamentally, where it kind of seems like their protocols on the defensive side are on point, and their retakes were on point. On the last map, they won 8 out of 11 retakes, Doug.
Success everywhere to be found for MIBR. We'll see if that's the case on Ascent. Furia starting to speed up a little bit towards B. Everybody in B main right now. Smokes out for Tizia. First to get a little bit of a challenge. Havoc tagged by the trip, and he's already dead.
Yeah, now there's a crossfire in this back site area.
Oh, that hurts. That shot dart does not feel good. Icebox forced to sit back and watch on the other side of the door. Furia finding a little bit of room and finding some value on the site. Prize falls. It's labored, but he falls. Now Heat's left alone in a 1v3. The flash was good, but it was not good enough. The pistol for MIBR.
I gotta say it, Doug. How does Prize not pick off Artsin right there?
Yeah.
Artsin was full run ghost spraying.
Yeah.
But the bullets just couldn't connect from Prize. Prize had the upper hand that entire time. I think a little bit of nerves settling in. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this should never happen when you have the advantage like that. Just unfortunate. I mean, to be fair, the crosshair looks like it's on, but the bullet's just not connecting.
Yeah, that was hard to watch.
Not the way you want to start if you're Furia.
No.
Now Shenum sitting in wine with a Vandal. The double flash setup here, but that dagger connects on the both.
Then, yeah, the knife tagging them. They should know where a lot of hit is coming from, and he... Okay. Yeah. Right.
You think Furia are having fun yet, Doug?
I don't... This doesn't look like they're having fun. This does not look fun.
Down A.
I mean, the desk was right, though. I mean, it could potentially be your last map of stage 1.
Well, surely you don't...
Why not go out and bang, I guess?
Yeah, we just haven't seen the bang.
That was tough. That was tough, but...
It's an eco round. Furia will have guns now. They're going to have heavy armor on 3 members, including guns across the board. And it's, I mean, it's not a strong bonus for MIBR here. You've got a Marshall. Never mind. They've kind of juggled things around a little bit. A Stinger for RZ and a Bulldog for Verno.
See what Icebox can do here in B main with this Marshall. See if he can get maybe a tag on the player. Have a fast trade coming through from Verno. It's the 1-2 punch.
They have the wall up here.
Ooh.
He's stuck on the other side of it. He's just takes some high ground. He's baiting him into the swing. Wall goes down. Not relenting.
Just beckoning a fight, and look at how much info that these B main players have gathered. Baiting out the Vice wall. Now, if B side is taken, there could be a late flank from one of these players at A rotating in.
So part of the problem for Furia right now is that they're going to have to wait for any of their refreshable utility, or they're going to contact out. And guess what? I mean, the setup that MIBR have makes it to where if you try to contact out, you're going to have a hard time. But that said, of course, Havoc gets a kill into Icebox, and they have space.
Yeah. Want to keep track of Shenum right now on Catwalk. He's going to be able to get this flank in if he decides to go for it. See if he decides to go market instead.
Remember, he does have a Vandal, too.
Big firepower right there. Great flash. But Verno not punished.
No, Verno repositioning, staying alive, swinging on to the first, looking for the second.
Player standing.
And he does settle.
Spike down B.
Shenum left in a 1v3. Instantly dropped. Furia get the first round.
Yeah, Furia dealt with that B main pressure pretty well. I mean, not falling right there. Also not afraid to kind of push Icebox back and take that refight. That being said, that was Icebox with a Guardian. Now he's going to have an opportunity to upgrade his weaponry. A nice head-to-head right there from Havoc, getting the first blood. And something Furia did really well in the last map was get first bloods. I mean, they got 7. They just weren't able to convert.
Right.
They only won 2 out of the 7 rounds they got the first blood in. You look at the other end of MIBR, every single first blood they got, I mean, converted into a round win for themselves, so.
Good flash. Oh, Shenum, this is bold, son. What a freak.
No way they know.
Oh, he swings on the other side of the flash. Not finding a kill yet, but the second dip is it.
The thing is, everyone was still so blind that they didn't know he was in wine. They thought he was just peeking from main. So Khalil just drops.
Yeah, that paranoia must have hit all 5, and then the KO flash was good too.
Exactly.
Good tag onto Icebox.
Yeah, good intuition from Havoc right there.
9 HP. Heat, a really nice swing. And MIBR choosing to rotate away.
Yeah, here comes that pivot. I mean, they need to go now, though. They can beat this rotation. There's 3 members still at A side. Everything is going to be left on Cortezia.
Nicely done to clear the trip out mid, too. Apply a little bit of pressure. One more trip you're going to have to deal with on the site.
Yeah, it's been in the same spot almost every round. Great punish from Heat.
seconds left.
But they're slowing down. You talked about how they needed to speed up around this and try to beat the rotation. Plucked out of the sky. Cortezia trying to hold the line himself. Falls. But now without doing a little bit of damage. A 2v2. Aspa still with an op.
Spike planted.
Shannon with 25 HP. Trying to find a window to play in. He's got a smoke.
Nobody beating Icebox right now.
No, keep a close eye on Heat's flash.
Last player
Right on
standing.
cue, connecting, and Shannon falls. Furia gets another one as well. So Furia tie us up at 2.
Good wide swing. The start of the round was looking so promising for MIBR. Shenham, he probably could have gotten more than one right there.
Yeah.
It's kind of tough, though, when people are jumping around like that to control the spray. You think of Shenham, you think of headshots. You don't think of spray downs, right? But this kill from Heat right here on a catwalk, I mean, both is what allowed Furia to have all that map control. And yeah, that Vice utility in the post plant, yeah, that flash doesn't hit, but that swing was more than enough for Furia to gather up a second round win. And this is kind of like the story that we saw in Icebox on their attack. Lose the pistol, lose the eco round, and then convert your gun rounds.
Yeah, the prologue is the same. And I guess this is the part of the story where the hero starts to best the villain, and it's a happily ever after ending. Havoc's already down.
Or die!
Shem's gonna get a lot of value off this paranoia. The drone getting tagged first. Heat has found a window. Creeping out of tree. He's already got back sight. Shenham's lit up and he's dead. Very nicely done. And Cortezia is gonna be on the slave flank, but by the time he arrives, Verno's not able to take any space, and now he's dead too.
Spike planted.
Furia, it's looking good in terms of the strategy and their approach right now on this attack side. That's 2 rounds in a row they've used a door smoke and had Heat lurk all the way up catwalk. Cortezia just trying to get any damage he can right now, maybe try to bust the economy of Furia. That's starting to build a little bit here.
Oh, I think he's gonna go grab a better weapon, save it into the next.
Oh, that's that operator.
That's a better weapon, wow, yeah.
Aspas beat Havoc in a 1v1 holding an angle with a Vandal, and he got swung by an op. I would like to get a replay of that. That must have been an insane shot.
Yeah, I missed that.
Operator saved. Oh man, that's gonna be... That might be rough for Furia in this future attack.
Well, yeah, I think that puts MIBR in an interesting spot here because...
Do you buy?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Do you try to force up around it, or do you just put the game in your shooter's hands?
Maybe just a little bit of a light buy, I would assume. But yeah, so far Furia on this attack side, a lot of the success has been revolved around Heat. Getting these good lurk timings, finding the gap. No utility really on that catwalk because the Cypher is playing B.
They're not investing around the op. All of the hit is towards B. And it's just Sheriffs.
Good call.
Verno, oh my gosh! I mean, the dart and then the chow into the cage.
Just no fear whatsoever.
So aggressive, so egregious, and now he's still playing on Cycle Will's TP backside. Is he going to be able to land the shot? Yes, he will. Connects onto 2. Damage has been dealt. No real opportunity to upgrade a weapon, though, and the op has arrived. But can it connect? There's so much on the shoulders of this operator right now. He's going to have to take space and connect on a shot, and he does. Rafa falls, a 4v2. Traded back. Artine upgrading a weapon. It's a clip run drive for prize. It all falls down into 1v1. Artine swinging forward. Trying to get the best of Heat. The flash connects. Time ticking away. I don't know that he's going to find a way in. Wow. Beautifully played. I don't know that there's a way for our team to do this. He's got to land the shots on the Heat right now, and he can't.
Not ready yet.
I mean, even with the kill not coming through, the time is bought. The round is furious.
What a fight. What a fight. I mean, both players really giving it their all. Neither one being able to connect right there, but Heat, again, having immense impact on this attack side with this Vice.
9-3 for him right now.
Yeah, he's playing great. Verno.
I mean, 4 targets lit up.
playing so far ahead, really aggressive. Even this kill that he got back sight. But Heat in these moments, he's been very clutch. I mean, we saw Prize in the last round as well. Do really well towards that A site this time, getting 2 clutch kills to put Heat in a spot to close out that last round. And now MIBR on a timeout. So Furia, it looks like they still have some fight in them. They don't want to lose this series. They want to try to come out with a win in stage 1.
Just a couple seconds away right now as you see Fraud trying to talk to the troops and get a plan formulated.
Yeah, guys, this Heat players, he just keeps lurking up. We got to look for him, man. I'm wondering now if we're going to see a shift in setup from Cortesia.
Maybe. I do think, as you can see it on your screens right now, there are 5 ults up for the side of MIBR. So you know that's a massive part of the conversation here. Given that Icebox is going to have that up, given the 5 ults that they could play around, you imagine they're building a plan around that.
Yeah, for the side of Furia, you're going to have to try to bait some of those out. Maybe a tap of a spike, trying to get Verno's ultimate, that Hunter's Fury offline. Not get punished by it either. But the retake is going to be so strong from MIBR, wherever they decide to use it.
And remember, that was a large part of the success that they found on Icebox. All right, we might have a game on our hands here, folks.
Just pre-fired to oblivion. That's a free B site now for Furia.
Tasty on the other side of it. Remember, Verno has his ult, Artine has his ult. There's a lot of retake potential here, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, Verno's setting up right now to use that ultimate as well. That kill on Rafa from Artine is huge.
It's going to help him. Look, take a close eye on the minimap. Heat is going all the way back into their spawn, and he's going to catch 2 asleep at the wheel. 2 kills found, and the retake attempt has been stuffed.
I mean, it just looks like Heat has had enough. Heat and Prize, the duo again. 3 back-to-back rounds, securing multi-kill on multi-kill.
It's not fast enough.
Heat's intuition on this attack side, it just looks like he knows every single rotation that MIBR make. How has he crept all the way back there? And that pre-fire from Havoc, I mean, he didn't think that it was going to be a rifle over there. Maybe trying to pre-fire Icebox with that operator. But he'll take it.
No one escapes my...
Got a game on our hands, Doug. 5 rounds for Furia on attack ascent. That's huge.
Blades popped. Havoc looking for a target from Cat. Not going to find one. The knife also not tagging.
Yeah, random use of utility from MIBR.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing about the flash.
Maybe a little uneasy with the util, but Furia did throw smoke into A main early on there, so a good exchange.
They've also gotten through, so at this point they've gotten through one of KO's flashes and the paranoia from Omen.
And they've gotten all of B main control with that KO dagger being used. So right now, MIBR are kind of lost. They don't know what's going on. Furia have approached this round masterfully.
I think it's a combination of things. I think they're lost, but then also they don't, I mean, they're lacking some key utility for retake attempts.
Verno's going to have to come up huge with this Hunter's Fury. He does re-clear mid with the drone.
I can't believe he got out. I thought he was dead. Havoc's pacing, Havoc's timing is gorgeous. Almost connects onto the third, but this is a different Furia from what we saw on Icebox.
They look so much more confident. Where was this? Maybe a little too confident now. Maybe playing a little bit too aggressive.
Couple of kills straight back. Remember, Icebox still has blades, if I'm not mistaken. But Verno up really far here. And the spike has been taken for a little while here. 3 down in hell.
Standing ahead.
Is it enough, though?
Khalil tagged. He had to stay alive. That's big up from Verno. Off of the flash, Icebox looks to get high ground. Again, you've got to be able to flush them out from hell. They know exactly where they are. But Prize holds the line for Furia. The Red Bull clutch as they get to 6.
4 rounds in a row for Prize with that Phantom spray down. We might as well patent that for him. He keeps getting these collats with the Phantom. Yeah, he's so clean with it. And this isn't the first series that he's done this in, on this map specifically. I remember players lining up for him on Catwalk. He gets a 4K. He might be the master of the spray, and Havoc is getting another first blood, Doug.
And there is nothing that MIBR have been able to do to stop this unrelenting aggression from Havoc.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, this was an eco, but that was clean.
Just taking the fight straight to the MIBR members and winning. It's something that was kind of working for them in the beginning of Icebox, but MIBR were able to adjust. This time, MIBR kind of lost. They don't know how to handle this aggression in the mains.
And sometimes it's them setting Havoc up to take these early fights, and then other times it's just Havoc
pre-firing you in the face.
Yeah.
Level heads until we're home, yes?
I mean, how many is he at? He and Heat. I mean, Heat has been, we've
Yeah,
talked
yeah,
about
Heat's-
Heat a ton. But Havoc, the value he's been able to get on the openers, it's insane.
He's gotten tons of first bloods. They see this one again. And just disrespecting the one-ways, too. Disrespecting the utility of MIBR. I mean, disgusting work. Right now, MIBR cannot control this aggressive style of Furia. And look at the change of pace. It felt like the last 2-3 rounds, Furia have just been running it down in one of the chokes. This time playing more methodically, working the map.
Icebox is going to be a challenge.
Oh.
Remember how good Havoc has been.
He knows, that's why he dashes out.
The trip is going to provide a little bit of cover here. Out and snaps onto Icebox again.
Disgusting.
I mean, who is this guy? Now they have mid inserted. Verno's in trouble.
Still a drone here too. This is where Furia have been playing very well in the mid round on this attack side of Ascent. He's gonna drone from the corner. He's gonna get the info. Surely we clear Verno here.
This feels like a bait. Do they clear it? Do they check? Yeah, they were looking. And Verno gets his one, but you're triple faced. What are you gonna do there? The TP backs up from Shenum. Cortesi is here beside him. Side by side, shoulder by shoulder. One kill found. Make that two for the Sentinel. Artsine left in a 1v2.
There.
Rotating back towards B. He's going to be a little late to the party. He's going to have to solve it all on the fly.
Havoc starts the round. He finishes it out. But it was that 1v1 against Icebox, and you even saw it from Icebox's POV. He was kind of feeling pressured. He was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't take this 1v1 against Havoc. Falls all the way back, but still gets eliminated. Oh, man.
Brother, what?
Yeah.
I just got like mad scientist vibes
He knows.
out of him. That was cynical.
Yeah, he knows.
That had a streak of evil in it. That's wild.
This might be the most amount of rounds Furia has gotten on a map that's not named Lotus.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Attack Ascent on top of it. This is such a defense-sided map. But right now, the setups from MIBR, maybe just a little bit too obvious for Furia. I mean, they haven't really moved around the Cypher utility whatsoever. He's just been kind of anchoring B the whole time. They've tried some aggression towards A main, but the kills weren't really able to be converted. And it feels like MIBR are now playing a little bit scared, a little bit too passive. They're not even able to retake.
No, and if memory serves me right, that's the second time out.
Mm-hmm. They're done.
Yeah, Fraud hands off the wheel for the rest of this map.
You have to if you want a chance to bring it back. 2 rounds is not enough.
Gosh, that timeline, yikes.
Right? The difference is, Furia aren't allowing MIBR to play this retake style. Heat's aggressive lurk timings, he's been cutting off every rotation, whether it's rotating to A, rotating to B.
Get out of my way.
Dude, I don't even know that it's about not allowing them to retake. Big out from Aspas. Fire with fire.
Finally, right? Finally shutting down Havoc. And then that happens.
Gosh, when that kid's on, he's on, man.
And they have a free B site just like that. finally we're going to see a 4-on-4 retake post plant. This might be the first one we've seen so far.
Knife not going to tag anyone. Prize hidden among the logs.
Thorns activated.
Still 2 flashes from Rafa as well to set him up.
They're not even playing in one in main. They're all playing up.
Great ice ult to delay.
Yeah, but they dodged some of that utility. Icebox instantly dropped as soon as he tries finding a way out. This is so labored. Shenum and Verno trying to approach us from different angles. As Shenum was 1v1ing against Prize, able to win that out, and now they're able to play a little bit more aggressively here. Khalil's 9 HP will fall as Shenum gets 4. Uh-oh. I don't think there's enough time here. That's going to be really close, but I don't know that there's enough.
Nice shots from Shenum, but the disruption on that post plant from Furia, the crossfires they had on site, the timing peaks. They're playing so confident right now, Doug. Where was this Furia before?
Yeah.
Nasty, but it doesn't matter. Khalil said that Furia have a hard time translating good practice into game day. And it kind of looked like that was going to be the case on that first map. But right now, they are playing to a high standard, a different level. We've never seen a Furia play like this. Icebox crept into wine again.
Paranoia gonna buy a little space. How long does he stay here? And do they have anything to clear him out? Yeah. Prize has his drone. But you imagine that gets cleared by our team.
It's a walk up. I don't know. I don't think they know. Oh, Icebox could do some dirty work right here.
Yeah, but there needs to be something to let them know that that's where the hit is coming from. Our team's gonna dive, and there was too many there.
Seeing Icebox get overwhelmed like this is truly a sight to see.
Well, I mean, he was faced by 4.
But he's that guy. He's the one that is okay with that. I mean, he gets multi-kills. And now, how do you break through this on the retake? It's a 3v5. There's still so much utility on the side of Heat and Prize.
Cortezia is a share.
You're cooked. This is cooked. That timeout did nothing, Doug.
A difficult problem that they're going to have to solve. Havoc's 2 HP, not enough to stand against the test of Cortezia. But still plenty of work to be done. Rafa just waiting for any swing into his crosshair. Spots ahead, Shenum and Verno. Side by side, get a couple kills. Prize again, left in a 1v1. Cortezia finally able to upgrade a weapon. The time is low. I don't know that there's a shot for Cortezia to do this anyway. Even was getting the kill through, and he can't even get that. A dominant half for Furia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands.
I don't know that we do.
What is this? Surely this goes map 3, Doug. Surely. 10-2 on the attack side against MIBR.
Yeah, this was a really impressive performance from the defense.
And it wasn't just, you know, yeah, there was a lot of flashy kills, sure. But it was strategy, too. I mean, they outplayed MIBR in every facet. Great IGLing from the side of Furia on this attack side.
A quick break in the second half of Ascent right after this. Well, if you're just tuning in, it is a 10-2 score at halftime, and you may be thinking, well, it's a 10-2 for MIBR because, well, it's MIBR and they're playing against Furia, but lo and behold, you could not be more wrong. Heat, Havoc, and Prize got in on it a little bit, but they put up an insanely competitive, I mean, that's probably the best half of VALORANT that we've maybe ever seen from them.
Yeah, 100%, and it's not on Lotus, which is even more impressive. It's on Ascent, where they got absolutely destroyed by Leviathan. What a bounce back for this squad. It just looks like they were so much more confident, but they were actually playing to their advantages as well. And that was the difference. On Icebox, they had a lot of first bloods. It was 9-7, yeah, in favor of MIBR, but still, the conversions on those first bloods is what was lacking for the side of Furia. And this time on their attack, they cleaned it up. And Heat, what a monster. Let's see what Havoc can cook up here on this defensive side. He's running into 3.
Brother.
Disgust.
On to Aspas, too.
Oh, crazy trade from Verno. Maybe a little bit of luck on that one. Kind of changes things a lot now for the side of MIBR. Evening numbers like that on the attacking side tends to put you in favor. It is Vice utility here at B, but that B wall is so far back. Might be able to separate some members. See how far MIBR decide to contact up. Let's see if they see this wall.
I think they have to be rotating over here soon. Given that they're not seeing any info A, they've got to know to get through. Shenum has to stay on the other side alongside Verno.
Surely you go for this.
They've got to win this fight. They've got to win the fight out of market, and they've got to win the fight to spawn. Rafa not taking any damage. Very well done. Keeping the attempt at a retake relatively high as far as possibility. Our team down to 40 HP. Furia waiting for the second round of utilities to be able to try to get through. That knife tagging onto the first Shenum, waiting for the first swing. Paranoia connecting. That's going to buy a little bit of time, but they aren't taking the window that's been afforded to them. A second flash they have to deal with main. It's Laybird. High's got flash. Still gets a kill. Shenum now falls. Members of the attack weak as the defense inches closer and closer, but MIBR desperately needed pistol to keep this thing competitive.
It all came down to that window of opportunity with that paranoia onto Shenum. The fact that Furia weren't jumping on that instantly.
Yep.
That paranoia that comes out from Shenum is able to delay for just long enough for the other members to get activated and online. And I was so curious in this moment why Rafa didn't decide to pop flash through that smoke and help Heat out. That was 100% the play.
Nice! Let's go.
Those players in boat would have surely gotten flashed, and Heat probably continues to dominate this map, and now all of a sudden MIBR have a chance.
Havoc with a Marshall. He's tucked into this cheeky little spot. We've seen this out of him before. We've seen this out of Furia before. Dashing now back as they know all attention is towards A. Khalil with the trigger discipline, but it's just not enough. Aspas wisely turns around. Havoc not connecting on the spam. Now what do Furia do here?
In the past, they've tried to die to the spike. It looks like Havoc, he was trying to get some use out of that Marshall. He takes armor off of Shenum, but it's not going to be enough. And it's a decent investment from the side of Furia, to be honest. Heat will get some value out of that Sheriff buy, but they're going to have light armor, Heat and Havoc, in the following round. And that's kind of scary because when you look at the side of MIBR, you have Verno and Aspas sitting on a Phantom. That's a one-shot headshot on the entry.
Yeah, again, it's the same FPX buy from the previous map.
That can be a big difference maker, seriously, especially because Heat and Havoc have been the ones kind of at the forefront taking a lot of the first engagements. These Phantoms from the side of MIBR might punish Furia on this bonus. Such a nice shot here, too. Yeah. Pixel.
If they can find a way to quiet Heat and Havoc, they have a shot at getting back into this. But they've been so good for Furia this map that, I mean, that's much easier said than done. Does the utility to clear out line. Aspas on the cross, not fully committing onto the dash. Not yet, anyway. Now, out. They've gotten a lot of space. Furia close by. You were talking about the lighter armor, excuse me. Havoc is the first of all. Khalil will join him. He does too. Oh, this has all the smells, all the makings of a bonus.
And it was clean too. MIBR used so much utility to clear out Wine. They didn't want to get caught off guard by anything. The spacing on that attack as well was so nice. Not allowing that Vice Wall to get enough value, not allowing those Thorns to get value either. And the trades on the site went completely in favor of MIBR. Those Phantoms reigning supreme over the light armor that Furia had. And if you look again, I mean, it's still scrappy buys right now. Furia are getting snowballed right now. And they just need to settle. They still have timeouts in play. They have 2.
Yeah, it is early in the half, but
you've got to stop this momentum. That's such a bad round to lose. You're within 5 now. And this round surely goes the way of MIBR.
There has been a turn of the tides. All members of MIBR here. You got a little bit of defense. It's just not enough to really fight back. They know where Heat is. Icebox will fall. But you imagine it's just a matter of time. There's no way that he can withhold and withstand the aggression and the pressure his way. And so now Rafa and Khalil with their 2 stingers are left trying to retake this somehow.
They know Khalil is here as well.
Yeah.
Omen TP invested into this round. Maybe just trying to get some damage done, but still spammed out. Problem is, the economy is still not looking too good for the side of Furia. I don't even know if Havoc will be able to buy up an operator in this next round. I feel like it's so crucial to have your duelist have an op on this map on the defensive side. You can isolate so many of these lanes, get first bloods, especially with the way that we've seen Havoc play so far.
Yep.
Hitting a lot of those first shots. Let's see if we'll have enough here.
It almost feels like it would be a miss if they didn't play around that, and that is what they'll do. Light armor and an op for Havoc and a timeout for Furia.
Yeah, I think this timeout is perfect right now. You have a good opportunity to set yourself up. Close this map out. Make sure everyone's settled. This isn't even a strategic timeout by any means. This is just, hey, let's settle, calm the nerves a little bit. We amassed a great lead on our attacking side. Yeah, they've won 4 in a row. It's okay. We can still do this. More of a spiritual timeout than anything, Doug.
I do think there will have to be some conversation, though, around how they deal with what MIBR has been able to do on the attack. Now, Icebox is going to have an op. I mean, there's a little for them to reckon with, too.
That's actually very interesting. The attack operator. I mean, Icebox is known to do this. He did this a ton on Leviathan when he was on that roster. You remember seeing all those clips of him at Champs, walking up mid specifically with that op. He's not afraid to take those fights deep into your spawn or deep into B market. Obviously, he'll get some utility to set himself up to do so.
Right.
But let's see how Havoc decides to play around that, or if he's the one that decides to take the 1v1.
Well, we were hoping for an op duel, given the tail of the tape that we just went through, but it seems like, well, yeah, it seems like Havoc is going to be playing A. So we will not see that exchange early on. But again, all eyes towards figuring out how do they find success on this attack op.
Yeah, Icebox is definitely going to be working some mid picks here.
Wait, they are going to peek this.
Oh.
They're going to peek this. He's on the other side of it. No, don't go back to that. Icebox hitting the shot onto Havoc.
There's just no need for you to be jump spotting that in that moment. I say that as Prize evens the score in B main. Usually this prompts a speed up onto A site because the Senti is down.
Not getting a little value. That drone is going to provide some problems. Shenum saving alive through that. Nicely done. And there's the attack side up again.
It's just reigning supreme. He's holding all the angles for his team as they walk up.
A quick glance to the money for Furia too. It doesn't get any better in the next round. Khalil has to find a lot of value.
And they know he's here.
Confirmed now by Shenum's peak.
He's just trying to buy time for Heat. The Heat is taking way too long. The round's over.
Yeah.
Save.
Or do you double down and give another gun away?
It's getting out of hand right now. Furia have lost the plot. And MIBR right now, they know that the operator's on Cat. That's why 2 players are aimed and trained on that angle. Prize gets taken out.
You know, part of the criticism I've had for Furia throughout the year is how often it feels like their fights are heavily forced. And I mean, you see why just on this map, because when they're on, it's insane, right? Like they're shooting like crazy, and you look like they can best anybody. And in a lot of ways, they've repeatedly bested one of the best to ever play the game. But when they're
pick it up, you can't save it.
No, there's another up here. That's my up. You know, I went up.
But then there are times where they force it in situations like this, and
they get shut down.
Yeah.
Shut down. My ult is ready.
There's help on the other side. That's another really good example of that. Prize forcing the hand a little bit too much. Cortesia had his back.
I know exactly where you are.
And again, there was a weird investment here. Khalil is the sheriff, but they bought up around it.
It's just so awkward. I mean, that loss bonus money does add up.
Yeah.
And they should have a buy, but I'm still just question marks around my head about that peak from Havoc, that late peak catwalk. I guess not expecting the attack side operator, which does make sense, but still. I mean, your KO was already there making noise, and now you just dry swing in. Got to get over the pass, though. It's post-plant. Should be fortified. I mean, I say that, but Verno is very far away.
Just making sure there's no one going to be on a late flank. Remember, it's a Guardian and a Sheriff, and the Sheriff gets a kill.
Vice ult committed. We're going for it.
Time is short, though. And you were mentioning how Verno was so far away. I think he's still got a gun. He does. Waiting for the weaponry to join him. Opts to go for the utility. Chooses not to do it. Now Heat's left in 1v2. He's been good. But time is so short. And they invested, again, they invested that Vice ult. They're not going to carry a gun into the next round. MIBR are going to get to 8.
This is why you cannot give confidence to teams like MIBR. They're at a different level. They have experienced players that are able to bring it back for the rest of the squad. We're within 2 rounds now, after a 10-2 attacking half from Furia. There's just no way. Even in that 2v2 that was played, Khalil had an Omen smoke. Didn't even decide to use it on the spike to try to bait out half.
Right here. Scanning ahead.
Again, pace towards A. Khalil, the only one in the vicinity.
Get out of my way.
And oftentimes getting punished here too, playing up close.
Icebox popped his blades.
I mean, Khalil's stuck.
Dashing into the smoke, waiting for the second bit of utility out. Fade away from Icebox as he's looking for the second. Warning shots onto Havoc. A threat, and he's going to try to respond. That's so aggressive, and he gets 2!
Down A.
Relentless in his approach, and rewarded for it. They cannot let this one slip. This would be heartbreak. This would be disaster. It was a 4v2. Oh, and crisis averted. Furia get to 11.
I mean, it came down to the wire, though. They had full advantage, 4v2, like you stated. And it comes down to a 1v1. Rafa with some really good utility to set up Havoc's Flood here. But yeah, Khalil, he's been getting punished here at this A site. He's playing way too up close. I mean, in previous rounds, getting hit by daggers. This time, he's just stuck there from the drone. And of course, Prize getting a spray down with the Phantom again. But it's not comfortable for Furia. Maybe a bit of a sigh of relief, though, but aggression here.
Oh, a cheeky little tiles crunch. Oh! Havoc looking for the third and will find it. Furia knocking on the door of map point.
One enemy remaining.
Jeez.
And they've read Shenham. They've read our team. They read MIBR that round.
That one round giving enough confidence for Furia to run it down, W key, and get to match point. It was a long time coming, Doug, but they've made it. That second shot was ridiculous.
Yeah, this one, he was flat. Oh.
Boom. Verno just no chance. Some pretty things out here from the side of Furia, but now it's going to be full B approach from MIBR. An operator meeting them here. Dash procced early on.
Waiting for the threat. Havoc has no way to get out. He's stuck here, and now they know where he is. They're gonna hunt him down, and they're gonna clean him up. Off the board now as they turn their attention towards B, the paranoia back sight. And Verno knows where he is. He's trying to connect onto him. It's a little labored, but it will fall through. Now a 5v3 for the attack. Rafa's still playing on the other side of the map.
Yeah, you go for a save here. I mean, if some of the members are able to get a pick on an MIBR, maybe you can go for it, but the discipline right now, not allowing any mistakes to falter through. Yeah, that attack onto Havoc, he got completely overwhelmed. A good use of the KO ultimate from Artsine. And that Molly Sova ult back sight, there's only one spot Prize could be in that moment. Completely cleared out. A much needed answer back after some crazy aggressive plays from Furia.
Oh.
I mean, all damage is good right now. Look at the economy from MIBR. It's not pretty. I mean, I think he hears that jump. Yeah. I wonder if Rafa's going to go for this.
I think he will.
He should. He should.
That's going to hurt. Yep.
There it is.
That's one down. Will our team survive? I think he will, yeah. So they get one gun out. Should be enough to buy back up, though. There was not enough damage at the end. But you're right. On the long enough timeline, given the fact that they're trying to play for OT, that does matter.
Yeah, often in times like this, if you're able to get, 3-4 guns out, the attacking side is only able to buy up light armor and bulldogs and stuff of that sort. But the fact that MIBR are able to get away with 3 of those weapons is good. And here comes the B rush again, back-to-back rounds.
It's an Odin for Prize, too. And look at where he's posted up. Flash popping through. They've got the wall on the other side. Icebox getting across right into the Odin. Connecting onto the second. Only 3 left now. Again, Furia so close. The wall keeping them at bay.
I know
it's all on Artsine and Cortesia now. Can they keep this thing alive or split on the cards? Prize with 3. Cortesia, a man left alone. A 1v3 attempt to keep Ascent in play, and I don't know how he pulls this one off.
Oh, the Odin was so strong from Prize. Instantly deleting everyone on his screen. Let's see if Cortesia is next on the list, and he is. Furia take Ascent from MIBR.
That is a massive win for them, and it is also, again, just to remind everyone, the first time they win a map that's not called Lotus. This stage, and they look good doing it. They pushed them, they were aggressive. Think about, again, how many times Heat and Havoc were able to just aggro swing, take the fight to MIBR, and walk away on top. It was really impressive.
Masterful display of mechanics. The calling on the attack side is what really shined for me, though, from this squad, because it wasn't just all the Heat and Havoc show. Yes, the entries help, but it's the way that you close out the round, something that they couldn't do on Icebox. And now going into Split, when you have momentum, when you have an opportunity to win your first game of the season.
Yeah, I think that goes a long way. MIBR are no slouches on Split, though. Who knows what kind of composition they're going to bring. You remember earlier this year, they were running the double duelist comp. And so if that is what they decide to go with or change it around, we might have fire against fire. And given how Havoc and Heat and Prize were shooting on Ascent, we might be in for a good time. Tied 1-1, Split to decide it all. We'll see you guys soon.
Tentar passar o dedo, mas o Havok na bala, levou a melhor. Havok! 4K maravilhoso!
Muito miado, Madden. Pode cair cedo. Xenon, muita mira. Leva 2, 4 kills pro Xenon.
Welcome back, everyone. Right, so the picking Ascent and how we laughed. And who's laughing now?
You could get Furious more fresh bananas, honestly. Those are on the verge of being perfect for banana bread, though. Really.
Yeah, pancakes.
Yeah,
I use that for my kid when they're a little bit.
Well, yeah, when it's like a little
sweet.
Yeah, that sweetness
replaces the sugar.
Yeah, but also Furia won somehow.
Which is also sweet.
To pivot from
somehow.
bananas.
They had a sweet run on Ascent.
That was bananas.
They threw us like a banana-esque curve there in as well.
What's the funny old school like callback?
Great.
Yo, that Ascent was BANANAS.
Can we get this guy out of here? Where's Emily?
He's about to do the choreo as well.
My bad, chat.
Oh my god. But also, Furia won, you guys.
Yeah.
Remember that? That was crazy.
It's actually quite nice to see that Furia was able to get a good victory here on the set, though, jokes aside. Because if you're actually looking at how MIBR played it, I mean, they played the bench comp. Everything that we already know how the comp is being played. So, they're not being pressured by too many of this Tejo, Wele, whatever compositions that teams are coming out right now that could turn this composition for a loop. So I think it just makes it easier for Furia to actually call a very good attack side because you're just calling the most easiest thing.
I'm not gonna lie, I might be coping as an MIBR fan, but I think there's a possibility that they're saving strats for playoffs and they're hiding what they're gonna run.
That's the narrative you're gonna run.
Insane levels of code,
Actually.
potentially. I mean, also they got 13 first kills and still ended up losing the map because on account of what we were just watching, it's just Furia on attack side, dominating. And when you go up by 10-2 on Ascent, especially when you're running traditional comps, the map is traditionally defense-sided. It was really only a matter of time until they got over the finish line. Like, they had done enough, and we're playing Valorant. Eventually, they're going to get ults, and they're going to win around.
10-2,
yeah, like, it's over. It is genuinely over. It would have been a Herculean effort for MIBR to come back. So
it's getting there. It was like 8 rounds in one attack at some point, too.
It looked like the fraudulent comeback. We love those absolute
got to the exact threshold of a comeback where you can then start actually taking it seriously.
And believing it,
and then
lost. So,
well, much of that due to individual moments, though, because quite frankly, Furia, like even that first half, like they had good strats, the calling was great and everything, but it's also just like individuals popping off like there's no tomorrow. Heat was such an example in that first half, absolutely phenomenal performance, putting up big numbers.
Yeah, it was crazy. At one point, he was like 15-5, 16-5, something like that on the attack side. Pretty wild. He had a fantastic half. He was the player that we were looking at when this Furia team was formed at the beginning of this year. It's like, damn, that's an injection of talent in a Furia team that desperately needed it. And, well, you know, on display here.
I think that's super important, too, to see how his timings are really good on the attack side. And when I talk about timings, it's not necessarily just on lurks.
Look at that happiness.
I know.
Look at that joy that he's been
$1 million
lacking.
smile. Not worth 200 credits as a player that I picked up. Worth $1 million with those smiles. But jokes aside, again, Heat finding great timings on the attack side, not only on his lurk capabilities. I think there were rounds of just finding timings of when he should push with his team, when he should be lurking, when he should be going in for like the util right after on the post plant. Like he's been very pivotal in those moments. But I think Havoc also deserves a shout. He did a great job here on both the attack and defense. And you saw that pistol round, for example, just coming in with the Sheriff alone. About to go out through a smoke against 3 guys on middle, still gets a pop, is able to dash away. So again, we just talked about it when we were going into this game. You kind of needed like both of those players to really try to elevate the whole team overall. So yeah, they were definitely the fraggers, and the rest had good util to support around them.
Yeah,
on the other side, though,
Prize was kind of a multi-kill phenom. Too. I'm going to throw that out there. But
I want to pick your brains there, though, on the other side, because MIBR, this is a uncharacteristic quiet game from a lot of individuals. What happened there? Where did it all go wrong?
I'm gonna keep coping.
I don't know.
If they play
I don't know.
in playoffs, I truly believe that at the moment, obviously this is a lot of work that I'm about to just throw on all the teams, but I'm gonna do it, which is that, listen, if you're playing Ascent in this current meta, if someone picks it into you and you get to start on defense, if you have the Vice deadlock in your pocket, you're up a free like 10-2 half minimum on defense if you have that double senti ready to go. So I was kind of surprised to not see that and not see even just the Vice. Regardless of that, I'm going to still cope. I think they were saving running a comp with Icebox on Waylay like they did on, he's been playing that on Pearl. They're saving it for the playoffs. Yeah. When we get there, if someone picks a Sand against them, all of a sudden, the 2002 old comp,
I still don't believe it now.
Out the window.
I think even Icebox is just mentioning it. He knows that Waylay has a very good kit, but it is not going to be an agent that he actually wants to play. That said, though, I just feel that MIBR just felt like they still had good control of their defensive half of what they could do because they're running the bench comp. But when it was the 10th round that we had a timeout call here coming in from Fraud and they finally found some sort of answer, then that means like, okay, well, we are figuring out how our opponents play, but it's okay if we lose this map.
Well, we now know that Furia can play Ascent to a good degree as well. So
looking forward to Split 2.
Lotus, that's right. You know, it's all about the future. You can't stop looking back. It's not about that. Also, I want to just see more of those individual players, and we also get to hear more about some of those individual players because we got a moment together with Furia's Havoc to get to know him a little better and the story behind his ink. Check it out.
Minha tatuagem é um anjo aqui. Eu sinto que ele é um anjo que me protege. Eu também tenho um anjo aqui em cima que é mais um anjo mãe, que eu sinto que ele me protege também, é mais a mitologia. E aqui em cima é meio que um coliseu onde os anjos ficavam na mitologia antiga. E aqui é só um passarinho e é só isso.
Some good ink. How come that almost every single Brazilian player has ink? Like all of?
Yeah, I don't know. They just
is
all have
anyone
crazy
uninked?
aura, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm uninked.
Maybe Court.
Oh, you're
jealous.
pure. You're just
Maybe
like
Shannon.
a plain
I wouldn't go that far.
Fine. And on that note, not try to get out of that one.
On that note,
We're heading into the purest of all commercial breaks, and when we're coming back, things are going to get muddy on our last map. You don't want to miss it.
Split to decide who wins this series. It was a really good map from Furia and map 2, and I think honestly a surprise to a lot of people, but man, they showed why they were so aggressive. They were able to rely on their shooters and they took us the distance. I'm Doug, with me is Dre. We got to talk about comps for Split. We've seen a lot of different iterations for both of these teams, and I think even for MIBR, a different look from what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, they ran Cypher Astra last time around, this time on the double controller, so just trying to have a bit of a new look. I don't know if I like it that much, honestly. I really like seeing Cortesia on that Cypher. I feel like he gets so much value with that aggressive lurk timings, and on the other end, it's a near mirror, but this time it's a Yoru from the side of Havoc. And completely new comps on both sides.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Havoc do a ton of Yoru. I mean, he played
Yoru on Ascent last time against Leviathan.
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, when you think of Havoc, I don't know about you, I don't think of Yoru.
I think of Jet.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can get anything going. I probably much would have rather him be on the Jet on this map as well, considering the performance that he had on that last map. Let's see if he's still as confident on the Yoru going up against Icebox on that Jet.
I mean, again, Havoc, we talked a lot about him, but Heat 2 was just insane for Furia, excuse me, on that last map. So, again, a need to replicate a lot of that success and to continue to build off the momentum that they previously had. They're going to be on the defensive side. Havoc leaning towards B, and that's where a lot of the presence of MIBR is.
Mid control. for MIBR. A re-clear of all that A space and nothing heard. Here comes the speed up, Icebox.
Already tagged up, and Havoc gets the best of him once more, picking up right where he left off.
Yeah, now it causes the attackers to freeze, but Verno somehow gets that pick onto Heat, Doug.
Nicely done by Havoc to get out of there to play his life. Verno traded back. Really nice timing on the flank there from Shenum, though, but flanked out.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, it's just chaos everywhere, trade upon trade.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, is that every pistol for MIBR?
Yeah.
I don't think they've lost a single one.
Very tough so far. Maybe Furia can get one on the next half, but losing pistol on defense is not a good start if you're Furia. And I mean, it was scrappy. Everything about that was scrappy. The fact that Verno gets this kill onto Heat, I mean, if Heat just swings normally there and doesn't jump up, he probably gets that kill. But it just seemed like a bunch of timings being taken everywhere on the map.
Good job, guys. Good job, guys.
And although Havoc takes out Icebox early, it's just not enough. The B player is just overwhelmed right now.
See that reinforced a little bit as Rafa joins that side of the map. But a 1-3-1 from MIBR here.
Just conditioning this B Heaven control back-to-back rounds.
Excuse me?
So snappy with it, man. Icebox answered back on a Rafa, though. That's breach utility not used to support these members on B site.
Havoc is still in garage. Prize is up really far.
Prize on.
Salvo's going to create a little bit of space. Our team trying to flash behind. Be careful. There's more than one there. Havoc gets another with a pistol.
How does he get that?
You flash TP on the inside, so you don't have one. Khalil falls. Heat and Havoc forced to approach this. Verno, wise on the swing. Icebox swings onto Havoc, gets the last. A little bit of damage dealt. Are they going to be able to upgrade the weapon? Yes. Oh, they didn't.
And Icebox actually lost his... Oh, no, he got his Phantom. Okay. I thought for a second he had a Bulldog still. Looked like it was a bit of a visual bug for me. But, yeah. Some good damage being done here from Havoc. I mean, it's just the Havoc show right now. I had questions wondering if he's going to be able to perform the same way on the Yoru as he did the Jet. Nice. So far, so good.
Go.
Now going into their first gun round. Let's see what MIBR can cook up on the bonus. They've showed everything towards B, and now it's going to be an A hit.
Bucky, no armor for our team here. Dashing out, trying to give Icebox a little bit of space to work with, but tagged. And Prize is going to fill in behind the space. Wisely not swinging behind it. Rafa feeling a lot of that pressure, standing strong in the face of the duelist.
Just completely stuffed.
Yeah, MIBR hitting stumbling blocks at the beginning of this round.
Shenum did sneak all the way up into mid, though.
He's hearing this. Spotting one and disposing of him. No idea that there's a little bit more threat on the other side, and boldly tries to take that fight again. Khalil's in such a weird spot.
Experiment complete.
Gets a kill onto Shenum, but
enemy
that's the harder one, and nicely done from Khalil.
Spike down as well. Great awareness from Khalil in that moment. Turn around, understanding that he could be getting pinched. Now it's all left to Verno. He does have a Phantom, and he does take out Khalil. He has some room to work with and some utility.
30 seconds left, a 1v3. That's the salvos that you were just mentioning. But Prize this too, and as you imagine, as soon as you hear the tap, there's going to be a fault line, salvo, Heat swing. There's the fault line, there's the salvo, and now Heat swing, right on cue. Furia on the board.
Very confident as well. Not allowing Verno to get that spike planted, not allowing him to put himself in a spot to isolate 1v1s. But Khalil, going from B Heaven, taking those two engagements in vent and mid, was the round decider. So a good answer back from Furia. They don't get bonused.
Yeah, and I want to very quickly touch on Rafa's kill onto Icebox there. Rafa struggled on map 2. He struggled tremendously. And
he looked scared.
I know it's early. I know it's only been one kill, but if Furia are going to pull this off, I mean, Havoc, Heat, Prize, they need a little help. Rafa has to perform too. It's a great start for him.
Especially on a map like this. Utility is going to have to be very good in setting up this Yoru.
Another 1-3-1, and this time Shenum getting the best of Havoc.
And that just destroys the defense. I mean, look at the mini-map right now. Everybody shifting over. No space anywhere right now. MIBR have everything to play around.
Oh, this is interesting because they only tag the Viper. Do you assume it's just a lurk, or is that where the hit is coming from? Heat tries to get up. Prize tries to get up too.
And it doesn't even matter what it is, Duck, because that's a free A site. All alone, Shenum takes every single engagement and wins it. And I think right now, if I'm Heat, I am unbinding my jump key. That's 2 crucial moments to bring a round back where he has pressed the space bar or mouse wheel and completely thrown it away.
We'll see if we can catch up one more time on replay. Meanwhile, Rafa and Khalil trying to save their weapons. Seems like they will succeed. Clutch onto those pearls and carry them into the next round.
Yeah. I gotta talk about that though. I mean, a Viper being able to lurk up A and kill 3 members like that is so scary for you if you're on the defensive side, because now you kind of feel like you have to compensate. But the attacking side knows that. And they could just abuse the fact that your B is probably going to be weak because you're sending a little bit more resources and utility towards that A lurk. And with the way that MIBR have been calling this attack side so far, I mean, the first 2 rounds were complete B conditioning into a fast A ramp hit, into an A lurk. I mean, it really opens up that B site once again. So sick. I mean, again, jumping up, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a timing. That's just unfortunate. But Shenum was a monster. And so into the next we go. You see light armor on all members of MIBR.
After this round, the economy will be broken.
Yeah, worth noting here for Fury, you've got Yoru ult up. You got a couple close by too. I mean, Prize not too far off of his.
Yoru on the defensive side, I mean, you use it for the retake or info.
Sure.
And look, if you look at the minimap, I mean, Furia had to compensate, right? There's 3 members here. More utility being used. And the spike is towards B. This is great calling right now from MIBR, as long as these A players do not fall.
Remember, Icebox was not spotted. All they saw was the Viper. Do they take the bait?
I mean, this jump spot is making it kind of obvious to Shenum.
They're going to creep forward.
If they push them off of this A line, put that Viper wall up, that B site's going to be extremely weak. But that 1v1 is massive for Furia.
Havoc now realizing there's a little bit more threat on the other side, pops the flash, buys some time. And they're going to rotate back towards B. The spike garage, and I mean, Havoc could pop his ult here to try to get a little info. 45 seconds left in the round, and they're not showing you much.
Shenum has to make a lot of noise here. Try to keep all 3 of these members here.
I don't think they're taking this bait. I don't think they're buying it. Havoc pops the ult, not for info, but just to stay alive. Meanwhile, Heat from up in heaven, able to get 5 HP. Havoc falls. Shenum finally dealt with on the other side of the map as Heat down in hell, can't do much.
Rafa still has full utility. He could delay this plant.
You got 10 seconds left. You've got to commit to this very quickly. Keep an eye on the heaven push. Aspas has to hold that. Does Verno dare pop his ult here? Oh, the snap from Verno's good. A 2v2 now. Rafa creeping forward with a full bed of utility.
Remaining.
He's going to have to solve this one.
One enemy remaining.
Verno down to the 1v1. 11 HP, 7 bullets. As Khalil pushes further and further. And wins out the 1v1 for Furia.
We talk about a sigh of relief from Furia, though. I mean, Rafa, he had his full kit, like you said, and there's no way that Verno could have had a timing to go back sight, but he was second-guessing himself every step of the way. The Breach C there would have been perfect to flush out anybody on that default box. He did a great job taking that engagement on the lurk, though, clearing all that space out. But it's just too close for comfort for me. The way a win is a win, though. Now Furia evening that score ever so slightly. It's 2-3 right now. And that use of the Yoru ultimate to live, like you stated, I mean, that was really good info. Really good use of the Yoru, but...
Oh, this is aggro.
This is fast. I mean, he's cooked. What is he doing?
Meanwhile, they spent so much into getting Verno. Now speeding up back towards B. Havoc playing in the smoke. With Khalil TPing back, they bolstered the defenses on B. There's so much for Khalil to do here. He has 1 TP, but he's only got 30 HP. Trying to play around the smokes. The flash is not going to connect. They're waiting on the other side of it. Verno snaps onto him. Advantage the way of the attack. You've got Prize who's going to be on this late lurk.
He's got to win this 1v1, but Havoc gets taken out as well. Prize, maybe he can bring this one back.
Fortizzi is waiting for it. Still nicely done by Prize. And now the ult at the ready. They're going to flush right into it. He's got to take those fights, and he wasn't ready for it. Verno with 3 on the round. And Rafa will fall.
It was a cool, cheeky little setup, but Heat getting taken out at that start of the round. All that Viper utility not being able to use to delay Heaven, whatever it may be. He just got stuck on that wall, thinking that there was a gap there. Instead, he gets completely obliterated by that Armageddon.
Meanwhile,
and that double face onto Khalil was huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Furia showed a very clear plan at the beginning of that round to deal with Shenum and the annoying lurks that he's been putting up towards Aiming. They were really aggro, they had the missiles, they had the stun, and they had Omen TPing forward. And so they were able to win that fight out, which is great. But you're right, they cost them that mid-fight.
And this is something that has been the bane of Furia on this split map, is he kind of just falling in mid by himself with no help, whether he's taking a swing, this time around getting caught by utility. It's clear that MIBR have done their prep and they understand the pathing that Heat likes to take to put that mid orb down. And he gets punished by a single ult and a fault line. I feel like there needs to be a conversation had here in this timeout for Furia to maybe adjust that. Figure out a different way to put that orb, and it's so hard to do that on the fly if you don't have the lineups. But if you keep going from vent into B heaven, it's so abusable, and that's why we've seen MIBR approach mid the way that they have from the start of the game till now.
Take a look at the mini-map here real quick. MIBR have a lot towards A. Remember, in the previous round, Furia spent much of their utility and a lot of their personnel into dealing with Shenum. There's a lot more behind this.
The calling has been great so far from the attacking side. Artson, bit of a masterclass right now. Anybody here should get punished.
Dueling fall lines. Both get tagged, a gentleman's agreement. Handshake, if you will. But now, the reinforced push behind all of the weaponry, behind all of the utility. Icebox gets the first.
Somehow Prize gets a kill as well, though.
It's just traded back out. You just don't really have the guns to fight back on this, but Havoc has found a little bit of a window to play into. And that window's instantly shut. Icebox with 3 on the round.
33 HP. I mean, we're reading the crowd saying ace. It gets stolen, though.
Khalil left in that 1v3 with the Stinger, and there's no way he can pull that one off.
Yeah. I like all the utility MIBR are using to set up Icebox on these execs, whether it's the B Heaven splits or in this time around the A main hit. Using layered approaches, stealth bot into paranoia, it just sets Icebox up for easy kills. And if he gets going in this map, I mean, if he gets going ever, he's the guy you want. He will close it out for you by himself at times. So 5-2 for MIBR. It's another A approach. This time, it's going to be a stun on ramp.
There's an off on the other side of the map. Icebox pops his blades. Oh my goodness, Khalil.
So fast.
Hitting the ground with 0 HP, and now they got the rolling thunder. They can fill him behind. Price was stuck. He had nowhere to go.
So many different layers to that hit. And Furia get completely destroyed. No one had a chance. After that first kill, the insta updraft, one tap, there was a breach ult used on site alongside that stealth bot. It made that execute look so clean. It looks so rehearsed.
Right there. I mean, the round was over in what, 5 seconds?
Yeah. And what do you do right now if you're Furia? Do you try to stack A again? Do you use all that utility A again? What if they just punish my Viper in mid? That has been the story of this half so far.
Yeah.
I mean, MIBR haven't really had to dig deep in a lot of these rounds.
They're going to try to save these weapons. Remember, Havoc has an op. Rafa has a rifle. That's a rifle down. Can they get the op out of Havoc's hands?
Yeah,
Yes,
they can.
They can.
Shorty in the hands of Artson. Here's that replay. This is clean. Oh. Just no chance for Khalil right there.
and then that. I mean,
yeah, there's so many layers to that. The pop through the Viper smoke for Shenum at the top ramp too. And now we're gonna lean towards B, but Furia aren't taking the bait. They're not overcompensating towards that A side. It is a silent stack here from the side of Furia. Do they decide to use fault line here early though?
No, I wouldn't think so. Given that you have stingers, right? You want to kind of bait them into this fight as much as you can. That should be the cue. It's a paranoia, it's the fault line, and then where's the swing?
Oh, there's no swing.
A really cool idea, a really cool setup at the beginning, and it looked like they were dead, but a little gun shy.
Just not confident enough. Where's that confidence we saw on Ascent? Feels like they've just been on the back foot this entire half. Now after all that utility being invested from the defensive side and MIBR coming away unscathed, they have complete advantage here. So much utility being blown right now from the defense. I mean, you have nothing for the actual site hit.
Prizes missiles are back up. Rafa's fault line is back up.
Just too far away. Omen ult baits out rotations, and B site is free for the taking.
Really nice paranoia, but Havoc may have found a tiny window to play around, but he's pushed back. You've got Shori, you've got spam from the rifles. Khalil somehow still getting a kill. Havoc getting one too. But Icebox arrives to save the day.
Enemy remaining.
Weak here, but not weak enough.
Jeez. Once this guy gets going, Doug, once Icebox is online, it just feels miserable to play against. This is like Icebox all over again. He's a robot. Turn of the flash and one taps Rafa into the nether realm.
Yeah, it helps when you have a guy like Icebox on your team.
Absolutely, and that's why you saw so much utility invested into him early on in this map. Get him online, get him confident.
Attack side op. Havoc popping the ult to get info, and brother, there is info. That's a lot of info. I mean, the breach stun is in a spot where he can maybe do something with it, but he's too far back by himself. Ooh. Manages to section off Erno, still getting his ones, but not able to settle onto Artine. Meanwhile, a pin invested A.
A bit of an overcommitment there, though. I mean, you take the 5v4 any day of the week. Was a cheeky little fault line play, but now, I mean, your defense is spread thin. I mean, you do have that Viper's Pit in A main, which makes it a little bit easier,
yeah.
But
I don't mind the play at all. And I don't mind Havoc trying to go for two there. I mean, you're down 5 rounds, and it was off of the fault line setup. I mean, had he hit the shot, he had a chance. But you're right, they are spread a little thin here. The pit's going to help things over on A. No mid info. Ooh, they're coming for you. He has the dash. Oh, he slams into a wall.
Great punish. Protocols.
They're going to try to fill him behind this. The Rolling Thunder sends him sky high.
One enemy remaining.
Cortezia lands to get a kill, but can't connect on anything else. Shenum left in a 1v3. They don't know where he is, do they? Yes, they do. Prize connects. Furia get 3.
A cool set play on the defensive side. Viper's Pit at one end, your ult at the other. Fault line being set up for Havoc. And that breach ult destroying the rotations, destroying the split. Yeah, I guess he just didn't put his TP down there. That proactivity into B main to take out Icebox, the solo person in there, just makes it so obvious that all the players of MIBR are going up B heaven. And yeah, you couldn't have drawn it better.
Still 4 rounds separating these two squads. No heavy hit from the attack here. But they have taken A main control and ramps control.
Yeah, and on the other end, Havoc is getting a little comfortable in this defensive side of split. He's walking all the way behind every member of MIBR.
Yeah, he's gone exploring.
He can cook. Let him cook.
But they don't know that B main isn't where the threat is. I don't think they saw anything to suggest that, but they're guessing right. They have everybody here.
But you have to delay. You cannot fall now. You have to delay.
Keep a close eye on where the spike is. If he gets a kill on the spike, that's it. The round is probably over. They're going to have to fight back in A main to take this back. And I don't know how they do that. MIBR forced to scale forward, but they're surrounded.
Furia are crawling their way back into this. It felt like MIBR had complete control over this attack side. But with the power of Khalil, the power of Havoc's confidence of walking all the way down mid, willing to take engagements, he's able to flank the spike and put MIBR in such a disastrous position.
I missed it. I don't know what they saw B, but I mean, they guessed it right, and it was a slaughter. Heavy A from MIBR. We talked about how the last one was a little bit slower. Do they speed up here? They don't have Arteen's ult. They don't really have the same tools. This is gonna hurt. They've got to scatter. They've got to flood, and Icebox is dead. Cortezia can't alleviate any of the pressure. The flash up from Khalil's gonna hit all three, if I'm not mistaken.
He just gets taken out from some spam. Gotta be careful that Omen Smoke doesn't cover all that. You can see over the edges.
Shannon with a counterpunch to keep it competitive.
I have to say, Verno is one off of that Armageddon. Viper's Pit is still online and available. Furia cannot afford to let MIBR touch a single site. The spike cannot be planted. You have to take out the Viper.
He had to TP out. He's going to get all the way back into spawn.
You spoke about Rafa in the beginning of this match. He's going to have to step up huge here.
On his own, and stand up he does. Huge for Furia. 2 kills found. Make that 3. Furia get to 5.
What a fight from Furia to bring this half back and win the last 3 rounds. Cleanly, I should say.
Just when it seemed like MIBR were going to run away with it, just when it seemed like Furia had nothing left in the tank. Heroics from the unexpected guests. I mean, Khalil currently top fragging for Furia. Rafa has a massive round there to close things out, to get them to 5. 3 rounds in a row to close the half. We'll see if they can close it out on the other side of this break. MIBR continues to get their mettle tested by an unexpected foe in Furia. We thought they were down and dead for the season. We thought there'd really be no way, but they continue to answer the call to keep things at a competitive score. 7-5, the way of MIBR, yes, but the momentum that they were able to amass, Dre, at the end of that half was exactly what they needed.
They put themselves in a really good spot here. If they can finally win a pistol round, Doug,
yeah, which would be the first of the series,
it might be the difference maker. It truly might be. This map is so close. Who wants it more? Who's gonna dig deep? MIBR thought this was gonna be a freebie. And the first map, yeah, they were so disciplined in their approach. But you can hear it in here.
Icebox feels like an eternity ago. Aggression from the defense. They've taken all this space mid already. They've got to get this catch onto Heat, because as soon as they spot what's going on here, they're going to speed up A. And that's exactly what they do, instantly increasing pace. Smokes, backside, drones, TPs, the whole thing. Khalil.
He slipped right by.
He's in a really good spot to make a play. He's got a frenzy too. Yep, that's 1 kill found. Turning around finally, Verno spamming through the smoke, getting the best of him. Again, a pistol, so desperately needed. Really nicely done by Verno. Position given away, yes, but takes a step back, forcing Havoc to take the fight, and he will take it. They've gotten it down to 2, they've gotten it down to 1! The pistol for Furia.
3K from prize, but it was Khalil taking the risk, the Omen TP into Heaven Smoke, relaying all the information to his team on where the retake was gonna come from, even getting 1 in that moment, maybe could have gotten more. But that was enough to paint the picture for Rafa's utility. That breach stun hit every single member.
Yeah, they were done. They had no shot.
And they finally won a pistol.
They're investing behind this too. 3 Bulldogs and a Stinger.
4-1 for the attacking side. The defense is spread right now. Havoc the forefront in B main.
There's danger here. Our team still has this fault line, and it's trained towards B main.
Trying to gather some info with that Yoru TP.
Going out.
Looks like Fury's still not quite sure where they want to end.
They're already rotating back A. They know it's not a B hit.
Yeah, this is going to be dangerous for Furia. They're running into a stack. They do have the better weaponry.
But remember, our team still has a stun too.
And there's Teo missiles, and there's a Omen paranoia.
Was it too early? Was it too fast? They're able to get 1 kill off of it. Icebox not connecting the shot on the second.
But they're rotating off, Doug. They think it's going to be a pivot back to B after all that utility. Oh, Furia, you can tell they don't want to throw this one away.
I love this call to cut noise and to contact up. I mean, that separates the defense. They had so much power in numbers. But that little freeze is just enough to set them apart.
30 seconds left.
Boss.
Good for 1. Good from Heaven, 2.
Enemy remaining.
Khalil's left alone, a 1v2. Fakes the TP. Does he take the bait? Khalil trying to avoid disaster. 13 seconds left. And it's a thrifty round win for MIBR. They finally win the pistol, and then they fumble the next round.
Complete heartbreak for Furia. They ran into the stack. MIBR art scene calling such a good read that nothing was gonna be B. And the push through Heaven, getting freebies.
Nice! Nice, Jasper.
Art scene and Icebox holding down A site. Now just a Guardian left for Heat. He's been having a rough one on this Viper, Doug. He's gonna have to wake up for Furia to take this map win.
Havoc's dead. Do they know there's more threat on the other side? They're gonna try to drone him out. Not a lot of help here either. Meanwhile, Khalil's gotten up really far into B Heaven.
Taking a lot of that space, but Icebox with that Outlaw, he loves to abuse that weapon against whether it's light armor, no armor.
I don't think Rafa's gonna swing that. I don't think he's gonna challenge him there.
No, I mean, that flash is to get him off that line, but now that Icebox knows that it doesn't actually hit, that might set him up for some kills in future rounds if he decides to get an op online.
Cover going out.
They're trying to split B. Surprise is a Stinger. But Khalil's dead. And now they know where 1 more is, and you've got to be careful. That's the spike. I mean, if he dies there, everything's being picked apart around him anyway, but
1 enemy remaining.
that's the precious cargo. And it will fall. MIBR get to 9, and they carry over 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom.
And we have to keep track of how that flash didn't hit Icebox. That could be a very micro thing that sets himself up to get a free B main pick in future rounds. And in a series like this, where it does feel like it's been a fight back and forth and Furia aren't really out of the count, it could come down to small things like that. Furia are going to be on the bonus round. Now, here's that operator online. He's changing sites. He needs to be careful here. Looks like he is going to play very passive.
It's the same play. It's the same play, but this time with an additional flash, and this time Havoc gets the best of Shenum.
Shorty versus Judge.
Our team playing just on the other side of the smoke. He will not get tested. Not yet, anyway. And now they know the op is there. Prize investing the Armageddon, but they haven't been able to alleviate a lot of this heaven pressure. And the smoke is going to keep them back. They have to force their way through this. They face check out, but it's late. Rafa will pay for it with his life. Oh, oh my gosh.
Trigger discipline, not the name of the game today. And MIBR win the bonus with that forced up operator from Icebox, taking out Heat on that lurk. Yeah, Shenum, he might fall early, but it's just obvious it's going to be a B hit once that lurk goes down. Icebox doing a great job getting ahead of all that Viper utility, having the confidence to do so.
Man, you can see that on Prize's face. That one, that one got away.
It stings. It stings. Havoc does have an ult to play with, though.
He's going to be up towards B. Going to feel, and it's a pretty light setup here. Is there a stun setup for him? There it is. It's going to connect, but it hits him too. The judge, exactly what he needs there.
It's a must-win round for Furia, and they are up 5v3 in a post plant, but the flood is coming through.
5v4 or 4v3 now.
How does nobody hear that?
3v3 now. 3v2 now. He and Khalil, the dash forward. He's got to get out of there. Khalid's able to get one. Oh. Just in the nick of time. Icebox from up top.
Last player standing.
Heat's getting it down to a 1v1. With Spike just out of reach and 42 HP. I don't know how he does this. Verno can just hold the line. All of it is on Heat to swing his way out, and Verno connects.
MIBR bring that back. How do they do that?
It was a 5v3.
How does Artsine jump into hell, making noise on the rope, and still get one?
I mean, even this was almost bad. Havoc got hit by the stun too.
I mean, Prize unlucky, but jeez. I mean, maybe a bit of chaos in the communication from the side of Furia. No timeouts though, they're just playing through this.
They're forcing up into this a little bit here too, a light buy.
They've bought the last, what, 3 rounds now?
Feels that way.
He's gonna have nothing in the next round. He's only got 300 to his name.
Prize is not crossed behind this wall, and there's an op trained on it. The gas should be down soon.
Big opener onto Shenum and Vent. A lot of space gathered right now from the side of Furia. No B main control though. These players at A are ready, Doug.
The fact that our team just swings like that is insane.
Yeah. I mean, you have to push him off, but how do you deal with the Icebox here?
Oh, they wait for the wall to go up. They refresh the smoke too. And he still connects. The double dip onto Havoc. With Verno not far off. This defensive setup looks like it will hold. The shorty doesn't connect, but he didn't realize that Verno was there, so he's able to get the Messer off, and now the stun on the swing. A little early from Verno. Now 2v2, the spike just out of reach. All onto Cortezia now.
Spike planted.
He's been quiet, but he's got a chance to be heartbreak for Furia once more. He's blossomed, excuse me, into such a strong player this stage, this year. A big moment for him. Not even given the chance. A thrifty round win for Furia as they get to 7.
And considering the way that these last couple rounds have went for Furia, to say they needed that one is an understatement. That is what keeps them into the game. This 1v1 against Verno was massive. And it looks like he's finally awake. He's here. He is online. Now MIBR, all their sights are towards mid, but the pack of Furia are going towards A control. They're gonna take this A ramp with the stun.
It's off of a TP, a little bit different timing than you would normally expect. Icebox dropping. I thought he was gonna be caught on the way down as Khalil swung. Still uncontrollable to play around. All attention towards A. Remember, Heat has a pit. So if they can get out, maybe there's something to play around here, but Artsine has his ult.
Havoc on this A ramp is gonna have to
That's a deep
do a miracle, Doug, and he does. He got 2.
I don't know that if it was enough of a miracle, though. They're going to freeze on the other side of this pit. They don't even have the spike in hand right now, and Rafa's got to take some space.
I have the spike.
I mean, you got to stick at some point. Oh, you're done.
As the wall goes down, Rafa takes a step back, drops on Icebox, and now he's going to have the Rolling Thunder.
But you got to plant the spike.
Or you swing into the fight! They decide to drop the pit, and now they want to fight into spawn. These moments, these micro decisions have been the Achilles heel of Furia.
Spike planted.
But they settle, they get the spike down.
It's not planted for heaven. Rafa is so far away.
He still has a drill, he still has 2 flashes. But you're right, it feels like he's on the other side of the map right now. Doesn't have the stun up. Heat's feeling a lot of this pressure. Meanwhile, Cortesia has slipped in the net. The flash is perfect, and Rafa's shots are 2.
For a second, it looked like it was going to be done. It looked like MIBR were going to get on match point because of Khalil dropping early there. There is no heaven smoke, so the spike gets taken out. But Havoc coming up huge, getting the 2K, and then Rafa diffing Icebox in that moment. Diffing Verno. The IGL who had, what, 4 kills? He pied on the last map at some point. Now MIBR are taking a timeout. First one of the series. First one of this map. This next round is so crucial for MIBR. Because if they don't win this, Doug, their economy is going to be cooked. It's going to be done. And then all of a sudden, that lead that you amassed is within 1 round. And you got to keep in mind, Icebox, he's been putting in so much work with that operator. You want to get that back online if you want to close this out if you're MIBR. And again, this is a team that was supposed to just walk through Furia. It was supposed to be easy. You have to think, even if they do win this, when they're going into the playoffs against any team, that team might be more confident because Furia took you to the distance.
It doesn't seem like financially they're too concerned about getting an op in the hands of Icebox. They're buying down here light armor, a judge for Ardzine. And the Riot Games Arena trying to will Furia into their first win of the year. Still much work to be done though. Cortesia dropping a little paranoia. Do they swing behind it? They were going to try. Verno's going to get a kill off the salvos too.
That's the spike.
Still a place to recover it.
Yeah, good smoke. All of Rafa's utility now for an execute is gone. And this scrappy buy from MIBR proving to be beneficial for them in this round. Now, Furia, how do you mid-round this? All 3 members spotted with that stealth bot. Right. Heat has to relieve some of this pressure at B. He has to be the one that tries to bait out a rotation, maybe even win a 1v1 on one of these players. It's the only way back into the round.
Yep. He has to do right now what Shannon was able to do so successfully in the first half. But he's got to do it on his own.
And he has to do it against Icebox. And he can't.
Meanwhile, they invested the Yoru TPB, so now there's a mad dash to try to take the space that he's managed to gain. But he's on an island here. Havoc has to stand on his own.
He's got to try to disrupt. He cannot let these Teo missiles go down, delay the spike. There's only 20 seconds left. This is the play.
Off the flash, able to get the first. Cortesia down.
He's got to keep going.
Trying to scale up behind the utility. Prize gets a spike down. A retake attempt from MIBR, which includes a Rolling Thunder, is going to be a problem. Havoc stunned, dead. And now the Rolling Thunder in play. It's going to whiff. It's going to split the upright, so it's not going to connect onto anyone. So Prize and Khalil will have a shot at this. Oh, but he whiffs it all. And now Prize is left in a 1v4, and he cannot stand. MIBR gets a series point.
Maybe just not expecting the force buy from MIBR. Maybe expecting Icebox to save up for that operator like I was stating. underestimating the firepower on the other end there. And that spike, that breach being taken out early. What a cool trap play. What a cool stun from Artzin. Usually it's a fault line straight down the middle. This time Artzin around mid, around B heaven, doing it diagonal. Getting most of that B main area, allowing his teammates to peek behind it. Securing a free first blood.
Now off of that defuse, Verno got his ult online.
And he's been so good on this map with his utility, with his aim.
+8 with an ult that disruptive on defense. Fury have their work cut out for him, but honestly, that's been the case for them as it was the case for them 3 hours ago when we started, but they're still in this fight.
The thing is, Icebox has that entire A line.
They've taken B. Artzin up in heaven, turning the flash. The paranoia is behind it. Do they fill in? That's going to cause so many problems. Khalil scaling forward into the smoke, hitting the best of Artzin. It's all falling apart for them. Heat has to stand in a 1v2 with 29 HP. The spit to buy some time, and Shenum swings into it to break the hearts of Furia. So close, but just not enough.
It was extremely hard fought, man. I mean, MIBR were pushed here. Furia, night and day from what we've seen from them in the past. I genuinely very impressed with how they approached a lot of these maps. Yeah, Icebox was probably as bad as their season went. But the way that they dismantled MIBR's Ascent and then came ready to play on this, not backing down. I mean, it was a lot of close rounds in this last map, Doug.
Yeah, I was stirring the pot a little bit on Twitter earlier today.
Yeah.
Asking about whether or not Fury even had a chance. And I think the overwhelming consensus was, you've got to be scared of a team that's playing like they have nothing to lose. And Furia looked at their best when they were playing like they had nothing to lose. But MIBR just stood taller. They stood stronger.
Very demure from the side of MIBR. Can't wait to see what they cook for us in this playoff. And yeah, it wasn't pretty, but now you have something to learn. Now you know, okay, we are really good at this game. We know what we're doing, but we have things that we still need to work on in this playoff, clearly. I mean, Ascent, every team going into playoff is looking at that performance and being like, okay, clearly they can't play Ascent, so they're gonna have to go back to the lab, cook up a little bit more. That default comp seems to just not be working for them. But I mean, that Icebox was a statement as well.
Yeah, Wyatt was talking about it on the desk. I think in this day and age, if you know you're starting on defense and you don't run the double Senti comp, the Vice Deadlock comp, you're just kind of letting an opportunity go there. So you wonder if we're going to see a different comp from them in the playoffs. But I mean, again, for as much as Furia pushed them, it doesn't always have to be pretty. And you alluded to this a little bit. You learn a lot about yourself when you grind out a series the way they did.
And also, this is like the third comp that they've ran on Split. So they have depth. Like, they can bring out the Cypher. They can bring out the double duelist if they want again.
Right.
Everything is in their hands right now. So that is an advantage that they have. Maybe they're just trying to make sure that they have more depth.
Yeah, a couple learnings from MIBR. Furia pushed them, but it was just not enough. We're going to throw it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Riv is standing by with Shenum.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Shenum as they take down Furia. Feeling good on that match too, but it did go the distance. What do you think was different from Furia today? They were playing different, or do you think the team kind of fell behind a little bit?
Parabéns pela vitória, primeiramente. O que você acha que teve de diferente para a Fúria hoje, que eles deram trabalho?
Cara, acho que a gente entrou meio desligado, sendo sincero. A gente não estava no nosso melhor dia. E acho que foi mais isso, acho que a gente estava realmente bem desligado.
Yeah, I think we're just not like totally there focused, and it's probably mostly on us than them.
Talk to me about Ascent. What was going down on Ascent? Going into their map, why do you think they came out so strong though?
Vamos falar de Ascent, o mapa deles, né? Por que você acha que eles foram tão fortes nesse mapa?
Cara, a gente jogou mal o CT, a gente perdeu muitos rounds em vantagem, 5v4, e rounds 1v2, tipo, o clutch dos caras que era impossível a gente perder. Então acho que foi mais isso, acho que a gente pecou bastante na defesa em vantagem.
I think we had a lot of mistakes when we were defending.
Okay.
We lost a lot of rounds where we had the advantage, like 5-4, 4-3, and that was probably it.
All right, looking forward, playoffs now, but last playoffs, you get third. How are you feeling about this playoffs? A little bit better? What are the teams you're looking at like?
Vocês entram no playoff na terceira vaga, né? Como é que você está sentindo sobre isso? No MIBR indo para os playoffs?
A gente está bem hypado, acho que vai ser um campeonato muito bom. A gente vai se preparar bastante agora, tem uma semaninha para os playoffs. Então a gente está vindo bem forte, bem hypado para ir para o Masters Toronto.
We are very hyped. We're gonna have a week to work for the playoffs, and we're very hyped to go do a good job and go to Toronto.
All right, and possibility with the results of this weekend, 100 Thieves, Sentinels, or Crew. Are you excited particularly to play any one of those teams or anybody in playoffs?
100 Thieves, Crew, and Sentinels. Tem algum deles que você está mais animado para jogar ou talvez outro?
Cara, acho que eu falaria Sentinels, pelo Kickoff, que a gente não classificou para o Masters por causa dele. Então acho que eu falaria Sentinels.
Sentinels, and I think it's just because we didn't classify for during the kickoffs because of them.
All right, I got 2 more questions for you. Do you feel like today's game exposed a little bit of what MIBR needs to fix before playoffs, or do you think it was more just on the team making some mistakes?
Você acha que hoje a MIBR mostrou assim alguns dos erros que vocês precisam trabalhar, ou foi só mérito deles mesmo?
Cara, eu acho que foi mais mérito nosso. Acho que a gente, como eu falei, a gente entrou meio desligada, não tão hypada, porque querendo ou não valia nada pra gente. Acho que é mais isso. Acho que a gente vai vir mais hypado para os playoffs, com certeza.
Yeah, I think it's on us. Like we were not as hyped because we already got the spot, so we're gonna be more hyped for the next game.
Awesome. And my final question for you: if we take kind of Shenum from Kickoff, or even Shenum in Challengers, and put him right here next to you, this Shenum, what's the difference? How have you changed? How have you grown?
Se a gente for comparar o Shannon do Kickoff e até do Challengers, botar aqui do seu lado agora, qual é a diferença entre os dois?
Cara, do Challengers pro Kickoff e pro de agora, mano, acho que realmente eu evolui muito, tipo, tanto dentro do jogo, inteligência, em gameplay, saber jogar melhor com os bonecos também. Acho que mais evolução no geral de individual, sabe?
It's more like a lot of individual evolution, you know, like more gameplay, being more intelligent in the game, and learn how to play other agents.
Awesome, Shannon, thank you so much. Congrats on the win. Aldi for translating, as always. Congrats on the win. Best of luck going into playoffs for you guys. And we aren't done here yet. As always, we got Match Point to go to, where we got more MIBR members. I believe it's Artson, and we got Fraud over there. Some brains. Check it out.
Thank you so much, Riv. Indeed, we have some big brains, but at least for now, just joined by Artazine. Congratulations on the win, by the way, Artazine. So now it's, of course, time to do Stick It. So Artazine, you know the rules. We actually have a leaderboard towards the back here. All we try to do here is to plant the spike, and you have to try to defuse it as close as 0 as possible. So Emily, when you're ready, please, without further ado, plant that spike.
Of course. Spike planted.
Okay, it's gonna take a minute.
Yeah, take your time. Now, if you check over here, actually, Verno has got the closest at 0.12, followed by Zekit at 0.61, and then Mazira is 1.60. So to get top 3 is not too bad, but to try to get first place, it sounds tough. Now I'm gonna stop talking because you're gonna have to focus on this beat, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna keep talking. No, I'm just kidding.
It's fine.
We'll let him focus. We'll let him focus. At least after this, we'll be joined by Danny of Corsoy. We'll have a continued interview with Match Point. Do you have a trick on knowing this? What's the trick usually? What's the trick?
You need a way, like a line to.
It seems early, no?
Yeah, it's kind of early.
Oh, we broke the game!
Okay. That's not my fault, okay?
This is not my fault either, because I didn't touch any of the setup. Observers, why did this go back to reset at 45? Why did this go back to reset at 45? We'll do it again. I think we're good to go, yeah. Oh, it's broken. It's actually broken. So we'll have a null. We'll have a null for this one, Arzine. If anything, we'll have the referees review it. We'll put the ticker in the lower third. We'll put a DNF onto that one. But at least you got the win here against Furia. So congratulations. I'll let you join here with Coach Fran and also with Zoe.
Okay.
Thanks so much, man. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry.
It happens, man. You win some, you lose some, and every once in a while you just break the entire game, because why not? I'm joined by Artisan and Fraud. So first of all, of course, congratulations. Obviously, there is quite a bit to unpack in this match. We expected an extremely dominant performance, but it got a little sweaty, a little muddy there at the end. Looking at Split, the last map you played, what do you feel was the reason the map unfolded the way it did?
I mean, you know, Furia is a really good team and they have a really unique style of play, which we understand, but it's not that easy to counter. And sometimes we just got to play a little bit with more patience. Maybe since this game didn't really affect the results of where we figured, like win or lose, we would have been second place in our group anyways. So I think we just needed to play with a little bit more patience and try and win the game on the right time, not try and push so much to try and get it over with quick, you know, just to move on.
Yeah, Shannon said in the post-game interview that the team just wasn't locked in. Did you feel that way as well?
Yeah, we had some communications problem going through, but I mean, a win is a win, so...
That's right, it doesn't need to be pretty.
Yeah,
I think Doug said at the very end there, it doesn't need to be pretty. Looking at the Ascent, first of all, were you surprised at that map pick? A lot of people would have expected them to, you know, bring it to Lotus. It is their best map. You guys have not had the winning record on Lotus either. Did you expect Ascent?
I think, I mean, I for sure expected Ascent because sometimes, especially like the team that's kind of the underdog, they will do what's maybe not so obvious. It felt obvious to pick Lotus, and we prepared for that, but it also felt like they were going to try and throw us off a little bit, and what we felt like was their second most comfortable and favorable map would have been Ascent, so we were ready for it. The result did not show it, but ultimately I think we played really good on Ascent. The scoreline didn't show that because we lost like 4 or 5, maybe 6 5-on-4s, especially on defense, and if we would have just won like 2 or 3 more rounds on defense, I felt like we could have dominated on T side.
What did you guys talk about after that first half? I mean, you went down, I think, what was it, 10-2? What was the discussion in the imaginary locker room?
I mean, MIBR is a team that we are like really resilient to with each other. We trust in each other. So no matter what the score is, no matter what, how bad we're playing, we're gonna keep trusting into the map's over. So we just showed the resilience today.
Yeah, we have like something that we always say, like new half, new day. So we tried to do our very best, and you know they had 2 pauses. They were able to really focus back, and it was gonna be really hard. But ultimately we tried our best and we put a good showing, but we couldn't come through on Ascent.
Well, in the end, you got the dub. That also means that Furia and Loud, the other 2 Brazilian teams, they were not able to produce results. Is there added pressure that you personally feel being the only Brazilian team that is actually putting up those numbers and the results?
Not really. I think that we are here because we earned it, you know. So I don't think we put the pressure of being the only Brazilian team in the playoffs because no matter what they say, no matter what they did, we just focus on ourselves. We don't care about the other teams at all. So we just keep focusing on ourselves. We just want to take the spot for Toronto, you know?
Then maybe taking this one from another angle, do you feel smug and happy about being the only Brazilian team that is producing numbers? Or is it maybe also a little bit of a disappointment? Would you like to see Brazilian Valorant represented better?
No, I think it gives a little bit of like confidence boost because you know that now you have a country, the whole country cheering up for you. So that's kind of give us some confidence boost, and we think like, hey guys, it's only ours against the world now, so let's do it, you know. So yeah, basically it just gives our like confidence boost.
Yeah, we also know that all the Brazilian teams are really good. It's just been kind of unfortunate the last 2-3 years of franchising. You know, last year was us, and other years was us and Furia again. So it's kind of like for me. I'm really hoping that the Brazilian scene steps it up as a whole, and I think that the talent and the skill is there. We just got to all prove it in the server at one time and hopefully have Brazilians in the top of all the groups.
All right, we hope the stars align very soon for that to happen. Now, this day is coming to a close, so let's take a quick glance at our standings. We just talked about it, of course. You have locked your second spot, your second seed in Group Omega. Are you satisfied with that result?
Yeah, I mean, I think that for us, G2 is the best team, one of the best teams in the world. So for us, we really wanted to put a good foot forward to make playoffs and get a really good seed. Our goal was to have the first seed, but unfortunately that didn't pan out. But, you know, second seed, it's something that's huge, and from like an organizational level, this is new waters for MIBR to be in this kind of position and stuff. So I think we feel really happy that we're providing good for the MIBR name and how well they do as an organization. We're finally providing some good results for them.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us in the playoffs. And now, of course, Group Alpha still has that seat to play for. So let's take a look at the schedule, because tomorrow we'll be heading into Group Alpha. Do you feel like there is a favorite to take that seat? Is it still up for grabs for several of them without running the numbers in your head?
I would say I'll probably bet Sentinels. Sentinels for me is the team that can get the higher seed. Sure. I mean, I don't know if mathematically they have chances to have it, but I really trust the Sentinels might be one of the best teams in that group.
Yeah, and I agree. I think Sentinels is one of the best teams. Obviously, Crew and 100 Thieves are playing really well. 100 Thieves is one of the teams that we lost to during kickoff, and they always play us very good. But yeah, I think Sentinels is a team that, even though that they may not be performing up to their standards, I think that they'll find a way to regroup, and you know, a united and a strong Sentinels is very scary for the league.
Absolutely. Yeah, you guys now can kick back though and relax, back to the drawing board, get ready for those playoffs. Thank you both so much for joining us. And as you saw, we have some great matches coming tomorrow. We will be back in the lounge as well, which means there's going to be face-to-face battles, tricasts, plenty of surprises and shenanigans. You do not want to miss it. For now, we're going to say good night. Thank you so much for watching. And here is your Samsung SSD Fast Replay.
A really great match on our hands, ending the season for two of our top teams in the group, and two teams that are very clearly at the pinnacle of Americas right now.
Using utility to force you off the ankles, it's going to be hard. Good trade coming out from G2.
Needs to find his second player is Leaf. Only a stinger, but he dances around, finds one. An L1 versus 1. The pistol is out! And Leaf, against his former teammates, comes up with the clutch. But in comes the Util. The forces from G2. Can C9 win out in the team fight? They need it now. The trades have to come through as Jaw begins to hold. The Cove in play, and Valen, he's holding it alone, and Net, too late, too long gone.
Oh dear, it's falling apart.
G2 back on Icebox for the first time this year. Sure up the map, pretty much blind, I think just off a dart there, and it's not gonna find anything.
Uh-oh, look at the player in the corner there. Oxy, double.
And he's gone already. Oxy spinning around again. Finds 3 kills this round. And as soon as you think that G2 are taking control, C9 answer back. Make or break on Haven, and Oxy's already found the opening kill. He's just sending it. Oxy, no one's watching him. No one's stopping him. Leaf in another impossible situation, and Oxy's hungry. 4 kills. 13-4, a dominant reply here on Haven. He really found a piece of Jonah. Jojimo, okay, just within the flashes, the cages, everything. Pushing into them, Vic. He was prepared, he was ready, but it wasn't enough when you're facing the dog. 3v2, he's going for more. He's here.
We TP'd with that?
Yes, arrived on the site. Net for a kill onto Jojimo off the lurk, holding strong in A, and Trent, 1 HP.
Beautiful.
Net on the other side with the follow-up.
They can tap.
They can, and C9, they're gonna feel rushed to make this fight happen, and updraft forward, backward, too many angles. C9 win it. G2 holding this tight and locking it down. Finally, the payoff.
There's no time, Mimi.
20 seconds, the off again. Jojimo, he's ringing true, and the bell, it's ringing for Vic. Ja! The one to end it. G2 undefeated in Americas, and the first seed from their group.
It is MIBR versus Furia, the Titan up against a team that has unfortunately failed to meet the expectations that they had all year. Aspas threatened to leave, rocks the dash, puts a bullet between Havoc's eyes, and then gets out, not connecting. I mean, where did the pellets go? Meanwhile, Aspas from on high gets his 3, and that's another retake success for MIBR.
Aspas is still in mid, he knows he's here. Oh my gosh.
Hang on. Never mind, he's still alive.
40 HP, surely. Surely he gets it, right?
Yeah,
and he does.
13-3 for MIBR. It was a slaughter. I can't believe he got out. I thought he was dead. Havoc's pacing, Havoc's timing is gorgeous. You've got to be able to flush him out from hell. They know exactly where they are. But Cries holds the line for Furia. The Red Bull clutch as they get to 6. On to Aspas too.
crazy trade from Bruno.
Members of the attack weak as the defense inches closer and closer, but MIBR desperately needed pistol to keep this thing competitive.
But aggression here.
Oh, a cheeky little tiles crunch. Oh, Havoc looking for the third and will find it. Furia knocking on the door of map point.
Jeez.
And they've red shed him. They've read Artsine. They read MIBR that round.
Furia take ascent from MIBR.
Reinforced push behind all of the weaponry, behind all of the utility. Icebox gets the first.
Somehow Prize gets a kill as well, though.
Just traded back out. Havoc has found a little bit of a window to play into. And that window is instantly shut. Icebox with 3 on the round. Khalil left in that 1v3 with a stinger. There's no way he can pull that one off. Position given away, yes, but takes a step back, forcing Havoc to take the fight, and he will take it. They've gotten it down to 2. They've gotten it down to 1. The pistol for Furia. They've taken B. Artsine up in heaven, turning the flash to Paranoia's behind it. Do they fill in? That's gonna cause so many problems. It's all falling apart for them. Heat has to stand in a 1v2 with 29 HP. The spin to buy some time, and Shenum swings into it to break the hearts of Furia. So close, but just not enough.
It was extremely hard fought, man. I mean, MIBR were pushed here.
Talk about Lorax? Yeah, that fucker right there. Look at his eyebrows. Look at his eyebrows. I've never seen that.
Look to the sky, cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we bout to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. 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 Hands up, look to the sky, cause we got enough to survive.